ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 110, The Reason to Believe. When he saw Emilia huddled up, hugging her knees, Subaru was washed over by an inopportune sense of relief.
Part of it was because he found Emilia, and part of it was because he found her here. He was convinced that this was the only place she could be, and he had hoped that this was where she'd be. Being right on both accounts, he felt a weight fall in the pit of his stomach.
Subaru, actually, come to think of it, Emilia Tan. Emilia. Subaru, this really is a nice place to hole up if you don't want anyone to find you.
Not many people could come in here, and those who could wouldn't want to, anyway.
Besides Emilia, only 3 other people could enter Akidona's tomb. One rejected the trials and despised the tomb, one witnessed another's past and chose to entrust the sanctuary's future to someone else, whereas the last one roused the witch's ire halfway through his trial and had his qualification revoked.
All other qualified people were barred by severe restrictions not to enter.
So indeed, this hiding place had Emilia only written all over it. Emilia did not reply to Subaru's honest praise. She only remained curled up, silently looking up at Subaru. Subaru, mind if I sit beside you?
Standing is honestly pretty exhausting.
Emilia.
Subaru, where I come from, silence means yes. So, excuse me.
Bathed in Emilia's focused stare, Subaru magnificently proclaimed this and sat down at her side. A distance of 2 fists was as close as Subaru's manly courage could take him.
Before he could get any closer, he'd have to use his words and appeals to shorten the emotional distance between them.
Because, right now, the distance separating their hearts was likely far greater than the widths of their fists. Subaru, Emilia, Sitting next to each other, a brief silence fell between them. Subaru patiently waited for Emilia to speak, while Emilia watched him as he waited.
Her lips quivered several times, until finally, with some hesitation.
Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, Emilia, how?
Are you here?
Subaru, how, ha.
That's a tricky one.
Since you're always on my mind, Emilia Tan, I managed to find you in no time, I guess.
He was rather proud of that fact.
Since it meant that he was the only one, at least in the sanctuary, who knew Emilia well enough to accurately divine her feelings. Although, if he were truly attuned to Emilia's feelings, he wouldn't be speaking to her inside the tomb right now.
At Subaru's answer, Emilia's eyes widened. But then, she shook her head as if that wasn't the answer she was looking for.
Emilia, no.
That's not it, Subaru. I wasn't asking how you got here. I thought only people who were granted the qualification could enter the tomb.
Subaru, you sure you didn't forget, Emilia Tan? The first day we got here, when you fainted inside, I rushed straight in here to bring you out. Apparently, if the witch hates me like she hates Roswell, I would have exploded the instant I walked in.
But, turns out, it wasn't that bad for me.
Just feels floaty, like I'm in an elevator that's constantly a second before stopping.
Nothing I can't handle.
Emilia, I see. Emilia muttered, a bit disappointed that this place wasn't as exclusive as she thought. Then, she cast a worried gaze over Subaru, who seemed increasingly racked by nausea. Even though she must be desperately trying to put the mess inside her head in order, the fact that she was still thinking of others even now was at once admirable, heartbreaking, and sweet. Emilia, so then.
How did you know I was here?
Rather than silence, Subaru seemed more at ease when distracted by conversation. Perhaps having noticed this over the course of their exchange, when she saw him heaving with labored breaths, Emilia presented Subaru with a new question. Her words were laced with suspicion and resignation, intermixed with some complex, indecipherable emotion. Her resignation was haphazard, and her suspicion almost paranoid, both traits which Emilia rarely ever showed. In fact, this might be the first time Subaru had ever seen them. Emilia, Subaru?
Subaru, sorry. Let's see, how did I know you were here? Well, PR probably because there's nothing about Emilia Tan that I don't know, so.
Emilia, liar.
He wasn't trying to joke around, but his frivolous answer was nevertheless promptly rejected.
Setting her chin on her knees, Emilia tilted her head as she looked at Subaru. The emotions fluttering within her amethyst eyes were of the pinnacle of chaotic turmoil, as if on the precipice of engulfing her. Hating the emotions that her eyes were revealing, Emilia turned away, pouting, so that Subaru could no longer see them. Emilia, you won't fool me even if you say that. When I don't even properly know myself, how could you possibly know?
Subaru, it's surprising how little people can see of themselves, even when others around them can see all the way to their boot soles.
He wouldn't call it personal experience, but it did seem to happen to him over and over. Each time, he'd get all fired up, unaware of how thoughtless, reckless, and senseless he was being. And only when someone finally spells it out for him, would he begin to notice it for himself. Once, someone had pointed this out to Subaru, and for the very first time. Subaru, I figured you'd be here, Emilia Tan, half out of faith, and half out of hope. Emilia, half, and half. Subaru, I looked all over the village but couldn't find you anywhere. So instead of thinking about where you might have gone, I thought as hard as I could about why you left in the first place.
And when I did, I figured you must be here. And when I found you, I was relieved like you wouldn't believe.
Emilia, you were relieved, that's all? Subaru, huh? As Subaru relaxed his lips into a relieved smile, Emilia asked.
Her voice was quiet, almost inaudible.
Subaru raised his brows when he heard this, while Emilia locked her gaze onto his as if to peer into the depths of his eyes. Emilia, when you found me here, you were just relieved? You weren't angry? Subaru, what, Emilia Tan?
No way, were you scared that I'd be mad at you?
Her timid attitude almost made Subaru burst out chuckling. Running off without telling anyone where she was going, only to get scared of reprimands when she was found, that's exactly what a child would do. Although it kind of made sense now that he's learned about her actual and mental age, it was still incredibly unlike her.
But Subaru decided to pay the strangeness no heed, and only shook his head. Subaru, I'm not angry at all. I was anxious, and honestly super panicked, but not mad. And considering that I found you here, I'm really glad.
Emilia, I see. The emotions Subaru felt for the missing Emilia was something other than anger. And even if there was any anger, it'd be at himself for missing the warning signs and failing to anticipate Emilia's actions. But that anxious, panicked feeling of all his plans coming to ruin was all drowned beneath the flood of relief when he found her.
And so, Emilia's worries were needless. At least, that's what he was trying to tell her.
Emilia, you're not angry.
That's what he tried to tell her, yet her mutter was not one of relief.
Subaru, Emilia? Emilia, you're not
angry at me. You won't even get angry at me.
Her voice was quiet, hoarse, and trembling. By the time Subaru furrowed his brows in astonishment, it was already too late. Looking down, biting her lip, Emilia's eyes opened wide.
Tears welled under her eyelids as she tried to keep them from spilling. Emilia, why? Can't you be angry?
Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, I did something selfish. Didn't I? I did something that distressed you, didn't I? I disappeared without saying a word, and I worried you, didn't I? I made you anxious, wondering if I'd run away.
That's the sort of thing I did, wasn't it?
And when someone does that to you, shouldn't you be angry? Or aren't you like that, Subaru? Drowning out Subaru's voice, Emilia spouted her feelings like a torrent, emphasizing the selfishness of her actions. She closed in on Subaru as if pressing him to condemn her. Overwhelmed by her unrelenting pressure, Subaru finally realized that he had made a decisive error in choosing his words. Emilia wasn't scared that Subaru would be angry at her. Emilia was scared that Subaru wouldn't reproach her for her actions.
Because.
Emilia, why aren't you angry?
You're not angry.
Because you never expected anything from me in the first place, right?
You saw how I failed, but you're still being kind to me.
Because you aren't even disappointed in me, right?
Because you never thought I could have done it.
Right? Subaru, dash dash. Perhaps those were the fears that Emilia had always harbored, but was never able to voice, like a darkness wallowing in the depths of her heart. How many times had she challenged the trials, only to be sent back with her spirit broken? She hated herself for it, and the others showed their disappointment at her failure, but there were also those among them who would never fault her, like Subaru and Puck. Yet even as she felt saved by Subaru and Puck's presence, she'd always be fighting this unshakable anxiety.
Disappointment meant that there was expectation.
She hated herself because she was disgusted with how she couldn't put up a fight. And while being gently consoled even after she had failed provided temporary relief for her heart, it only fanned the flames of a far greater anxiety. For Emilia had always dreaded Subaru and Puck's kindness. Subaru, no, Emilia.
That's not what I think.
Belatedly realizing the immensity of the waves surging in Emilia's heart, Subaru spoke up. If he doesn't catch Emilia here and now, something terrible is going to happen. If she continues to reject him like this, even if he tries reaching for her, he will never seize her again.
And so, with no time to consider his words, he raised his voice.
Subaru, I can't get mad at you, but it's not because of anything like that.
Emilia, if that's true, then why? Why?
Didn't you keep your promise? Subaru, HG. Having his knee-jerk reaction shot down, the change of topic caused Subaru's face to stiffen. The promise Emilia spoke of was the one he'd made to her the night before.
And as for whether or not it was fulfilled.
Emilia, I asked you to hold my hand until morning.
And you promised me you would, Subaru. So why did you let go of my hand? Why didn't you keep your promise?
Subaru, Emilia, be both you and Puck broke
your promises and disappeared.
You left me behind and went away. You liars.
Subaru, you liar. Puck, you liar.
You liars, liars.
Liars. Her tearful voice lashed out, condemning their broken promises.
With her face downcast and tears streaming from her eyes, Emilia butted her head into Subaru's shoulder before weakly slapping her hand against his chest.
The force was equivalent to nothing. But even so, it hurt as though he'd been punched clean through.
This was the accumulation of all the pain which Subaru had overlooked, which Emilia had endured, and which Subaru and Puck had so callously showered upon her. Emilia, promises are important. I told you that, I told you, didn't I? That for spirits arts users, for me, promises are important.
And so I wanted you to keep them. But when you're supposed to have just apologized to me for not having kept one, you broke a promise again.
Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, never break promises.
Never tell lies. Promises must always be kept. Because if they aren't, if I don't, then Mother and Gers.
With her face still pressed against Subaru's shoulder, Emilia's emotions wandered, aimless and lost. The upheavals of her emotions and the grief at his betrayal had torn her thoughts into 1,000 disjointed shreds. Her faltering words grew incoherent, until Emilia was sobbing like a bawling child. Emilia, never tell lies.
Never.
Listening to her voice shaking with grief, Subaru felt a clawing pain tearing at the insides of his chest. Promise was a word whose resonances carried different meanings for Subaru and Emilia. Once, Subaru had made light of their promise and wounded her, and opened a mutual rift between them. After their reunion, they reaffirmed the significance of promises, and sealed one in the form of a bond.
Nevertheless, promise was not a gentle word, but a severe burden binding the two of them together.
More than anything, whenever she talked about promises, Emilia would seem different than usual, as if some integral part of Emilia's being, tethered her to promises. Emilia, With her head buried between her knees, Emilia was weeping. And every second Subaru spent watching her cut another gash of guilt into his heart.
Her sobs echoed into his ears as he frantically considered what to say.
Should he apologize?
Should he pretend to understand?
Should he desperately try to console her? How much of his considerations was it safe to convey? Subaru's head spun and spun as he thought, unable to grasp any hint of a solution. What to do, what could he do, what should he do, and which is the best course of action? Subaru,
Think, think, think. Subaru closed his eyes amidst his whirling thoughts, and then he felt he'd reached the answer on what to do.
Subaru, Emilia.
I love you.
Emilia,
Those words had no business being spoken in this situation.
Emilia, huh? Hearing this, Emilia slipped an astonished groan and looked up. Her teary amethyst eyes opened wide as she caught Subaru in her gaze. Seeing his own twisted visage reflected on her teardrop, all he could do was steady himself to confront his own heart. After all, he no longer had any doubt on what he wanted to say.
Subaru, night after night. You throw yourself at the same exact trial over and over again.
And what is this trial, anyway?
It's just the goddamn past, isn't it?
Well, quit dawdling around getting caught up on things that have already passed. Emilia, HG. Subaru, and just when I figured I'd do it for you, you start saying it's something you have to do yourself and got so goddamn stubborn about it. It'd be one thing if it helped you get past it, but if you're just getting the same results anyway, then it was all just talk, wasn't it? How about taking a moment to consider what it feels like, having to watch you fall down over and over again? Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, and just because your pet/guardian went missing, you can't even stand by yourself anymore? You throw a tantrum and cry your heart out, making everybody worried about you, then you shirk your responsibilities to go sulk in bed.
Well, how lovely for you, but enough's enough, I'm sick of it.
Emilia's eyes bulged in disbelief as she listened to Subaru's tirade. Her damp eyes forgot their tears thanks to the shock, while her lips weakly quivered, unable to pronounce any meaningful words. Without a doubt, more than ever before, Emilia's heart was being deeply wounded. Faced with Natsuki Subaru's scorn and contempt, never once directed at her before, her heart was torn to pieces. Emilia's face contorted.
This was not tearful grief, nor tantrum-inciting rage, nor the hollowness of resignation and defeat.
Showered by abuses she'd never heard before, Emilia's expression changed.
Not to any of the more fitting emotions, but to something else entirely. On Emilia's lips rose a horrifically dry smile.
Emilia, that's
right, isn't it? Oh, of course.
You'd think this about me too, Subaru. Subaru, Emilia, there's no way to dress it up, is there? I'm awful.
Ever since I came to the sanctuary. No, even long before that. All I ever did was cause trouble.
And so,
Subaru, yeah. You honestly haven't done a single good thing since you came to the sanctuary. I know I'm not one to talk here, but this is just way too horrendous. There's no getting around it.
Subaru affirmed the trembling Emilia's self-negations. Hearing this, Emilia's throat made a choked groan. Swallowing a sob, or something close to it, and with her pained smile still upon her face. Emilia, and that's why.
Both you and Puck Ab abandoned me, of course. Subaru, yes. You've pulled a lot of crap, and you're still showing no signs of getting better. Rather than wanting to do something about it at this point, the only natural conclusion is that you're hopeless no matter what. Emilia tried to answer Subaru's rebukes. But Subaru snatched the tail of her reply and slammed her with this merciless critique. Subaru, but. Just before reaching the end, Subaru's denouncements ceased. Emilia looked up at Subaru. Rising in her eyes was an emotion which only Subaru would understand. For it was the same emotion that Subaru had once felt himself. Subaru, I love you. Emilia. Using the same words which he had been unable to escape from, Subaru blocked off Emilia's escape. The long lashes bordering her eyes trembled as Subaru's words robbed her of her consciousness. Seeing her frozen there,
with even her thoughts ground to a halt, Subaru's cheeks slightly softened.
It wasn't relief, and certainly not ridicule. If one must give it a name, it'd have to be nostalgia.
So nostalgic that he wanted to shout out everything inside him, alongside everything Emilia wanted to hear.
Subaru, I love you.
I love you, love you, love you, so much that I can't help myself but love you. Emilia, what are you
saying, all of a sudden?
Subaru, I love your super pretty silver hair, I love your amethyst eyes and how they look like jewels when they're wet, I super love your voice and how I get dreamy just from hearing it, and there's your slender long legs and your fair white skin, and our crazy ideal height difference, and the fact that just being with you makes my heart race uncontrollably, and all of it makes me fall head over heels in love with you. Emilia, Subaru, I love how you're just a little dopey, and it's adorable how you put your best into everything, I admire how fervent you get for other people's sakes, and the way you disregard yourself makes me feel like I just can't leave you alone, and nothing would make me happier than to be able to watch all of your expressions and all of your emotions from here at your side.
That's what I've always felt.
Emilia, this isn't the time to
stop messing with me. All his feelings for Emilia flowed from his mouth like a flood,
but Emilia shook Subaru's words away with a shriek. Heaving her shoulders, with her brows shot up, Emilia bared her fury at the backpedaling Subaru, who was acting as though he hadn't said any of those hurtful things to her. Emilia, why are you saying this all of a sudden?
This isn't what we were talking about. Subaru. You just said that I'm utterly useless, that I'm completely lacking, that's what you were saying. You're sick of it, you can't bear watching anymore.
Why you said that, Subaru, yeah, I did. After all the uselessness and empty talk I had to put up with only to see the same hopeless result, considering how impatient I am in the first place, I should have stopped loving you a long time ago. And I would have, if it was anyone but you, Emilia. Emilia, but why? While acknowledging her worthless record, Subaru held off on the most important judgment. Unable to accept this, unable to allow this omission, Emilia screamed. Emilia, all that uselessness and hopelessness, that's who I am, isn't it?
So why are you trying to overlook it?
Why are you trying to forgive me?
Why?
Subaru, if that's what you're asking, then I've told you countless times already.
I tease because I love you.
Emilia, HK. Met with Emilia's tearful protests, Subaru pushed his face into hers and shouted. Overwhelmed by his advance, Emilia flinched back, but for each inch she retreated, Subaru closed the same distance. The fact that they were gazing into each other's eyes, close enough for their breaths to intertwine, did not change.
Subaru, I love you.
So no matter how disappointing you are, I'll think of it as discovering another side of you, and even if you aren't strong enough, I'll keep supporting you as you keep giving it your best, and no matter how fed up you are with yourself, I'll never dislike you. Emilia, Subaru, even if you hate how weak and pathetic you are, and worry that everyone'll give up on you.
I'll keep expecting things from you, and I'll never leave you, no matter how weak you are.
Emilia's eyes wavered. The gaze which she'd fixed upon Subaru was filled with a weakness that was yearning to receive his rebukes, to indulge in its own resignation, and to drown in a pool of her own sorrow and grief. Emilia wanted to be condemned, perhaps because it is only when everyone has given up on you, and when you recognize that you are entirely beyond saving, that, for the first time, you truly feel saved. Subaru knew that feeling, but he also knew what it was like to be guided out of it. Because Natsuki Subaru had once tried to abandon himself as well, but nevertheless failed to make everyone else abandon him.
Subaru, I've fallen madly in love with you. Everything good about you shines brilliantly for me. And of course I know not everything about you is good.
You're not an angel, not a goddess, just an ordinary girl. Pain and hardship makes you want to cry, and you want to avoid the things that you don't like, and, if possible, you'd much rather choose only the easy and enjoyable paths. Emilia, Subaru, but despite those weak, or even ugly parts of you, I love the entire person that is Emilia.
And so, even now, I'm not disappointed in you at all.
Emilia, That's. Don't you think that's too selfish?
Subaru's lips weaved his longing into words.
Listening to them in sequence, Emilia couldn't suppress her turmoil as she objected. Emilia, you've just denounced me, and said time and time again that I'm useless, and now you're saying you love me anyway.
How can you expect me to believe that? Subaru, why would you have that kind of faith in me? It makes no sense at all.
Subaru, wrong.
You got it all wrong. It's not because I believe in you that I love you. It's because I love you that I believe in you. It's that way around.
Emilia, love isn't a reason to believe in someone. Subaru, GH. If love isn't a reason to believe in someone, then who the hell would go through all this suffering to help a pain-in-the-ass woman like you?
Voices peaking, the two's emotions crashed into each other.
Subaru pressed his hand to the wall and dragged himself up to stand while Emilia also stood up to face him. Close enough to butt heads, each with their brows raised, Subaru and Emilia barked out their emotions, sending spit flying, faces red, shouting "No, you're wrong," were the two of them who'd never screamed at each other before.
Subaru, I love you. I love you so much that it drives me crazy, so much that I could die for you.
That's why I put up with all the pain and the suffering and why I'm standing in front of you now even though I'm close to puking. Emilia, that's.
I never asked for that. Going off saying whatever selfish things you want.
You're the one who's never thought about my feelings, Subaru.
Just like now. When you're putting yourself in harm's way and always getting hurt because of me. Do you have any idea how that makes me feel?
Subaru, how am I supposed to know how you feel when I've never even thought about it?
All I ever think about is how to look cool in front of you.
What'll make you think the best of me? What'll make you happy?
When I'm here working my ass off, how about going with the plan and giving me a cute look once in a while?
Emilia, don't treat me like I'm a doll.
If all you want is for me to be happy. Then, why did you break your promise? All you had to do was stay with me like I asked you to. So why didn't you?
I bet you actually hate me, don't you?
Subaru, I love you.
Emilia, you're lying. Subaru spewed forth all his emotions in desperation, only for Emilia to shout over him. How much of a detour had he once taken just to voice these very feelings? How many obstacles had Subaru had to overcome just for the sake of conveying those words to her? These confessions of love, thrown around so much that they begin to feel cheap, were all Subaru's truest sentiments, fused with the whole of his being, seeping through every portion of his soul.
Subaru, I'm not lying. I love you. But how about you tell me what you feel about me for once? All you've ever given me is insinuations.
Do you have any idea how much it jolts my heart every time you make those cute expressions and it seems like there's hope?
Stop messing with me.
Emilia, I'm not messing with you. I'm just being normal, stop saying weird things. I have so many things to think about right now and I'm facing such serious problems, and you're asking me how I feel about you.
I can't think about those kinds of things. Stop it. Stop bullying me. Subaru, who's bullying who here? It's you. You're the one bullying me.
Emilia, it's you bullying me. Subaru.
Without a shred of logic, it was a clash of emotions.
Like two children throwing tantrums showering insults at each other, Subaru and Emilia loudly asserted their respective feelings. Their voices echoed through the dim, narrow tomb, shattering the long silence that had existed since the tomb's construction. The intensity of their argument could practically slap the tomb's sleeper awake, with the two of them raggedly panting as they guided their fruitless quarrel towards its conclusion. Emilia, I can't trust anything you say anymore.
You are a liar. You broke your promise, and then you just show up in front of me again like nothing happened. Why, you thought I wouldn't notice, didn't you? But I was watching. I was watching to see whether you'd keep your promise to me.
Subaru, well, what an asshole thing to do. Don't you feel embarrassed pulling this crap, pretending to be weak so you can test people? Emilia, I shouldn't have to hear this from a promise-breaking liar. Subaru, me breaking my promise has nothing to do with this. Emilia's cheeks blushed with fury as Subaru callously tried to sidestep the issue. So overwhelmed by emotion that she couldn't even speak, Emilia took several ragged breaths before finally wrenching out the words.
Emilia, why? Why did you break your promise?
Subaru, I'm sorry I broke my promise,
I wanted to keep holding your hand and stay with you until morning, I really wanted to.
Emilia, that's not what I asked.
Why did you break your promise?
Subaru, I can't say it. Gritting his teeth, Subaru replied to Emilia's question with an anguished groan. Seeing him trying to dodge the question even now, Emilia expelled a long sigh. Emilia, you won't keep your promises. And you won't tell me why you broke them, then what are you telling me?
If you're going to tell me you love me, then act like it. Otherwise, I can't believe you.
Subaru, Emilia. Emilia, if you'd kept your promise and stayed with me until morning,
then I would have definitely believed you. I would have believed you, and entrusted everything to you. But you broke your promise. And so I can't anymore. Whether it's you or Puck, you both left me behind. Grimacing, Emilia stuck her fingers into her silver hair and lowered her face.
The heat of her fervor shifted and changed directions as Emilia tightly grasped herself. Emilia, now that Puck is gone, these scenes have been going through my head, they're in my head, scenes I've never seen before, conversations I don't remember, they just keep flowing and flowing. Subaru, Emilia, I used to think I remember everything, but these are memories I never knew existed.
Yet, they really are my memories.
And every time I remember, whenever something that's meant to be there that I've forgotten re-emerges, I get so afraid. These memories Emilia spoke of, which Puck had sacrificed his bond with her to unseal, were all the genuine memories which she had once tried to forget. When her contract with Puck was terminated, the uncorked memories began to overflow, flooding Emilia's interior with her true recollections.
But this dramatic shift could transform her very being.
Emilia, I finally realized that I've been leaning on Puck while running away from all sorts of things.
I'm certain that Puck left me in order to tell me this.
But, I'm scared.
I'm scared.
Puck's gone, and my real memories are coming out. And I feel like I'm steadily losing myself. Subaru, Emilia, once all the memories come back,
I know I won't be the same me anymore. My present self is built upon memories that aren't my real memories.
But, once I remember where I really started, I know that this me who's come all this way is going to disappear. All of Emilia's resolve and determination had false memories as their basis. And so, once she regains her true memories, once her origin changes form, just what will happen to Emilia's present resolve, and to the path she has walked thus far? What's important isn't the beginning or the middle, it's the end. Subaru, Suddenly, a voice echoed through Subaru's mind. This familiar yet distant voice felt so incredibly close to Subaru, though it belonged to someone who he would likely never see again. At the very end of their parting, she gave him these words as his homework.
Ah, that's right, he thought.
No matter how it began, regardless of which path you took, until you reach the end of the end of the end, who has the right to say whether or not it had all been a mistake? Subaru, no matter what you remember, nothing will change.
I love you. And I'll always love you.
Emilia, HK. I don't believe you.
This me, you say you love. Oh, once she's gone, will you, still? Subaru, I'll say this now. No matter what happens, you're not going anywhere. And I'll continue to love you.
Emilia, you're a liar.
How do you expect me to believe you?
Subaru, then, I'll make you believe. With her voice trembling and her eyes wavering, Emilia tried to reject Subaru.
His words could not reach her. And his appeals could not convince her. In that case, the only way left to convey his feelings was through action. And so,
Emilia, Subaru, if you don't want it, dodge. Within breathing distance, or rather, so close that not even their breaths could stand between them, Subaru reached for Emilia's shoulder, and drew his face closer.
Watching Subaru's approach, confusion rose in Emilia's eyes as her body tensed. For 1 second, he waited.
If she was going to push him away, this was the moment. Emilia, But
Emilia closed her eyes.
Whether it was resignation, or the result of hesitation, Subaru couldn't tell.
Subaru, MMH, Emilia, NGH.
Their breathing intertwined. Emilia held her breath, Subaru's brows furrowed in pain.
A quiet noise came from the force of their teeth striking together.
It started with that slight, aching pain, but it soon vanished from even the crevices of their minds, drowned out by the intensity of that heat.
Soft lips. A kiss, barely more than a touch. For Emilia, it was her first, and for Subaru, it was his second time kissing her. Unlike the first time, filled with the cold taste of death, this second kiss was of the burning taste of life.
With neither being the first to move, their lips parted. They drew their faces away from each other, both forgetting to breathe as they gazed at the other.
Flushed cheeks.
Watery eyes. The person reflected within Emilia's irises looked utterly entranced. That pathetic expression made Subaru return to his senses first, and, while finally remembering to breathe.
Subaru, I love you.
Emilia, Subaru, no matter what useless side of you I see, and no matter what kinds of fights we get into, I'll never stop loving you, Emilia.
That won't change no matter what, so I'll always believe in you.
And if you ask me why, it's Emilia, because you love me. Finishing the end of Subaru's sentence as if in a daze, Emilia touched her lips. Tracing her fingers over them, as if confirming the lingering tenderness of their touch, tears welled in her eyes. A droplet traveled down her fair white cheek, glimmering like a drop of the moon. Subaru, it's only natural that you'd be anxious when unknown memories start flowing back.
And I understand being scared when it feels like you're becoming someone you don't know, but that doesn't mean the path you've walked will vanish, or that your feelings will change.
Emilia, how could you
say this like you're sure? Subaru, what's important isn't the beginning. It's the end.
A woman I respect above all the world told me that. His mother may be the most airheaded person in the world, but somehow, she still managed to teach him his single most important lesson in that world.
Though he couldn't be sure if he understands it correctly, he nevertheless intends to try.
Because there is a girl right in front of him, with whom he wishes to figure this out together. Watching Emilia stand there, weighed by anxiety, Subaru gave her a light-hearted shrug. As if to tell her that it's no big deal, and to blast her worries away. Subaru, it's all right, Emilia.
No matter what you remember, I'll be on your side. Go ahead, and recall every memory you've forgotten. And if you're still afraid, then go find it. Emilia, find.
Find what? Subaru, just like how my feelings for you allow me to charge ahead without a fear in the world, you should find your most cherished feeling that'll let you sprint forward without worrying about anything going on around you. Emilia never hesitated to expend herself for another's sake. The way she placed others before herself was noble and beautiful, and Subaru loved it to no end, but the words "for another's sake" is horrifically kind, and horrifically sad. Because the feelings one holds towards an unknown stranger could surely never rival the feelings one held for someone familiar and close. Subaru, I'm kinda sorta hoping that cherished feeling would be directed towards me, though. Emilia, my cherished feeling. Perhaps she wasn't listening to Subaru, for Emilia raised her hand to her chest and lowered her eyes.
Her fingers reached for where Puck's crystal would have been. With their bond shattered, there was nothing for her to touch. Her fingertips scraped at empty air. But Emilia clenched her hand firm.
Emilia, once I've recovered all of my memories, maybe it'll be there, my cherished feeling.
Subaru, yeah. It'll be there. Your reason to keep walking.
Emilia, MN.
Her expression was not exactly doubtful, nor was it entirely one of acceptance.
After seeing Emilia give a slight nod, Subaru closed his eyes as he turned his face up to the ceiling. The words that had once uplifted him now felt even more powerful than before.
As though it had been kinder, stricter, and stronger words that saved him. But will he really become Emilia's strength?
Subaru, ..
It'd be way too lame to ask that now. He sighed, and the instant he let go of his strength, the nausea he'd forgotten about jolted him to his core. Instinctively putting his hand to the wall, he barely managed to keep himself from puking.
Emilia, Subaru?
Subaru, it's nothing.
Or, as much as I wanna man up and say that, it's not nothing.
I'm pretty bad right now.
Anyway, if you wanna keep arguing or fighting, we could pick it up once we're outside. Emilia, geez.
That's not what I want at all.
In front of the pale-faced Subaru, Emilia's lips formed into a faint smile.
But she was too weak to resume her usual determined facade. She hasn't yet reached a clear-cut answer. And her anxiety wasn't fully dispelled.
With his hand against the wall, Subaru started walking towards the tomb's exit. Behind Subaru's unsteady steps, Emilia reached out her hand, but hesitated, indecisive about whether to touch him.
The meeting of their lips just now must have affected her considerably.
Just thinking back on it made Subaru's face flush red-hot at how brazen he had been.
But all those sentiments would have to be left behind for now.
Subaru, .. In order to show her that he is on her side, and is willing to do anything for her. In order to fulfill the role that he had taken upon himself, to protect her, and to protect all his feelings for her.
Subaru, I'll have to see this through to the end. They came out of the tomb.
Bright sunlight greeted them as they stepped from the darkness. And Subaru, yo, sorry to keep you waiting. ? TCH.
The person clicked his tongue in irritation as Subaru gave him a wave. ? I wasn't waiting.
With his entire body drenched in blood, Garfield stood there, full of hostility.
Chapter 111, Garfield's Barrier.
Even Subaru can see that Garfield is drowning in injuries. The bleeding of his innumerable wounds covers his body in crimson, his breathing ragged and his shoulders heaving. Blood seeps from his numerous lacerations, and except for the loincloth-esque garment covering the lower portion of his petite frame, he is entirely exposed. He has even lost his shoes, standing there barefoot.
Subaru lowers his raised hand.
Subaru, that's sure not the get-up I was expecting for this hello.
I figured you were going to be mad, but not that you'd wind up looking like that.
Garfield, don't worry nothing about me.
Zhu had a lil slip and fall.
Subaru's cheeks stiffen as he speaks, Garfield responding with a dissatisfied look. Garfield's statement is of course entirely bullshit. Subaru cannot help the bad visions he gets from seeing the guy so wounded. Garfield had been speeding around Sanctuary in search of Lewis, and got wonderfully caught in Subaru's plots for Otto's group to buy time by stalling him. Subaru can think of only one possible situation where he would wind up having this kind of appearance.
That being,
Subaru, you moron, Otto, I told you to just spew everything and run.
Garfield, guy was damn brave. He weren't any fucking suited for a battle, and also ain't been in any real fights before. And then he starts spouting this idiot shit bout it bein' for a friend. He handed my fucking ass to me.
With his cheeks twisted in irritation, Garfield touches the white scar on his forehead. He's had that injury since before this, but was he saying that every other wound of his had seriously happened during his fight with Otto? Having gone through a fist fight, or really it was too one-sided to call it that, but, having traded fists with Otto, Subaru does understand. Otto is more accustomed to fights than Subaru, but in a world abounding with people who possess ludicrous combat ability, Otto ought to be classified as a non-combatant. When placed in serious combat against a fighter, against Garfield, who sits at the very peak of combatants that Subaru knows, there is no way he should win. And that goes without touching on the fact that Subaru requested only that Otto buy some time through trickery.
Nothing more. Subaru, he's not dead.
Right?
A frigid line of sweat drips down Subaru's forehead.
His worst-case conception is that the scene ended with Garfield's claws shredding Otto apart. He would like to laugh it off as a needless fear, but seeing Garfiel's state, he cannot. With how incredibly wounded Garfield is, it's clear that he was forced into a difficult fight. But still, to demand that Otto under preform would likely be overwhelmingly selfish. But, even said, supposing that Otto is dead, it's just pointless.
Having any point.
Emilia, Subaru. Right as he swallows his breath and verges on pessimism, a silver bell calls his name. These fingers which had before hesitated to touch him, here as his shoulders border on sagging, now touch. This faint sensation contacting him from behind leads Subaru, on the edge of looking down, to stop.
He glances behind him, to find Emilia standing there and looking at him with concern. She still has yet to consolidate the emotions eddying inside her.
This situation where Garfield is standing here, indignant and covered in blood, must be incomprehensible from her perspective. But she likely has recognized that this was not any mundane affair. In her eyes as she watches Subaru, her concern beats out her anxiety. Subaru, don't worry, Emilia. My bad for being pathetic, I just remembered who it is that's standing behind me, so I'm calmed down now. Supported by her gaze, Subaru gives a deep breath out before turning back to face Garfield. The entrance of the tomb sits on a slight incline, so Subaru is looking somewhat down at Garfield. Garfield's posture as he slouches is poor, his sharp gaze piercing through Subaru with enough intensity to practically kill him. Garfield, looks like while my amazing self was rushing around, ya bastards sure went pullin' whatever the fuck shit ya wanted.
Fucking sneakin'. What's that?
Ya didn't fucking know my amazing self hates these dirty fucking tricks. Subaru, I didn't know we needed your permission to do stuff around here.
Or actually it's obvious that's the kind of character you are, so I did know that just from looking at you. Figured you'd be mad, but also figured nothing more than that'd happen.
Garfield, eh? Garfield's stance is one of intimidation, but Subaru just replies with a shrug. Perhaps because Subaru's statement carries no more effort spent psyching himself up than usual, Garfield scrunches his nose. Looking down at Garfield's annoyed expression, Subaru's face tightens. Subaru, Garfield.
What happened to Otto?
Garfield, he went and pulled all that nice fucking bullshit on me. And so my fangs maimed him to bits and now his body's out fertilizing forest.
Subaru.
Garfield clicks his over-sharp fangs as he licks his lips, causing Emilia to swallow her breath. Overwhelming rage emanates from all of Garfield.
That fact alone conveyed how great a fight Otto had put in against him.
As well as the fact that Garfield had been unable to cut any corners while fighting him.
And so. 155. Subaru, so he's alive then. The heck, you had me fucking worried.
My guts were seriously frozen there, wondering if everything'd been ruined, no joke. Garfield, eh?
Subaru, but why the hell did he go off doing?
Couldn't've been, I mean he said he managed to get Ram's help, did she wind up putting some weird ideas in his head?
Sounds like something Ram'd do. I mean she didn't tell us how she'd move at the critical moments.
Garfield, oi, fuck off. Subaru, which means Ram goddamn helped with tearing you up.
I mean yeah. No way Otto could do this much solo. The hell?
This had me wondering if that damn Otto'd been hiding some secret powers from me, was sorta fracturing my feelings of friendship with him. Garfield, fucker.
Fuck are you going on about?
Eh? Garfield howls in rage, his flood of emotions slamming into the ground, rupturing it. The earth caves in beneath the force of Garfield's stomp, creating a crater with him in the center. Fissures spread across the pit of the crater as its dust wafts around Garfield, him baring his fangs.
Garfield, I fucking killed him, that's what I'm telling you. Guy's gone.
He used his mystery blessed Shaith forest on his side, fucking humiliated my amazing self with goddamn bugs and mice. And at then he hit me with some huge magic he ain't got any chance of actually using by himself. And so. My amazing self paid my respects F-arth bastard's fighting spirit.
Paid him with my claws and fangs. Subaru, the forest on his side.
Right. So that's another way you can use the blessing of xenoglosy. That ass, hiding something that important from me. Garfield, And same for Ram, who Thkai wheedled on. You see that Ram, she came a fucking butted intra fight, fucking attacking me full force. And so my amazing self's fangs chewed her dead too.
Subaru. Gritting his teeth, Garfield buries his face in his hands, as he looks up at the sky.
While he wordlessly watches Garfield's laments, Subaru ruminates over Garfield's statements. So yes, Ram and Otto had established a fighting unit, and confronted Garfield.
Having Ram's assistance, it's possible that they managed to corner Garfield to the very brink of defeating him. But regardless, the barricade presented by this beastman was thick.
Garfield, I ain't got any urge chase after Thais who ran off during him by in time at th moment. But I ain't got any thought to overlook what you bastards are doing here either.
You get away from there, and don't get any closer. No one's going and tomb anymore. My amazing hands are tearing thing down. Subaru, you do that, and there'll be no way to break the barrier. This sanctuary'll be a closed little garden forever. You seriously good with that? 156. Garfield, good with that. Everything cept that is bad. With that statement, Garfield's feet lead him out of the crater and toward the tomb.
His gait loses all sign of doubt, communicating that he will not hesitate an instant to make the deed the just stated a reality, bloody and fraught with total injury. But even in this state, an extreme disparity in strength exists between Subaru and Garfield. Even with all his wounds, the ability of the man named Garfield far exceeds that of Subaru. Both his creation of the crater and the rancor emanating from him make that obviously clear.
However,
Emilia, I am not letting you do that. Subaru accepted, there exists yet another person present here to block Garfield. Emilia steps forward from behind Subaru, standing in Garfield's way as he attempts to close in on the tomb.
Garfield looks up at her, unimpressed.
Garfield, what, oi?
Get out of my way, you flimsy woman.
Emilia, no, I will get in your way.
I'm not letting you destroy the tomb. Because no matter what, I'm going to overcome the trial. Garfield, it's damn obvious you can't do it.
Day after fucking day you're wah crying all over Tam place.
And now you're lost your friends, can't help that you're gonna be sad. Go curl up in bed and fucking cry.
You do that, and I ain't doing nothing. Emilia, HK. Sorrow flashes over Emilia's expression in response to Garfield's cruel statement. But said expression only lasts for an instant as Emilia immediately swallows down the pain. Emilia, I'm sorry, but even if you say those things, I can't step back for you.
I need to challenge the trial.
And then face my past, and Garfield, just goddamn fucking everybody. Cutting in halfway through Emilia's statement, Garfield clicks his tongue in irritation, fury blazing in his eyes. The grisly pressure he expels compounds in intensity, Emilia's shoulders trembling. Seeing her fear, sharp-eyed Garfield snorts. Garfield, what happened rat blusterin' bout your past? Second you're scared of my amazing self, all goddamn chance is gone you're ever gonna get over what you're most afraid of.
No one can do anything bout that shit. The witch just does this malicious crap, so she can goddamn laugh at people.
Subaru, well isn't that a disparaging invalidation of the witch? 157 Garfield, eh? Garfield shifts his blazing gaze from Emilia to Subaru, and jabs his finger at him. Garfield, what? You're saying you wanna fucking protect that asshole witch? They say no morning or afternoon for Pototsk, but is your fucking stinking self just hole out that witch's slave, eh?
Subaru. Subaru shuts his mouth.
Garfield's brows furrow in puzzlement, but he does not seem to understand why Subaru has gone silent.
The witch sleeping in the tomb is Echidna.
And the witch's miasma enfolding Subaru belongs to the witch of envy. Only informed to some marginal degree, and unable to smell the miasma himself, Garfield's comprehension of the situation is not great enough to recognize that discrepancy. And having had his spirit broken after challenging the trial only once, Garfield does not even understand the meaning of Echidna's trial. Subaru, you're just half measures about everything, Garfield. Garfield, fuck you just say? Putting together all of Garfield's statements and actions thus far, this is how Subaru appraises him. Garfield responds to Subaru's curt words in low, threatening voice. But even while faced with this looming and ghastly pressure, Subaru looks him in the eye without fear. Subaru, it's something you were unable to do, so others'll also be incapable of it. That's how I think, so undoubtedly you're that type.
How awful of you let your complacency get?
Garfield. Subaru, yes, you're right, Amelia has failed the trial multiple times. That she's been forced to watch a past she doesn't want to see and came out bawling afterwards is another thing I can't deny. When Puck left she lost it to a revolting extent, and I can't even assert she's righted herself yet. Garfield falls silent as Subaru jerks his chin toward Amelia, who stands beside him. Amelia looks at Subaru in surprise at these sudden comments from him. But, perhaps impressed with Subaru's expression as he voices these unkind assessments, she refrains from interfering. These opinions Subaru was stating were ones that Amelia had already accepted herself. While they definitely ought to be embarrassing for her, they were not statements that she should ignore. Subaru thought her ability to judge that, and face these things, splendid of her despite her weakness.
And so,
Subaru, maybe challenging the trial won't presently lead to any change.
She might lose today as well, and come back crying again.
Garfield, if you fucking know that, then why are you having her, over and over?
158.
Subaru, but, Amelia will challenge it.
Countless times. Unlike you.
Garfield, HK.
Garfield swallows his breath.
Seeing exactly how a quiver flashes through Garfield's sharp gaze, Subaru speaks without fear. And once more, as he stares down directly at Garfield. Subaru, Garfield. You lost and you ran away, and Amelia is not like you. Garfield, HK. Don't, you fucking dare, get cocky. Immediately following Subaru's statement, Garfield shouts in rage, his right foot shattering the earth. The impact of his stomp sends the ground flying aloft. By some unknown logic it takes the shape of a rectangular slab the size of a tatami mat, which Garfield's left foot shunts into. The earth block rotates on the vertical at horrifying speeds, wrapping itself in a gale-force wind as it zooms right past Subaru, and slams into the wall aside the tomb's entrance, impacting the ancient structure. Dust and a section of entangling ivy, of moss and so on, peels away to fall from the tomb wall.
They rain upon Subaru's head, but he remains unflinching.
Amelia's shoulders do hitch up for a moment, but having heard Subaru's statements immediately prior, she does not make any motion to move away. Seeing the faint but definite bond of trust between the two, Garfield's eyes shoot open outrageously wide.
The gleam in his bloodshot pupils compounds in ferocity. Garfield, fucking. I can't stand either you. Ow.
Can't stand you.
Can't goddamn stand you. With your fucking know-it-all mug. With your fucking unruffled mug.
If my amazing self feels like it, stew ya bastards a chunks of gore so mutilated ya won't be telling ya goddamn apart.
You don't fucking know that, huh? Subaru, I do know that you're incapable of doing that. Garfield breathes raggedly as he kicks at the earth, voicing threats upon threats upon threats. But his vigorous intimidations no longer have any effect on Subaru's heart. Of course not.
With everything that's happened, from his conversation with Lewis, and this present situation, putting it all together, even Subaru finally understands what lies at Garfield's core.
Although showing this much rage, and hostile towards Subaru's group, Garfield.
Subaru, you won't kill me or Amelia.
Or no, it's that you can't. I mean Garfield. You've never killed anyone before, have you?
Garfield.
Subaru, you had a fight with Otto and Ram, but you made sure you didn't kill them.
Otto's one thing, but it goes absolutely for Ram.
They're not showing up because you did something to immobilize them.
And stop there.
Garfield's irritated behavior comes to a stop. 159. He quiets his breath, staring at Subaru.
Hearing the words that Subaru flung at Garfield, a look of confusion arises in Amelia's eyes. Being that she has only seen Garfield's usual disposition, Subaru's declarations must be rather difficult to accept for her.
But Subaru is confident.
Garfield, at least while in humanoid form and possessing his own will, could not make the decision to kill anybody. Subaru has confronted Garfield several times throughout these loops,
over differences in opinion.
Otherwise, when Garfield abruptly viewed Subaru with hostility. He once took a hit from Garfield which stopped him when he practiced violence upon Roswell, and lost his eye. But it was also Garfield who healed the one-eyed Subaru afterwards, and even when he took a hostile stance, he had never once killed Subaru.
There was one exception.
Garfield had transformed into a tiger and slaughtered the evacuees. It's a memory that Subaru would rather not recollect. But it is also an impossible memory for him to forget, vivid, an event which made him even now feel things about Garfield that he could not really swallow. But, reflecting on the event, there is something Subaru noticed. Garfield could not speak while transformed. He brandished his claws and fangs according to his instincts, having degraded into an animal.
Even when he turned his weapons upon the villagers, that had likely been according to instinct.
But, back then, that first villager, that first single person who became the trigger for the slaughter when Garfield killed him, it was to the very end of the end, truly scraping to the borderline, that Garfield hesitated about it. Back then, the excess of rage and panic had kept Subaru from understanding. When Garfield turned to approach that very first person, Subaru thought his panic had made everything look sluggish.
But that was not the case. It was legitimate hesitation. Once he killed him, once he lost that hesitation, was the moment Garfield truly became a beast.
Cognizant of the taste of blood and life, the eyes of that tiger were things that Natsuki Subaru remembered with loathing. Subaru, your eyes aren't like they were back then.
You won't let yourself kill anyone, yet.
Garfield, fucks your basis for that. Never mind Ram, my amazing self ain't got a speck of a reason hesitate in gnashing your lackey dead. Subaru, exactly, never mind Ram. Emilia, hey.
You too, is there some kind of grudge you have against Otto-kun?
Emilia timidly cuts into comment about Otto, who is receiving very unfortunate treatment in this conversation. But, perhaps for the first time ever, Subaru consciously ignores Emilia and jabs his finger at Garfield.
160.
Subaru, if you'd thought to hit me right now, you could have done it.
But you didn't think to hit me. You just used threats. It's murderousness as an accessory. Wonder which of us is the scared one.
Garfield, oi, oi, oi.
Watch how you prattle your mouth, bastard.
Go any further, and you never know which words are gonna be your last.
Subaru, quit making threats you can't follow through on.
I had my fill of cowardly people trying to act tough back in the alleyway with Tom, Dick and Larry.
Though at least they had enough guts to stab me.
Garfield, stop.
Stop it. Gritting his teeth, Garfield looks at Subaru with an expression of fury.
However, his opponent is Natsuki Subaru. No greater juncture existed for him to show off his talents than when pissing people off.
And so,
Subaru, and your oh-so-prided claws and fangs too, you groom them nicely every day, but just leave them there as decoration. If you want, how about trying on some stylish nail stickers?
It's what all the girls do where I'm from.
Don't think it's a perfect match for your spineless, girly self? Garfield, I told you'd fucking stop.
Another strike.
The gouged out earth bounces into the air, skimming over Subaru's head to crash into the tomb.
There's no need to dodge. Garfield never had any intention of hitting.
Subaru, if you're gonna play with mud, go do it in the sandbox. Do you understand that this thing behind me is a priceless historical artifact?
And aren't you stationing yourself as the fangs or whatever that guard this sanctuary? This thing behind me's the grave of the local witch. She's your buddy, don't discriminate against her.
Garfield, she ain't my fucking
buddy. It's because that fucking buried witch is here that. My amazing self. My amazing. Subaru's gab is in perfect form.
Even Garfield's breathing gets choppy and feeble, faced with Subaru's fluent provocations.
Garfield had come here while pushing his wounded body.
Then he continued in this tiring conversation, and spent no time hesitating to waste his energy on pointless threat displays. His blood flow accelerates in tune with his emotions, some of his supposedly stable injuries opening again.
Garfield takes ragged breaths and stands very still as he glares at Subaru. When his gaze switches to Emilia, his nose scrunches up, as if he has noticed something.
Garfield, oi.
Fuck off, you. Fucks with those eyes.
Emilia. Garfield, if you got something you try and say, goddamn say it.
It's fucking pissin' me off. I'm getting 161. Looked at like that.
Perhaps seeing something in Emilia's eyes as she wordlessly watches him, Garfield howls. Complex emotion rests in Emilia's amethyst gaze.
She shakes her head.
Emilia, Garfield. What are you so afraid of? Garfield, I'm afraid.
You're saying?
Emilia, well, you're afraid. You're talking loud, reaching out as best you can, and stomping the ground to cheer yourself up, aren't you? Garfield, like you know fucking anything about me. Emilia, I do know.
After all.
Cutting off Garfield's quieter statement, Emilia takes a single breath. Emilia, I've also been living in constant fear of many things.
Garfield's breathing freezes.
Emilia touches her chest, her fingers confirming the absence of the crystal, a fleeting sense arising in her eyes. Emilia, I managed to get to this moment while always scared of lots of things.
I left lots of things to Puck. I leaned on him. I didn't notice I was doing it, and I made it here.
But today, since just a moment ago, I feel like I finally understand it a little. Garfield, shut up. Emilia, I don't clearly know what's right yet, or what it is I have to do.
But I feel like I know that there's something. And I can find that something inside the tomb. I can't move out of your path.
Garfield, shut it. Disappear. Don't talk to me. Emilia, but don't you truly already have that something? Garfield, HK.
Past his limit, Garfield's head springs up. His knees bend slightly, for his petite frame to go bounding off like a shot. He leaps for Emilia with horrifying speed.
But just before he can reach her, Subaru cuts in between them. Subaru, Garfield. Garfield, TCH. Reaching his arms out toward the oncoming Garfield, Subaru charges while simultaneously protecting Emilia. Subaru collides with the strike, going tumbling, wincing in pain at the battering.
162.
After rolling several times from momentum, he stops face up on the ground. Garfield puts his claws to the fallen Subaru's neck as he bares his fangs at Emilia.
Garfield, right now. Right fucking now, get away from here.
Don't, and I'm painting your clothes red with blood from his dismembered neck. Emilia, Subaru. Emilia prepares for battle. She may have lost Puck, but she is still a practitioner of the spiritual arts.
She could enlist help from her contracted minor spirits to use magic. Leaving aside whether she would win, she could fight Garfield.
And thus Emilia immediately moves to build up mana. Subaru, Emilia, stop.
I'm fine. He won't do anything anyway.
Garfield, shut it.
Fucking enough, I'm sick of this crap. My ears are rotting off listening to bullshit from you and that woman.
If I rip open that loose mouth of yours and cut off your jaw, maybe you ain't gonna talk none of this shit anymore? Subaru, GH. Leaning down on the fallen Subaru, Garfield runs his sharp claws over his left cheek. Their points gouge into his flesh, Subaru wailing quietly at the burning pain.
But even still, his eyes do not yield.
Subaru, you get us out of the way, destroy the tomb, and then what? You think running and running and running is going to let you get away? Garfield, it's your own regret. Goddamn, who can do anything about it? That thing ain't got the slightest idea of letting us get away.
Why is it you ain't getting that?
Subaru, no, I'm not getting it, Garfield.
Since your past, and your regrets, can be overcome.
Garfield. Subaru asserts.
Garfield and Emilia swallow their breath.
Subaru, it was painful, it was suffering, It was so overwhelmingly pathetic that I couldn't face anyone and I gave up.
But the only who thought it was hopeless was me, and actually, nothing was beyond hope at all. Even saying they were fake events, false parents, and created from memories.
Subaru faced his biggest regret, and procured a single answer as well as a goodbye. The trial assuredly did confer Subaru with pain. Just remembering it made his insides creak, the thing in his chest was perpetual, and the trial had branded Subaru with both his past and with suffering. Subaru, but, including that pain and absolutely everything, I swallowed my past. Swallowed.
163.
While yes, the witch is an asshole, and I'll never forget how she betrayed me when I tried to trust her.
Passing through his mind is the visage of the White Witch, always smiling mysteriously.
No matter how much time passes, Subaru will never unravel his complicated feelings about her. But, there should be no need to betray even the feeling that he acquired back then.
Subaru, I'm grateful to the witch. I'm glad I could face my past. I ran. But I'm glad I couldn't escape.
Garfield. Subaru, Garfield. Are you seriously still running from your past with your family? Garfield, WH.
Garfield's face changes colors.
It reddens in rage, pales in shock, and now, turns pallid.
The clicking from his fangs results from the trembling of his chattering teeth.
With chills, or perhaps in dread, Garfield looks down at Subaru.
Garfield, who told you about my past?
Subaru, basically everyone you're thinking of. Do you think that's a betrayal?
Or do you think it's something else?
Garfield, EU. The overwhelming fury keeps Garfield from even speaking as he gives choppy, faltering breaths.
His breathing comes intermittent. Witnessing this violent shock happening immediately before his face, Subaru continues. Subaru, the witch told me that you're afraid of the outside world. Garfield replies with nothing.
Subaru, Frederica told me that when she offered you to leave with her, you denied her.
Garfield replies with nothing.
Subaru, Lewis-san told me that what you saw in the tomb was your goodbye with your mother.
Garfield replies with
Garfield, Moth,
Subaru, I heard the superficial outline of you and Frederica's circumstances. Your siblings from a human mother, and two different half-blood demi-human fathers. You two-quarter bloods aren't. 164. Bound by Sanctuary's barrier.
Frederica left Sanctuary so that she could create a place to receive the people from here, for when the barrier is eventually broken. Garfield, sister. Subaru, but you didn't take Frederica's hand, and stayed inside.
Why did you? What is it you want to do? For what purpose is it that you're still here? His breathing labors. Garfield's hand as it presses Subaru to the ground starts putting in more force. He was not doing this to silence Subaru. Garfield was so entirely ruined that if did not put his strength into something, cling to something, he would imminently break down. Subaru, in the tomb you saw your past. You saw your mother leaving you and Frederica behind in Sanctuary. Did you?
Garfield. Subaru, that's the reason you're avoiding the outside world?
Silence is to be taken as a yes.
Garfield remains silent, looking at Subaru with weakest gaze he's given yet.
It could not even be called a glare, this powerless look.
His expression was that of a small child, scared of his secrets being exposed. Guilt for cutting into another's wounds arises in Subaru's chest.
He subdues the feeling, grappling it down, as he presses Garfield for the truth.
He stabs his finger into the faintly visible wound, forcing the hole wider, letting the blood flow.
Subaru, because your mother abandoned you.
Because you hate your mother who abandoned you, because you hate the outside world that took your mother, you detest the outside world?
His theories from speaking with Lewis.
His advice from Echidna, saying that Garfield fears the outside world. The reason that his goodbye with his family remains in Garfield's heart, and even now stings him as barbs.
Hearing the assertive tone of Subaru's statement, Garfield frantically shakes his head.
Garfield, no. No, no. you're wrong.
The fuck do you goddamn understand? Stop running your mouth like you know shit. Subaru, that's right. What I said is my imaginings, and what my mouth's running is know-it-all bunk. The only one who can say what you're really thinking is you.
If I'm wrong, then what are your actual feelings on this?
Force presses down on his lungs.
Subaru shows no pained expression as he raises his voice.
Showered in Subaru's voice from below him, Garfield's face stiffens. He looks away.
Subaru, you rejected Frederica who left for the outside, you bound yourself with the duty to protect Sanctuary, and you're interfering with people who challenge the trial while they attempt.
165. To break the barrier. What is it you're scared of? What is it you fear?
So you just hate the outside world? Garfield, you're all wrong. Subaru, so you just hate your mother who abandoned you. You challenged the trial, saw yourself being abandoned, and so that's what you're afraid of? Garfield's expression twists in grief.
He lifts his hand from Subaru, uprighting himself in an attempt to escape Subaru's verbal pursuit. But he will not get away.
Subaru reaches out, grabs the back of Garfield's neck, and pulls him to a stop. With Garfield's gruesome, blood-soaked face within breathing range, Subaru glares at him, presses further. Subaru, answer me, Garfield. What is it you're afraid of? His theory from speaking with Lewis, Echidna's words, Roswell and Frederica's attitudes, Ram's expression when she looks at Garfield, Subaru saw an answer differing from all of them. If he was right, if this was the truth, then... Garfield, no, my amazing selves.
My amazing. Subaru, what is it you truly think? Garfield, my amazing. Mine, mother.
Garfield swallows his breath, gazes up at the sky, his fangs chattering as he...
Garfield, I wanted her to be happy.
Garfield, we were in the way, weren't we? Myself and my sister, we were in the way of her happiness, weren't we?
Flowing over, everything that Garfield had been holding in until now. Garfield, well I knew that. She abandoned me and Sis. And of course she would.
Garfield's reasoning, which he had kept in his heart, never revealed to anybody. Garfield, couple of goddamn brats she couldn't have wanted, and ones with demi-human blood at that.
Of course we'd impede her from living in the outside world. Leaving us behind, throwing us away. 166. What is weird about that? There ain't nothing incorrect with that.
Unable to hide his wavering voice, he buries his face in his hands to hide his wavering eyes. Garfield, I get why we were abandoned.
So I don't resent Mom for abandoning us. It's goddamn obvious. Myself and my sis, we were impeding our mom's life. She threw us away, and left Sanctuary so she could be happy.
While still young, Garfield had seen his mother off as she left the two of them behind and exited Sanctuary.
He could not have understood what he felt back then.
But the feeling had laid its roots in him, grown inside him over a long span of time, and bloomed into a single answer.
Being, his mother had just abandoned them. However,
Garfield, but you know, that night.
I saw it. There in Thtum, in the trial, I saw it. I saw it.
She left us, and left Sanctuary, and... Right then, right after she left, her carriage got caught in a landslide, swallowed in the dirt and she just died. Subaru, dash.
Garfield, Sis doesn't know.
Sis fucking thinks Mom's off somewhere, forgotten about us and living a happy life, but reality's not that. Mom, the second she abandoned us.
She died.
Fragments of the truth, sobbed out of Garfield's mouth. The harshness of it overwhelms both Subaru, aware of the circumstances, and unaware Amelia. Garfield remains before the silence too, head still buried in his hands, his breathing ragged with his weeping. Garfield, she just damn died.
She never got to be happy. Subaru can give no reply.
Garfield, why? But you know she left for the outside so that she could be happy? Amelia can give no reply. Garfield, but you know she left us because she wanted to be happy?
Neither Subaru nor Amelia can give Garfield any reply.
Garfield, she abandoned us, but if she never got to be happy and just immediately died, then.
The unanswerable questions stream from Garfield's mouth.
And surely. Garfield, what are we meant to do about our sadness, about this feeling of being thrown away?
167.
These questions had always chorused eternally inside his heart. Garfield, I wanted Mom to be happy.
Power comes to his teary voice.
Garfield draws his hands away from his face, gritting his teeth as he pauses.
His fangs could crack. His canines could tear through his lips. Garfield, the sadness we felt.
And the loneliness of being disowned.
It was meaningful because it was for her happiness, that's what I wanted to think. I wanted to be able to hate Mom. Having lost any harbor for his feelings about his mother, Garfield's heart has been trapped inside sanctuary. Without anything to strike against, his emotions had been the fuel to keep aflame the blaze consuming his soul. Garfield, but Mom just died. Me and Sis, we had a sad experience and that was it.
Mom didn't get to be happy at all, heavy rocks and sand buried her, she died in agony.
Having reached this conclusion, there amid the smoldering ashes inside him, Garfield decided.
Garfield stands up. He draws away from Subaru. He looks up at the tomb, and in a low voice. Garfield, I ain't ever going the outside world.
His voice shakes.
In rage, in sorrow, in vestiges of fury, the flame still blazing even now.
Garfield turns around.
He looks down at the fallen Subaru, and clicks his sharp fangs. Garfield, deserting the place and going outside ain't going to give you happiness. Trying to change anything comes accompanied with pain, and not everybody can withstand that hurt.
Subaru.
Garfield, there's shitons of hopeless people out there.
This place is full of them. What am I meant to do?
Just make them sacrifices for happiness, and give them sad experiences? Just be like my sis?
Subaru.
Garfield, I will, my amazing self will, protect them.
He clenches his fists.
His howling stops, his eyes hosting quiet determination as he pauses. Garfield, my amazing self will protect them. Everything my hands can reach, my amazing self will protect.
Protect, protect, protect. Never ever lose anybody. Never let anyone experience anything like what my mom did. 168.
Not anger, not sadness, prompts Garfield's heart to tremble. Neither Subaru, nor Emilia, can move when faced with these feelings of Garfield's. Garfield spreads his arms wide, turning his back to the tomb, and shouts.
Garfield, I'll be the barrier.
A real one, dividing inside and outside, a barrier. Subaru, Garfield. Garfield, I
will
protect Sanctuary, protect everyone.
Protect Nana. My amazing self's the only one who can do it. My amazing self's the only one who knows it. And it's fine for them not to know. Garfield's nigh bloody scream, his resolve, his determination. Faced with that, they cannot speak.
Garfield has steeled his resolve entirely.
And so.
Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, it's okay, Emilia. Emilia calls out to Subaru as he stands up, steps forth.
He gives a wave of his hand to her concerned voice as he approaches Garfield.
The two face each other, mutually between an arm's reach.
Words would no longer stop Garfield.
And so, there was only one thing to do. Subaru, you goddamn stubborn, oblivious bastard. Garfield. Subaru, I understand your resolve.
My assumption's been wrong. And your assumptions are wrong too. And so.
I'll go and rectify them. Garfield stoops down slightly, his arms dangling at his sides. Although he may look undefended, an abnormal and ghastly aura emanates from him as he takes this serious battle stance. Subaru raises his hands to take his own battle stance, as well.
With Garfield as his opponent, having determined that words will not work, to fight him on his turf.
Subaru, I'll force you into absolute surrender, and teach you
that you're a kind, weak, stupid idiot. Chapter 112, The Instinct to Reject Weakness. The fight peaked with unimaginable severity.
The two men face each other, trading fists from straight on.
Hard bones batter into flesh, muscles bursting, blood dripping.
There come the wails, the unpleasant heaving of frothy respiration, the wretchedness of the sloppy fistfight as it burns into the eyes of the observer. Emilia, Subaru. Standing before the tomb's entrance, the onlooking Emilia puts her hand to her chest.
Her eyes host confusion, her fingers waver in search of something to cling to.
The perpetually reliable presence at her chest and their warmth, aware as she is of its absence, still binds her heart.
Subaru has said things to her inside the tomb.
Subaru asserted that he loved her, cherished her, and so he believed in her.
Indeed, a part of her did feel saved by these words. But it also came with compounding anxiety. Her true memories were being resurrected alongside the ticking of the seconds.
She had believed that false memories were where she began, and with that belief, reached this point. Once her beginnings, her trigger for getting this far, changed, just how would it change her? Her truest feelings conflict with each other in argument, unease rooted deep within Emilia. Subaru had shouted that even if Emilia changes, his love for her will remain unchanged. This boy who had hurt and suffered for her, and attempted to fight to the end for her, she had not a speck of doubt about his feelings.
He had proved them continuously. What she can't trust is her own self.
She walked along a path which had its foundations set in an incorrect beginning, and although she thought she had the end of this road in sight, she stopped. She wondered whether she might be walking in the wrong direction, hesitating despite seeing the end. Her feet have stopped moving.
Would she be permitted to start walking again?
Would the path she walks be a new road, or the same road she walks now? Emilia.
She wanders within the labyrinth of unanswerable, impenetrable questions.
Even now, unable to speak up, and aware that she lacks any right to stop them, Emilia watches the two men fight. A scream, and to great heights, the blood spatters.
Cutting through the air, the swing of a fist, knuckles come looming for his face, at depressingly slow velocity.
TCH.
No need for an overblown dodge. He tilts his head in the barest minimum, evading the fist without sustaining even a graze.
His opponent's stance disintegrates due to that big swing, and there into the adversary's undefended stomach, he jabs his knee to gouge their bowels.
His knee feels their rib bones and flimsy muscles, the attack transmitting to the depths of their gut.
Their mouth, already multiple times subject to expelling fluids, vomits up blood unrelenting. Gao, August.
They hold their stomach, their movements faltering, their visage atrocious.
He pounds his uplifted arms into their slouched back, following from his frontal attack to now scramble their innards from behind.
They had managed to withstand the kick, but they fail to endure the strike from behind and easily collapse.
He kicks them to rotate their fallen body upwards, then follows up his attack by driving his toes into their left flank.
Their screams peal. Their breathing heaves with vomit and blood.
His fists, his knee, his toes. With every strike the sensation of their skin, of their flesh paring away, rebounds to him.
Usually that would jubilate him, but presently he only felt incredible discomfort.
These actions repeated over and over and over and over, and what in the world was the point of it? Enough's goddamn enough, fucking give up already.
He casts jeers on his coughing, unsightly opponent as they spit up blood. He is failing to take their consciousness. He can strike their head, kick their stomach, but they quite detestably will not concede it. Especially detestable, when is attempting to make them understand the disparity in strength between them.
Garfield, you're sure a fucking brainless bastard, oi. You ain't got a hint over a chance Eve winnin'. Your back slouched.
Your swings are pointlessly big. Your balance is wobblin' everywhere, it's a goddamn tragedy.
Subaru, my bad. Garfield, oh, you fucking shit pile. Do you know what it fucking feels like they've entertained this pointless, pighead game of yours? Fucking fuck off, fuck off. Garfield spits his insults at Subaru, who attempts with laborious breaths to upright himself. Subaru's hands contact the ground as he struggles to push himself up. Recipient to punches, his face is swollen, and his nosebleed coats the lower portion of his visage with red. Some of his teeth surely must be broken or missing.
His guts, his ribs, wouldn't be strange for some of them to be busted. With the violent pain ravaging his body, he should not be able to even remain conscious. And yet...
Garfield, what's Tam point? Didn't yer challenge me 'cause yer thought yer had hopes winning? All yer fucking doing is showing off how goddamn ragged and beaten yer or I can't even watch it. Take a fucking nap. Subaru, gig. Obstinacy, stubbornness, those words cannot describe the tenacity Garfield senses as he once again brutalizes Subaru.
He sweeps Subaru's legs out from under him, drives his foot into Subaru's flank when he collapses.
Blood spews from Subaru's mouth as Garfield kicks his tumbling form skyward, then drives his elbow into his suspended frame to shunt him back to the ground. He ricochets off the earth, the hard ground beating his body before he comes to lie spread out on the floor. His eyes peel wide, he exhales an airy breath, and this time for sure lies motionless, finally knocked him unconscious.
Garfield gives a long sigh.
Subaru, fuck are you, looking like it's over. Garfield, HK. Garfield's shoulders heave with his ragged breaths, when the voice he hears from below prompts his eyes to shoot open in shock. The man he surely had knocked unconscious somehow, wavering, manages to stand. Garfield, don't, goddamn joke.
Subaru, yeah. This is no joke here. With how beaten up I am, can't think of a
single funny anecdote. Garfield, that ain't what I am.
Subaru, ha.
Exhibiting a nightmarish doggedness, Subaru spits a sharp breath and swings his fist. Naturally, no matter how desperate the punch is, from Garfield's perspective it's equivalent to being assaulted by a child.
His hand easily catches and diverts the oncoming fist, and as compensation he drives the heel of his palm into Subaru's guts.
The strike drills into a space between his organs, rippling to impact his internal fluids. His already vacant stomach constricts, and up flows blood and yellowy bile.
Subaru, goo, boob.
Garfield, it's the same thing no matter how many times you try, how many fucking times do. Subaru holds his stomach and crumbles on the spot as Garfield once again urges him to surrender.
He cannot bear to watch the disgusting atrocity of it. Garfield averts his gaze, clicking his tongue.
Garfield, dash.
And past his face roars Subaru's fist.
Garfield, WH? Subaru, Garfield, you fuck. Who gave you permission to just ditch me?
Left arm forward, right arm back.
Seeing Subaru readied in combat stance, his will to fight not abolished in the least, Garfield feels something near a shiver. He doesn't consider Subaru a threat for even a moment. Anyone could tell that Subaru was making empty threats, the strength gap between him and Garfield too great for any amount of struggling to compensate.
He could keep sending Garfield these reckless punches, but be it 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times, the ironclad strength gap meant Garfield would simply dodge every attempt.
All of Subaru's struggling, every single moment of it, was futile. No matter how many times Garfield punched, kicked, threw him, no matter how much pain he sustained, his overstressed body would never touch Garfield. Garfield, you fucker, stop shitting around. Subaru, huh?
He was facing an opponent who could not win, but nevertheless lofted stubbornness alone as his weapon.
His spirit alone would not fold, his feelings alone would not falter. Perhaps that mentality ought to be called strength, a strength unbound by the flesh. Seeing him stand up after falling again and again perhaps did jolt Garfield's heart to some degree. But, if he was hoping that this display would make Garfield change his mind, that constituted an insult beyond parallel.
His spirit alone would not fold, would not bend.
These concepts possessed what point, exactly? Garfield, do you really fucking think that if you keep being bullhead, even knowing you won't win, my amazing self's eventually gonna stay my fists? Really fucking think that my amazing self's gonna get sick of punching and kicking you, acknowledge your spirit and stand down, that I'm gonna lose by ceding to emotions, is that what you're trying to fucking say?
Subaru. Garfield, don't fucking joke. This fight between me and you ain't any fucking game.
You beat them down, Yeah, get beat down.
There ain't any other endings these. He stomps the ground.
The power of his earth soul blessing fills him, the earth supplying his body with overflowing
vitality.
Compared to when he had finished fighting Ram and Otto in the forest, and so pushed his ruined body to venture here, his flesh is in better condition. This not even a fistfight with Subaru was not exacerbating his fatigue, in fact he may as well be sitting in tree shade and having a pleasant reprieve. And this minuscule influence of Subaru's is meant to sway Garfield's heart just goddamn how?
Garfield, yeah goddamn said it, didn't you?
That you're gonna teach my amazing self that I'm weak, that's what you goddamn said. Well fuck is this, then?
The fuck is weak. The fuck are you teachin'?
The one who ain't got strength and's getting forced into surrender, the brainless idiot here is goddamn you. Garfield remembers every syllable of Subaru's pre-battle declaration.
It was utter buffoonery. Entirely farcical. Every inch of this man defined the word fraudulent.
Garfield, and that guy and Ram too. Both of them who battled me at least had Thatstri and win.
And that's why I fought them back with everything I had.
They worked their brains coming up with plans, compensating for where they lacked by using their smarts. Those two had that's enough for me to acknowledge them.
But what about you?
While he did not know the exact details of how it worked, Otto had used his blessing to get the forest on his side, and cornered Garfield.
His methods of herding Garfield into that final blast of incredible magic illustrated that he had utilized all his vitality and intellect, his fighting spirit so great that Garfield would gladly commend it as the apex of what the weak could do.
Ram's offensive, which began with her surprise attack, although conferring him with an agony equivalent to betrayal, was indeed a fight perfectly befitting of Ram. Merciless, no punches pulled, a battle between persons of genuine strength. Both had made their most desperate efforts while fighting Garfield, and fully intended to steal victory.
Their methods deserved esteem.
So much so that Garfield had to recognize them as foes and yet glorious. Garfield compared them.
There ain't any way to be more obscene.
You get done in and you still stand up. And so fucking what? No matter how much you're beaten, your spirit won't yield. And fucking what does that say? Even sayin' your hopes win in zilch, you ain't ever fleein' the fight. What's so fucking commendable?
Subaru.
Garfield, you think I'm impressed? That you're blood-soaked, wobbly-legged, can't even open your fucking eyes right, and you're still standing up thing, it's gonna stir my feelings and I'm gonna stand down?
I'm gonna churn you goddamn mincemeat. What fucking idiots do you want to make of me, and of people who acted for your sake?
The greatest indignation Garfield has ever felt in his life blazes within his chest.
The fight has been defiled, he has been insulted.
And not only that, but this man's methods were attempting to pollute the nobility, the resolute will, of those whose fights Garfield had acknowledged. Garfield, take a fucking nap.
Pull the fuck out.
You fucking disgusting, miserable pile of shit. Your best answer's to accept you've lost and curl up to nap in your cot, you halfwit.
Subaru.
Still in his fighting stance, Subaru bathes in Garfield's lines and lines of curses. His head wavers unsteadily, his eyes near swollen shut but somehow managing to capture Garfield. His will to fight was not waning, which precisely made his filthiness an eyesore.
If all these words, these blows, these punches were not leading his spirit to bend, then what did he have to do to break him? If pain will not achieve it, then only one solution remains. Garfield, how about you try goddamn telling him, huh?
Turning around, Garfield calls out to Emilia, observing the fight from the tomb's entrance.
Her shoulders tremble minutely as the conversation is suddenly aimed at her.
The display of weakness makes Garfield click his tongue in irritation. Garfield, you can't bear to fucking watch, now you goddamn tell him that.
He ain't fucking listening when I say it.
Have the girl he loves tell him he looks disgusting lame, that his efforts ain't achieving nothing, that he's benign shit. Emilia, aye. Garfield, what?
You're saying you can't fucking do it? Does it look to you he still has any hope of winning?
Or do you like watching this? You watch the guy who loves you get torn up and broken down for your sake, and does that delude you into feeling you're loved, fucking really, oi? Emilia, HK. Emilia freezes rigid, her eyes wide open, as the spite showers upon her. Garfield's merciless statements thrust daggers into onlooking Emilia. If Garfield's fists will not stop Subaru, then Emilia's words are the only option. His body would be broken by Garfield, his heart would be broken by Emilia, and so being even Subaru would surely yield. Over the course of watching the fight, Emilia's face twisted multiple times in pain as she witnessed Subaru be beaten. Unlike Subaru with his mysterious resolve, Emilia's heart has not steeled itself for anything yet.
She is still the same girl, who lost the trial and sobbed wailing afterwards. Garfield had no great intention to lambaste her for that. To be overwhelmed by the trial, by your past, was natural.
Who on earth could negate the memory of their greatest regret? The concept that you could overcome your past, your regrets, was utter bullshit. Subaru had mixed up what were realistic ideals and what were unattainable fantasies, a madman. This boy persistently standing before him chased entirely after fantasies, and demanded that others do the same thing.
He was legitimately insane. He was the same breed as Roswell, an imbecile whose vision encompassed one thing and nothing more.
Garfield, fucking stop him, and end this.
Both me, and you. We're dancing to the tune of that which is bullshit. And that's all that's goddamn happening.
Emilia, Emilia's back straightens as if struck by lightning, her eyes shooting open. Her captivating eyes are damp with tears as she looks at Subaru. Her lips quiver, Garfield's gaze still fixed on her, as she moves to call Subaru to stop.
Everything will be over then. But
Subaru, Emilia.
Before she can speak, Subaru is the one to call.
She closes her mouth as she listens intently to Subaru's faint voice.
Frantic, so as not to miss whatever he may say to her. To her, Subaru states merely one single thing.
Subaru, watch me.
Nothing more. Spoken in frail voice, practically whispered to himself.
But Emilia hears it, looks up in astonishment, and after several seconds of hesitation. Emilia,
Puts her hand to her chest and nods. Garfield, huh? Faced with their exchange and entirely uncomprehending, Garfield shouts in confusion. His eyes widen in fury, only for Subaru to jab at him his finger.
Subaru, so you've been going on griping for a while now, but you got it wrong, Garfield. Garfield, fuck? Subaru, maybe to you, I look like an idiot putting in their all despite having no chance of winning.
But I'm not joking around.
I've learned crazy goddamn well when it comes to knowingly getting into fights I can't win after suffering pain thanks to you.
Never doing it again.
Subaru's face is a swollen mess, yet it still manages to twist into a scowl. This event that Subaru is referring to is nothing that Garfield could know, but apparently it relates to some overwhelmingly detested memory of his. But even pitted against that sentiment, there is something he said which Garfield must not overlook.
Garfield, fucking ridiculous.
It ain't even ideals or fantasy anymore, you're straight out not seeing what's there. If you stopped challenging opponents you can't beat. Then hell's this situation, oi. Fuck is this situation? Subaru, isn't it obvious, stupid?
I still haven't abandoned the fight for even a moment.
Perhaps his consciousness compounds in clarity as he speaks, for strength begins to return to Subaru's voice as he makes his assertion.
This baseless vitality of his seals Garfield's throat mute with how it enrages him.
Subaru, long as I can still stand, I haven't abandoned the fight, and the point where I stop standing back up only happens once I'm dead. Garfield. Subaru, and with how you chicken out during the decisive moments, you can't kill me, meaning you can't stop me.
It might only be bit by bit, but I'm inching toward my win. My victory is definite.
Garfield, you're fucking imbecile. This ain't a thing F me being able not able till you.
How the fuck? With what struggle? Are you fucking possibly going to beat me?
When wounded head to toe and as ragged as an old dish rag, any amount of words ring hollow.
Subaru's statements equate to nothing more than extravagant prat. You can't stop me unless you kill me was merely him expressing his volition.
And assuming the claim was legitimate, he was then meaning to state that unless killed he could keep fighting, and eventually managed to land a fatal blow on Garfield?
That would not occur, and would need incredible quantities of time and miracles to ever happen.
Garfield, my amazing self breaks your limbs, then you can't do nothing and it's over.
Whether you're conscious, or whether you wanna win. To have nothing to do with it. Garfield roars in furious rage.
His feet siphon vitality from the ground, his once fatigued body regaining strength halfway to his usual. This constituted more than enough power for mutilating Natsuki Subaru. He stomps off the earth, goes flying for Subaru. Faced with Garfield's approach, Subaru jabs out his fist as if happy about this turn of events.
It's moronic.
Slow.
Unequivocally insufficient.
He easily dodges it, strikes him in the abdomen. Pistons his knee into his chin, grabs him as he recoils and throws him hurtling to the ground. He drives his heel into his fallen form, wresting out 2, 3 screams of agony.
A merciless series of attacks. And with this.
Subaru, it's over, you think? Garfield, Pisshead, what the fuck is this? Supposedly sustaining even more grievous bodily wounds, Subaru stands up.
Witnessing it, an unknown, arcane feeling begins to mantle Garfield's heart. He couldn't defeat him? He couldn't win? No, those were not where his anxiety lay.
It was in the suspicion that maybe, truly, exactly as this man stated, merely accumulation of physical damage would not manage to stop him. Garfield, what the fuck is the point in risking your life for this? Say you somehow managed to beat my amazing self, do you really think that half which can beat the trial?
You seriously think that's the case here, huh? Subaru.
Garfield, like those miracles could happen.
Like that convenient shit could happen.
1,000,000 to 1, billion to 1 chance, saying you beat my amazing self, doing that ain't gonna change anything bout that woman.
And it's the same for anyone. When you have a messed up, hopeless past. When you see how your regrets have stewed, you can't do goddamn anything about it. Why ain't you understanding this?
Subaru, you're the one who should be hearing that question. Garfield, It lacks in enough momentum to be a burst of outrage, possesses too much emotion to be an appeal. The cracks skirting though Garfield's logic-devoid words fracture further beneath Natsuki Subaru's yell. Subaru, stop goddamn going off deciding everything on your own, Garfield.
Garfield, fuck are you?
Subaru, stop goddamn going off deciding what Emilia's limits are.
She isn't that weak.
Distant, standing before the tomb, Emilia swallows her breath. Subaru, stop goddamn going off, deciding what my limits are.
No one tells me to fold, or to abandon everything and cower. My surrender is never happening. Spitting blood, the glint in Subaru's eyes grows stronger.
And Subaru, fucker, don't goddamn go off giving up on yourself. You can do goddamn more. More's out there for you, you were a damn kid, you weren't even fully grown yet. Fucking clinging to an intractable idea you came up with when you didn't even have pubic hair. Subaru straight out informs Garfield that the belief he stubbornly held, the creed which had kept his heart bound to sanctuary, is imbecilic. Garfield immediately opens his mouth to reply. But something feels to have stabbed into his chest, keeping any speech from exiting his throat.
He cannot say anything. Nothing is coming out. His head blazes white.
It isn't that he thinks Subaru correct.
There is no possible way Garfield could be wrong.
The self he started being after he realized he was wrong was not wrong.
He must not be wrong.
And so this man claiming that Garfield was wrong, must not be permitted to be here.
Garfield, ha. Ha.
Got it.
Subaru.
Garfield, I need to stop you. I ain't got any idea if any of what you're saying.
But it's making me feel sick. And so, I'm stopping you. He must stop him.
And the way to stop him is surely, the exact way the man had previously stated. So long as he still breathes, this man cannot be stopped. Garfield, then. I'll kill you. Subaru, can you? Garfield, fuck off.
The method too, it was always right here.
If he will not stop unless killed, Garfield would now kill and stop him assuredly. Now, here, he would make the choice.
Make the choice to entrust himself to the abhorrent, vile blood of the beast sleeping inside him.
Garfield, sigma 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 sigma.
He holds himself, all the blood in his body seething with incendiary heat. The inferno feels to superheat his every exhale with red. His cells squirm, his muscles swell, his mass explodes in size.
His limbs grow thick as logs, his abdomen bloating to snap off his loincloth. Golden fur sprouts across his hole as his sharp fangs mature instantly into elongate sabers. His face protrudes into a snout, the world-changing color alongside the slitting of his pupils.
His thoughts solder. The mind of the once-present Garfield Tinsel drowns.
The exhilaration of transformation, and the feeling of his bestial instincts driving out his rationality. Once everything's done and he returns, what remains before him will be ravaged chunks of scattered gore. The final visage of Natsuki Subaru.
He had not been able to stop him short of doing this. He had neither intent to lament, nor to repent for that. People who lacked strength were bad. The weak could proffer nothing. All there was to it. His consciousness was fading.
His bestial instincts screech in jubilation, jaws opening to devour their miserable prey.
The dim-witted animal's vision drowns beneath an eruption of ink-black fog. Chapter 113, Jewels never come from the solitary Quena.
His eyes won't open fully. Blood flows through him so poorly his veins might as well be clogged.
But the scarlet dripping from his nose and his wounds shows no signs of dampening. Was he or was he not wanting for blood?
Bleeding some of it out might actually be perfect for his broiling brain. With all the punches he's taken, Subaru's recognition of the world comes with just a smidgen of lag while he shakes his head and thinks these thoughts.
It really felt he had been standing up solely for the purpose of getting punched again.
He did not mean to stand there doing nothing, but even supposing he punched or kicked back, his attacks would not hit. With every blow he sustained he spat blood, suppressed his pain, made himself smile a cryptic smile which screamed your attacks are entirely ineffective.
And stood back up. And repeated this. They were not ineffective.
Both the insides and outsides of his body groan, the entirety of his guts practically burst and mushed together. The bones supporting his body feel erroneously to have crumbled to dust, and the fact that all his limbs still move according to his will can only be described with the word miracle. However, not a single one of these things resulted from a miracle. Every time his consciousness seemed about to fall, about to falter, his fading awareness would be grabbed by the neck and dragged back to him in stern reprimand. From inside his pocket crackles a hot, sharp pain, an excessively Spartan compass, practically cooking his brain. While it's something he had requested himself, his cheeks still twist at how relentless it is. He was using tricks to keep himself from losing consciousness. Regardless, numerous other strategies existed for Garfield to stop Subaru. That Subaru nevertheless, as he recklessly continued to stand up, never sustained damage which would perfectly incapacitate him, was entirely due to Garfield's own judgment. If he took a real hit from a Garfield in top form, then Subaru would be done in a flash. Just one hit would transform him into sloppy chunks of gore. The exorbitant damage Garfield sustained from Otto and Ram's fight did contribute to why this has not happened. But Garfield, who strained his wounded body to get here, still possessed the fangs to kill Subaru in one bite and the claws to shred him apart with one swing. That this has not happened is due to, unable to fatally injure another no matter what his own condition is, Garfield's judgment. Ultimately, Garfield is far too kind, is likely the situation here. The Lewises, Frederica, even Ram, all of them had appraised Garfield that way. His usual crude disposition and boorish behavior made unimaginable the sensitivity of his heart. Although he spoke of violence, internally, he constantly nurtured and focused his strength in a manner that would protect someone he found unforgivable, someone liable to destroy sanctuary. Even with such a person as his opponent, he could not make the decision to take their life. Subaru. Subaru knew he was taking advantage of Garfield's disposition and kindness. Utilizing Garfield's personality had been a principle of Subaru's for fighting him all along. With Garfield as his opponent, too kind to give it his all, then Subaru was somewhat convicted that he would not be killed.
But even said, he has a grievously wounded Garfield facing him, and he's getting decked.
If Garfield had been in peak condition, Subaru surely would not be getting away with so little. For that he felt grateful to Otto and Ram, who had endeavored for him while ignoring his plans.
Could they be dead?
Being that Garfield's personality keeps him from killing Subaru, it's inconceivable that he would have killed Otto and Ram.
Even if it had wound up happening, Garfield's attitude would give it away.
And most importantly, if Garfield had killed Ram, then no reason existed for him to show up and stop Subaru in human form.
To rationalize, and remain in bestial shape would be natural.
Garfield had not denied Subaru's statements about his neglect to kill them. Meaning that the conclusion to Otto, Ram, and Garfield's fight amounted entirely to that. Garfield, Sigma 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 Sigma.
Garfield cradles himself as his body starts transforming.
His arms, his legs, enlarge not one but 2 times over, his torso's thickness and size shifting into something overpowering. His claws and fangs become sharp as blades while his face morphs from that of a human to that of a feline.
Golden fur coats his bare skin. 4 feet contacting the ground lug his great body. What materialized here, with Subaru reflected in its slit pupil eyes, was a golden tiger. He needed to kill Subaru to stop him.
After countless swings of his fists, Garfield finally reached the conclusion, and so to kill the Subaru that he needed to kill, Garfield made his decision. He would call to the blood sleeping within him, to his bestial instincts, become a tiger and take Subaru's life.
All while in the shape of a dim-witted animal, to end this without witnessing anything.
Subaru, but that's where you're messing up, Garfield. His inability to kill his opponent, and inability to strike them down with his fists, was kindness. Making the decision to protect Sanctuary, to protect himself and those around him, was also kindness. But running away to where he would not witness his actions, all for the sake killing of someone he could not kill, had nothing to do with kindness.
What it was Garfield's weakness.
And Natsuki Subaru would not hesitate to take advantage of it. Subaru, begging you, body of mine. Don't break down from this. Hostility fills the transformed Garfield's eyes, their reflection being Subaru.
His limbs bend. Omens that the beast will come charging to rip Subaru apart. This is the sole juncture he has for decision.
Subaru grits his teeth once before focusing on his body's center, on the gateway tied to the point just below his navel, and shouts. Subaru, Shema Ark. Garfield. The instant the tiger opens its mouth, the world answers to the fervid call. Ink-black fog erupts in the space between Subaru and the beast, drowning away the form of the towering creature. Moments before its consumption there swings an outstretched paw, but it strikes nothing before vanishing beneath the smoke. Once the spreading abyss of dark swallows the beast, the unfurling confusion hoists the creature's existence into end.
Subaru, Yui, ow.
The instant he finishes watching the events through, an impact like a blow to his head assaults Subaru's skull. The sharp pain of a drill boring into his cranium from both within and without makes his vision strobe in crimson, lights dancing all around. Unlike the dull pain of Garfield's punches, this was an unsparing sharp hurt, as if shaving away at his soul, hurt he manages to swallow down, in jest,
the taxation of his gait, which he had been warned not to use.
The capital's greatest healer had cautioned that he may never be able to use magic again. Betraying that advice, Subaru utilized the thing once more. He feels his imperceptible gate burn. The foundations of this gateway within his center sways tremendously, and somewhere far and distant and separate from his body, something severs.
This pain of something violently, messily, being wrested away.
Alongside the lossful sense of what will never be recovered, it brings Subaru's heart understanding.
Subaru, thank you. A strand he had continuously relied upon is cut. He doesn't mind.
An option that he supposedly lacked in the first place had merely been eliminated in earnest. Regardless, it was owing to that power that he managed to get this far, and for that he was grateful.
For this was farewell. Subaru. He looks forward.
His last cast of magic had failed to fully enshroud Garfield's tremendous form.
While crucially his
head is veiled in the center of the smoke, his overhanging body has its right flank peeking out.
He put in his absolute best, and still managed only this. He sighs out his nose.
A clot of blood stuck there dislodges, spills. He rigorously wipes it away with his sleeve as he leads his unsteady legs to step forward.
He reaches for his pocket. Palms the hard thing, feeling intense relief that it has not broken over the course of this battle. Should this thing be gone, he didn't have a fuck of a chance. Subaru. The inky fog is steadily beginning to thin. How many seconds since he cast? 10?
5?
Might even be shorter. He seriously had not a single speck of magical talent in him. But right now he was grateful for it. The tiger's right flank was visible.
Captured in a world of obfuscation, body immobile.
While the magic had been imperfect, it conversely robbed Subaru of any need to deliberate. And so there is no deliberation in his course.
Right foot, left foot.
Far too slow to be called running. But so goes this laggard, momentum-helmed sprint. There, once he draws close enough to touch this immense frame.
Subaru, get back down into my court, Garfield. Into that thick shoulder, Subaru takes the shining blue crystal from his pocket and pushes, stabs. Light, spilling over. After your contract with Emilia's broken, you're back to being a free spirit. Yeah?
Well, I suppose that's what it would be.
But, even calling me free, my individual power is pretty immense.
Your run-of-the-mill person wouldn't be able to provide the mana to maintain me.
And besides, no matter who else it could be, I don't have any urge to contract anyone but Leah.
So that mana to maintain you. It has to seriously be a lot?
Yup. For example's sake, Subaru, we'll pretend that you tried to conduct me, and even borrowed power from the ambient mana. I suppose you'd dry up in, say, a day.
Ah? Sounds tighter than I thought. But is that enough that you fight?
That day we're talking about is where I'm not materialized and you're just carrying me around. If I materialized would be, I guess it'd take 5 seconds before you're out.
Want to try it? How about no? But man, seriously, what happened to that thing about me having affinity with
spirits? So long as we're talking about these spirits over here, might be preface you needed for that.
But even if that wasn't what it meant, my situation comes with special circumstances. I seriously am a spirit specially for Leah. Less than dash greater than.
The plan to employ me after my contract's broken and freak out Leah is hitting some setbacks. I wasn't asking you about this as a plan to shock or freak her out.
But, are you kidding me? Guess my ideas were off then.
Sorry. And even pretending that it would probably work, there's the problem of the anchor.
Actually, since we're here, we might have been able to manage something about that.
Anchor. Something like the crystal hanging around Emilia's neck?
That one really is special.
But fortunately there should be something made of the same material around here, and we could at least figure something out if we borrowed just a tidge of it. But either way, even if I'm stuck inside the crystal, and left just stuck inside the crystal, the mana just isn't
greater than. Less than. So, something I wanna ask.
Yes?
Leaving aside whether it's a contract, is it possible to just have you inside a crystal if you're agreeing with it?
So long as the mana supply's there.
That'd be right.
But, securing that mana supply would be incredibly difficult.
Because I'm literally draining the mana, in my case. Sucking and sucking, until you're incapacitated. Greater than. Less than dash greater than.
Less than Subaru?
Say, Puck.
So those replacements you mentioned for the crystal, where are they? Stabbing into the tiger's right shoulder, expelling a terrific light, is a blue crystal. Neither polished nor sanded, The cutaway jewel's sharp point drives into the animal's skin, where it grabs the creature's vitality and siphons it away. Subaru, GHH. Dazzled by the light, Subaru topples backwards as if assaulted by forceful winds. He falls on his behind, retreating as he watches the scene before him, where the tiger swallowed in smog still has yet to notice the alternation to its own body. That crystal sizable enough to grasp in the hand would voraciously drain the mana of creatures it stabbed. Just keeping it stored in his pocket had exhausted Subaru incredibly. What would happen when that effect was applied directly to the body?
The answer lay right in front of him.
Garfield, or R. The smoke clears.
The visual obstruction from the fog, and forced confusion from the magic.
By the time he is released from both of these, the tiger, Garfield, has lost the majority of his animal flesh, on his way back to his original shape as a young humanoid man. His fur flakes away and to the ground, limbs once the width of many logs tied together returning to a sane thickness.
His fangs and claws shrink, his body cracking and creaking as it reverts to human form.
The one looking most baffled by this transfiguration is none other than Garfield himself.
His eyes shoot open in shock at his loss of his bestial shape, and return to his original body.
He raises his arms, staring at his human hands with quivering, golden eyes. Garfield, ridicule.
What hell?
Subaru, I did tell you, Garfield.
I don't get in fights I can't win.
Garfield's head springs up to look at Subaru. Subaru wipes off his rear as he stands up, his face swollen but smiling insidiously. Garfield comprehends the alternations to his body, and the fact that he remains severely wounded.
He turns his head, to notice the foreign object stabbing into his shoulder. Garfield, hell. This? No, this thing is. Subaru, pretty sure you recognize that light. Me, and you should both know it.
Garfield, ya bastard, where'd you
get?
Subaru, obviously.
From Lewis Meyer's crystal. It's one of the jewels from the stock to keep it going. The laboratory deep in the woods. Lewis Meyer, who became the cornerstone of the barrier to protect Sanctuary.
The crystal which held her trapped and eternally crystallized depended on some fraction of the duplicates to maintain its functions. At regular intervals, Lewis duplicates would exchange the driving mechanisms inside the glowing crystal's lower base.
And of course, those crystals were not infinite in quantity. The supply in
Sanctuary would eventually run dry, and no longer work to maintain its faculties. Subaru, which means they have to be brought in here regularly with food and stuff. When you're one of Roswell's backers, there's more than enough opportunity to pinch, say, one of them. Garfield, but, just doing that. Just stabbing me, ain't gonna drain my strength like this.
What goddamn trick did ya put?
Subaru, well, maybe there's a preposterous and starving monster inside that crystal.
His breath faltering, Garfield struggles to speak. He reaches for his shoulder, attempting to somehow pull the jewel out, but the blue crystal practically rejects Garfield's fingers as it stubbornly remains in his flesh, unyielding.
Giving a deep sigh, Subaru lets his body untense as he turns to look behind him.
He looks up to where Emilia quietly looks down upon him.
Subaru's situation must have appeared doomed even to her. Regardless, she never attempted to stop Subaru's battle. This girl who, when he fought battles while running off a stubbornness unreasonable in either of the two's case, had once so fervently attempted to stop him. Even Subaru understood that there was something, which he not quite assert as being trust, between them.
That something between them surely was something which they had yet to put into either words or form. The crystal has pinned Garfield's actions to a stop.
Emilia must have noticed something, seeing that glow.
She didn't know what. But it was fine that she not know. For now.
Subaru, watch me, Garfield. Garfield, eh?
Subaru, if you want to stop me, then do it by your own hands.
Don't leave yourself to that blood inside you, where you can't damn tell what you're doing.
You're the one who's making idiots of people. He steps forth. His body creaks, blood dripping without pause from somewhere. His life is flowing out. But he has no intent to either stop, or let himself be stopped.
Subaru, you're trying to stop us.
We will stop you.
Emilia will challenge the tomb.
Sanctuary will be freed. We don't have time to sit around at stalemate.
Garfield, you spouting whatever fucking bullshit you goddamn like. Who fucking asked?
Who fucking gave you permission? This place, just as it is, stayin' as it is, without any changin', is fine.
Subaru, not like it can possibly stay unchanged, stay stagnant, stay like this forever.
That's something that,
centuries ago, before the place wound up like this, someone ought to have realized. Garfield, there are people
who don't want it change. Who want it stay the same.
Subaru, I figure it'd be fine if you, keeping things entirely unchanged, could keep reigning as the place's guardian eternally and forever. But, you see, there are things you can't achieve alone no matter how hard you try.
Time would, the generations would, both eventually leave Garfield behind. Eventually, he would lose the power enough to keep protecting the unchanging sanctuary.
Subaru, just like how we all ganged up to corner you, there's gonna come a time where you can't manage it on your own.
Like any second.
Subaru walks, to arrive before Garfield. Garfield clutches the crystal in his shoulder, his breathing unsteady but his eyes nevertheless strong as he glares at Subaru. Subaru reciprocates the glare from straight on. They both knew that merely slinging words at each other would not suffice.
And so,
Subaru, go get dead collapsed, Garfield.
Behold the power of numbers.
Garfield, there had to be other goddamn ways to say that. Garfield roars. A fist comes swinging below.
But sluggishly.
With the crystal draining his energy, barely any strength remains in Garfield. Subaru breezily tilts his head aside, and fails to move as intended and so eats a fist to the face.
His vision swims.
Garfield, yeah, who's getting th goddamn lights out? Then my amazing self's knocking th tomb down, and you and the others, I'm keeping alle yeah here till you're dead. Subaru, so that's what you were fucking planning, huh? Subaru responds by stretching out his faltering legs and slamming his fist upwards.
Unavoidable, the punch smashes into Garfield's face. For the first time this whole fight, Subaru lands a clean hit.
Terrible posture, the core of his body unsteady, his arm not even fully extended, a shitty excuse for a punch. He naturally could not expect the strike to be as powerful as he hoped, but against the present Garfield, it was more than enough. Garfield, Gorg. Now accompanying his bodily wounds, the mana supporting his body is being leached from his core. Garfield already stood at the precipice of martial incapacitation, and Subaru's strike would be the decisive blow to send him hurtling off.
But
Garfield ain't gonna work. Subaru, pish. Garfield's 2 feet stomp the ground as hard as they can, his posture lowering as he drives his elbow into Subaru's solar plexus. Subaru screams, utilizing his lowered head to strike Garfield's forehead with a headbutt. The two both recoil at the numb pain to their skulls, both send out their fists as they right their heads, both land their hit. With fists mutually driven into the other's cheek, blood begins to flow from the noses of the two. Subaru was at the limit for physical damage, while Garfield was, with the mental factors included, sitting in critical territory. The glow of the crystal in Garfield's shoulder steadily grows dimmer. That perhaps proved that Garfield was near exhausted of mana, or otherwise said, proved the battle in proximity of conclusion. Subaru, hap. Garfield, fuck are you dozing off for? The instant he drops his guard, the fist at his cheek flicks open, sending his face rebounding with a smack. For a moment the strike sends his consciousness soaring off to elsewhere. He immediately grits his teeth, hard, the pain of his cracked tooth as it shatters guiding him back to consciousness. He could not rely on trickery anymore to keep himself from falling unconscious. Now the object was contributing in a different form, in a fashion without any greater parallel. Subaru would have to withstand all the pain on his own. Negligence. Conceit. Idiocy. Subaru would always be weak, and would never sincerely be the superior party in a fight. Subaru, and so I can't be slacking off. Garfield, He swings his left arm down to hook Garfield by the neck, sending the two of them toppling to the ground. With his body battered, Subaru grimaces in pain as he attempts to upright himself. When a vicious pain spears across his left arm, pinned to the ground as it is, he looks to find Garfield's fangs biting down on the upper portion of his arm. Subaru, Jiwa. Garfield, GHGGG. Subaru, Aig. Get off.
This hurts, you idiot.
Subaru punches Garfield in the face to make him let go. His arm is squelched into freedom as the fangs release, but a limb pierced to the bone has no hope of moving.
And his right arm.
Garfield, got. Yeah. Subaru reaches out his right arm in an attempt to repossess his left, when Garfield grabs his shoulder.
While he may have lost the strength to throw a swing or a kick, he has not lost the strength to grasp.
Constrictive force enough to shatter a boulder destroys Subaru's right shoulder, bones and all. A dull cracking resounds through the air alongside Subaru's silent shrieks. His upper left arm has been mutilated and his right shoulder has its bones destroyed, both non-functional. With his arms robbed of their capabilities, Subaru's eyes shoot open as Garfield kicks him down.
Garfield, stand.
Now there ain't nothing you can do.
What I should have done was this.
Was turn you into a flopping sardine from start. Seeing Subaru writhe on the ground, Garfield's cheeks twist in victorious jubilation. He gets to his unsteady feet before turning his head to the sky, letting loose his voice.
The howl of an animal, an aria of triumph.
Now all Subaru could do was wait to be stepped on, finished off, and... Subaru, how many times do I have to tell you, don't decide my end? The blow of the headbutt thrust up from below bashes Garfield in the nose, sending his eyes spinning.
He stumbles off course.
Subaru stands with his arms hanging limp.
It's impossible. Ridiculous.
This isn't a question of strength of will, but an issue resting on an entirely different dimension. Subaru, my end, and your end.
Neither are here yet. Garfield, gee goddamn. Fuck off.
Don't you dare stand.
Quit standing.
Garfield's face twists in agony as he takes a single step in retreat from the standing Subaru. As if, unable to use his arms and capable only of standing as he was scared of him. Garfield, fuck is this persistence gonna do? People here, every last own FM.
Every single one's a hopeless dreg. The outside rejected 'em, and here's the only place they have. They go outside, and what? What happens? Subaru, you leave, and be something. If you're going to be here to end peacefully, then do it. Neither one of those options are available here anymore.
No matter how much strength Garfield flaunts, and no matter how he fights, it will not change the coming future.
Garfield by himself cannot stop the threat the sizable hair presents. No matter how hard he tries, he will fail to save some people.
And each time that count increases, he will lose his strength, until he is eventually defeated in the face of insatiable hunger. If Subaru could communicate that future to him, perhaps he could be impelled into action right here.
But that would not mean that he changed his mind. It would only be a temporary push. His heart would remain sealed inside Sanctuary. Once he
knew the danger had passed, he would return here, still pretending the place was a paradise while he submerged into stagnation.
Ignoring the push at his back, ignoring the hands offered to him, disregarding all of it, Garfield Tinsel would feign his mourning of his mother's death while unceasingly consoling himself. Subaru, leave this place, Garfield.
This blockade you're scared of doesn't exist. Garfield, there is a blockade.
I am one. I'm an unfailing blockade, separate in inside and outside. Me, and Nana, and the others. We all stopped still. It's already the end for us. They gave up once.
The people of Sanctuary feared connection with the outside, retreated into their paradise, and gave up on contacting the world outside the forest. And so Garfield was trying to protect that enclosed paradise.
Asserted he would.
That was equivalent to letting their lives be made consummate.
Because of one person, going off doing things on his own.
Subaru, then we'll break that blockade. Right here and right now, Us. Garfield, that guy.
And Ram. They're having beddy buys. And you're gonna be getting your piece too.
This us you're talking about don't fucking exist anymore. Here's the end for me and for all you. Subaru, do you think it's fucking smart to give up? It's damn obvious that it's cooler not to. You think that when you give up on everything and stop walking means the end for you?
Just take a little rest and walk again. The opportunity for it visited you goddamn ages ago. The trial which resulted in him fearing the outside world, Garfield experienced that trial, and Louis and Frederica nevertheless loved him. Frederica chose to step into that outside world, to create a place where the people of Sanctuary could live, once the barrier was someday broken. She would have turned to look back, and offered Garfield her hand.
She would have seen Garfield stopped still, and offered that he walk again. Of course. After all, Frederica was Garfield's sister. When a little brother cries themselves stuck, it's their big sis who reaches out for them. Subaru, you said Frederica left for the outside world, and left you behind.
But you're wrong.
You're absolutely wrong, Garfield.
You aren't bound to the barrier. If you wanted to follow her, you could have any time. You're the one who neglected to.
Garfield, Subaru, you're the one who drew away first, Garfield.
Then you fucking whinge about it being your sister's fault.
You don't think it's fucking pathetic?
The pit of his chest burns. What on earth was he saying? He was starting to lose track himself. Deep in his gut, in that very core, something dark squirms.
The supernatural gateway beneath his navel, connecting Subaru to the outside world, has lost its function. So then, right now, this thing in the pit of this body, asserting its presence, was what, exactly? Still unsure of his head, of his body, of this man before him, he screams.
Subaru, any time. Any moment. When you want to act. When you want to change. The instant you think that marks the starting line.
Suffer failure, lose everything, wallow in resignation and stop, hug your knees and cower. Even should the disappointment in yourself, the disappointment of others, the isolating feeling of being abandoned by your precious ones all feel to steep you from your depths upwards, and you're stuck thinking that you're worthless.
Subaru, raise your head again, walk the path in front of you. And how can anyone order you to give up on that?
Give up. Relinquish.
Surrender. Idiocy. All of it, insipid bullshit warranting no heed.
If there is someone hugging their knees, and you feel the caprice to call out, you best as well support them.
Do your best. You can do it. I don't know what's up, but if you stand and keep running, you'll reach somewhere. His chest burns.
Subaru, aren't I right, Garfield? He calls the name of the man before him, his eyes wavering feebly, his visage small.
His guts blazing.
Subaru, aren't I right, Emilia?
He calls of the name of the girl behind him, her gaze looking down at him, her standing on the threshold between weakness and something else.
His eyes, with it spilling over. Subaru, say, aren't I right, Rem? His head raised, mouth open, eyes wide, he calls the name of the person who gave him the impetus to stand.
He had been taught that giving up and coming to a stop should surely not mean the end.
Natsuki Subaru desired that the power he was given that day reach every single person there was.
Subaru.
A power which does not belong to Subaru squirms within the core of him, shrieking its birthing cry,
cheering the fact of its birthing, and welcoming the fact of its birth.
With Natsuki Subaru as an intermediately, it again connects to the world. Heat, spilling over.
In the center of Subaru's body, a conflagration burns.
It eddies in the space before Subaru, scarlet flowing out his bloodshot eyes, and takes form, tampering with the world. Garfield, Garfield soars. He raises his claws to swing, bares his teeth to show, no longer using words, but actions to deny Subaru's assertions. Unable to spin words, unable to put his feelings to form, this is the only method he can conceive. He doesn't know anything else. And so Garfield reaches his claws for Subaru.
Heat spilling from bleeding Subaru is congregating right in front of him, but he doesn't notice.
Right in front of the Subaru he is leaping at, there spawns a warp in space, an inconceivable fissure in the world, but he doesn't notice. He does not notice the overwhelming force extending from that fissure.
Well, naturally, he cannot see it.
Or no, nobody except Subaru could see it. Because this thing, which only Subaru can negotiate, is unseen hand.
Subaru.
The world looks to move in slow motion. This sensation is a far too familiar one for Subaru. While on the brink of dying, or in the instant before sustaining a fatal wound, or when suffering punishment for voicing the taboo, it's always during pain and depresses him. But unlike those times, this illusory sensation is presently here for Subaru's sake.
He sees oncoming Garfield very clearly. Full hostility, but it also carried the wisps of a child's tantrum.
Subaru focuses his gaze on the tip of Garfield's chin.
Somehow, he knows. Before makes it happen, he gains comprehension. All he has to do is fix his aim, and let this thing he's tugging taut loose. That alone, and surely, it would be accomplished. And so Subaru does exactly that.
Garfield, dash! The unleashed power shouts in glee, sniping defenseless Garfield from below. The outstretched torrent of force takes the shape of a fist, extends to the shape of an arm, which slams a punch into Garfield's face midway through his leap, shooting him high skyward. Garfield, wah! Struck by a completely unanticipated attack, Garfield fails to catch himself as he slams back to the ground. He tumbles to a stop, splayed out on the earth. Subaru understands that he has just fired the decisive blow. Simultaneously, an incredible load of something is wrested away from inside him. Subaru, oh.
He falls to his knees, his body folding as he vomits all he wishes. But not a single drop of blood or bile comes out. Not a drop of scarlet or saliva, for nothing extraneous remains within him.
That was what a final strike it was, on the tail of so much effort. The torrent of power unraveled and dispersed immediately after sniping Garfield. Its fountain likely remains inside Subaru even now, but he doesn't sense that he can withdraw it. The present Subaru, at least, lacks anything more he can give. If he uses that arm any more than he just has, he will need to sacrifice more. But, being that the fight is over, for the moment that necessity is.
Subaru, come on, you're joking.
Garfield, don't, understand, mate.
Broken down, bordering on unconsciousness.
His vision edged with white, so exhausted any blink could be his last. He had expended such incredible efforts, and still.
Garfield Tinsel, with an outrageous nosebleed streaming down his face, is standing.
Subaru, seriously, just how tough are you? Garfield, I ain't foldin', it.
Ain't endin'. Garfield's consciousness is halfway gone.
His unfocused gaze appears to look at Subaru while not looking at him at all. Tenacity alone was allowing Garfield to stand, rejecting that final push. Almost surely, Subaru could shove him and that would topple Garfield. But the strength to enact that attack was equally lacking in Subaru. Never mind taking a hit, Subaru was 10 seconds away from losing consciousness too.
They had both done their absolute best, having used up every power in their possession to reach this conclusion.
It had always been true for Garfield, but unmistakably for Subaru too. All of their strategies are done. If Otto and Ram had not worn Garfield down, Subaru probably would not have been able to get this far. The idea that he could do something so long as he had the blue crystal as his hidden ace had been naive. Help in maintaining consciousness, and debilitating Garfield to the utmost. Even with both of these things, Subaru surely would not have managed it.
The blue crystal on Garfield's shoulder flickers.
It both seemed encouragement and reprimand for a Subaru on the verge of sinking into failure, and unwittingly he finds himself close to giving a wry smile. Subaru, the crystal, Otto, Ram. All of this power combined, and they still could not beat Garfield.
He is, without a doubt, strong. Subaru would sincerely acknowledge that. And so.
Garfield, and now, yeah.
Subaru, don't think bad of this, Garfield. I did say we're breaking that blockade. Garfield, there ain't nobody.
With unsteady steps, Garfield closes in on Subaru.
His arm hangs aloft, and at its tip and dirtied with blood, there exist dull claws.
Should they reach him, Subaru reaches his end.
Garfield puts the whole of his focus into this attack. And so he does not notice
the tremors, the noise, of what is approaching. The final push, to secure Garfield's defeat. Garfield, oh, where?
Drowning out his shout comes the dignified roar of an earth dragon.
The charging black dragon rams headfirst into undefended Garfield, striking him in the side and sending him flying. Garfield, gore? Stricken with an impact which literally carts him away, wide-eyed Garfield shoots off as easily as a kicked pebble.
He bounces once, twice, 3 times off the earth, kicking up dust plumes and caking himself in dirt before coming to lie face down on the ground. He does not twitch an inch.
Seeing this, the contributor of the merciless final attack arches her head, roaring.
Subaru, what do you think, Garfield?
Aside Patrash as she bellows of the victory, Subaru calls out to the fallen Garfield.
In a voice so frail, it's questionable whether he heard it, the key which decided this battle. What was it? Well, it was simple.
In a fight against strong Garfield, weak Subaru did not fight alone. Meaning. Subaru, this is the power of numbers.
Garfield had to be other.
Goddamn, weighs T, say that. Motionless Garfield responds sourly to Subaru's words. Subaru's cheeks relax slightly in hearing it. Subaru, okay then, it's the assemblage of everyone's feelings, a victory for bonds.
Garfield, ha. 's like a dam, jewels never come from the solitary quena. With that, Garfield falls silent.
Seeing that fact through, Subaru comprehends their definite victory, before looking up at the sky.
Subaru finally heard a saying that worked. With that satisfied statement, he abandons all consciousness and allows himself to fall. Chapter 114, Lies into Wishes carried on the roar of a ground dragon, the battle's end echoes through the skies of Sanctuary.
A black dragon, which had rammed into wounded Garfield, landed the decisive blow for the fight. This dragon, Patrash, had run to the scene as if sharing a telepathic link with Subaru, and beautifully given an unparalleled assist in the final stage of the combat. Patrash. This was the second confrontation between Garfield and Patrash in Sanctuary. On the day they arrived here, carriage-lugging Patrash had gotten into combat with Garfield when he arrived to repel the invaders, and suffered a doubtless defeat.
There exists a border between soldiers and civilians. No one could blame Patrash for being made to eat dirt. Naturally, Subaru did not fault his steed either. But Patrash's thoughts on it were an entirely different matter. She had failed to protect her master, and underwent disgrace. For a member of the proud Diana bloodline, this was a dishonor which needed to be overturned unequivocally. Being that Patrash and Subaru cannot communicate verbally, the swift arrival of this opportunity was not a topic they could discuss with mutually perfect comprehension, and so, with the parts she could not convey included, she demonstrated her thoughts by action. This roar from the dragon was devoted to her master and to her ancestors. With how the sound came mingled with accomplishment and satisfaction, and how the dragon drew her snout close to the unconscious Subaru, surely anyone would understand that. Listening to Patrash's roar in her restored honor, Emilia gives a deep sigh. It felt like breathing had been banned. Or rather, the fight had been one to make you forget about breathing entirely. Watch to the end, Subaru had told her. While keenly perceiving her own powerlessness, Emilia spectated the men's gruesome confrontation to conclusion. Subaru had spat blood, moaned in pain, broken down. Who could suppose how many times Emilia bordered on calling out and running over? But every time Emilia's weak heart came near to discarding that she wait, Subaru's words of, "Watch me," and his nigh perfectly timed gaze stopped her. Neither her action, nor her speech, were pardonable here. It frustrated her, and she found it hard to bear, but she must not avert her gaze. It wasn't that anyone told her. But Emilia's heart quietly perceived that she absolutely must not do those things.
She did not understand this feeling revolving around her chest which had kept her stopped. Subaru had exhibited incredible stubbornness, Garfield had howled with such incredible ferocity. The confrontation came to its end following the two men's sloppy fistfight. What was it that the fight was founded upon?
Being an outsider to the situation, and a woman who struggled to understand male logic, Emilia could only grasp the situation in fragmentary terms.
But Subaru had demonstrated his doggedness and faith with this fight, enlisting much aid to defeat Garfield. And that fact did indeed cause an indescribable feeling to swell within Emilia's heart. Still driven by that feeling, Emilia recognized that the two's fight was one which deserved commendation. Meaning that the significance of their battle absolutely must not be tarnished.
And so,
Emilia, Roswell. With one hard blink, Emilia abandons her hesitation and turns to face forward.
Her gaze oversteps Subaru and Garfield toppled on the ground before her, reaching to the gaps in the trees beyond, where there wordlessly stands a warlock.
Emilia, it makes people uneasy if you're just quiet like that.
They'll start to think you're up to something.
Roswell, my goodness, how that certainly does sting. And all when I came here, pushing my wounded body, for the sake of you or ourself and Subaru-kun. Emilia, if that's really what you think, then I'd want to be more relaxed, but... Out from the bushes in front of Emilia there emerges someone tall, Roswell. In these several days since their arrival in Sanctuary, Emilia has only seen him in bed. That he's outside and loitering around here makes her somewhat wary. Roswell fundamentally is a backer of Emilia's in the royal selection, and her only ally, politically speaking. The one who brought Emilia out of the forest and presented her the path to the throne, and suggested that the villagers sleeping in ice could be saved, was also him. And so, leaving his idiosyncrasies aside, Emilia had never truly viewed Roswell as an enemy, or as offensive, or as dangerous so far.
So far as just a couple seconds ago.
Emilia, the minor spirits have been noisy and restless for a while now. Roswell, HRRRRRRRRRRM. Emilia, everybody's saying they sense something so menacing, and right now, even I can see
it too.
Her voice low and tense, Emilia slowly descends from the tomb's entrance down to the open square. Subaru's face as he lies there is satisfied, while Garfield's is twisted in regret. Beside Patrash as she stands between the two is where Emilia takes her place, putting her in position to protect the three of them should anything happen. Protect the three, she ultimately must have that thought, with how irregular a vibe currently emanates from Roswell. A dense, abnormally thick concentration of mana is warping the atmosphere around Roswell. Just how concentrated was the mana inside this man?
This was Roswell L.
Mathers, who commanded all 6 types of magic, known as the greatest magician in the country. When this man detonated his magic to its greatest limit, just what miracles could happen? Emilia. Feeling tipsy off the dense mana, Emilia swallows her breath. Patrash moves to stand in a place where she is blocking Roswell's line of sight to Subaru, stretching out her neck as she growls intimidatingly at the warlock. She had also sensed a threat in Roswell's anomalous atmosphere. Seeing the two's caution, Roswell gives a shrug, his attitude entirely the same as always.
Roswell, how scary.
I would prefer if you could abstain from looking at me like that. Though, my nature is one where animals and so ground dragons disfavor me ridiculously. Should the same apply for spirits, that does explain why Beatrice won't be cordial with me. Emilia, stop fooling around. And I'm certain she's unhappy with you because of something else. I don't know if it was always like that, though. Roswell, no.
A long time ago.
Truly a long time ago, it wasn't like that. When there were no earth dragons, it used to be that people came here riding grim oxen, riding Pharaoh. Emilia, when there were no earth dragons? Emilia's brows furrow. While she is not exactly the most knowledgeable on the topic, earth dragons are creatures firmly joined to everyday living, and the culture and history surrounding them, their connection with humanity, has supposedly gone on for a long time.
What Roswell must mean is in Lugnica.
Emilia's studies are too lacking for her to pinpoint just when Earth dragons started being densely used in Lugnica, though. Roswell slips a small sigh at Emilia's confusion. Somehow, it gives a sense of pre-anticipated disappointment. Roswell, then you would not know either, Emilia Summer. Well, I suppose you wouldn't. While you may have inherited blood from the long-lived elves, your years only amount to a century and some. When you have spent the most of that time asleep, surely you wouldn't remember the world as it was then. Emilia, you're saying weird things, Roswell.
If we're going to talk about this, then you're way younger than me. But I lose if we mean time spent awake.
That Emilia spent up to a century inside the ice, abandoned by the world and its time, was history that Emilia found embarrassing.
Even with the world at large considered, she plainly should be an elder of the population. But she lacks the experience and knowledge fitting to her age.
Including her inability to beat the trial, her time in Sanctuary has made her recognize that there are many areas in which she lacks, including this. But Roswell just responds to Emilia's worries with a snort, laughing them off.
The reaction is an unanticipated one.
Emilia's brows shoot up in surprise. Emilia, wait, Roswell.
Why are you laughing like that?
Roswell,
Please excuse me. It truly was nothing important.
Merely reflecting that ignorance occasionally does create situations which are so humorous that it's sad. Emilia, you mean, you're making fun of me?
I can at least understand that much.
Roswell's rather insolent statement leads Emilia's brows to rise, her wariness compounding. Strange mana encircles Roswell. As if spurred by this stuff he has wetted, Roswell's attitude toward Emilia is different from how it has ever been. Emilia has never experienced clear spite from Roswell before. The Emilia that Roswell knew was someone who was always screwing around, often spoke mockingly, and told jokes on Subaru and Puck's par for idiotic, but like them he had never said anything which was disparaging toward Emilia. Because Roswell needed to cooperate with Emilia for the sake of his goals, and interact while placing her in the superior position of ruler. Tracing the logic backwards, Roswell does not presently see the merit in acting such with Emilia. He had probably lost his temper with her and her constant inability to beat the trial, and given up on her, and that was okay.
Because if that was the situation, she could at least understand and agree with it.
But something else presently scares Emilia more than that. Emilia, Roswell. How long were you watching Subaru and Garfield fight?
Roswell, how long, which is to say?
Emilia, I noticed you there.
Just a minute ago. When Subaru and Garfield were hitting each other.
Right after Subaru used Shamak. Taxing his ragged gait, Subaru had used magic for the who knows what time. He had strained the dregs of mana that he had and used magic as if mustering the absolute last of his power.
It resulted in a rather ineffective spell, which soon dispersed.
Thinking back on it, that had been the exact moment where Emilia truly wanted to run over to Subaru. Subaru once strained the last of his power to cast Shamak in Emilia's presence before, and it had ended in his overwhelming and unquestionable loss. Surely no one would fault her for envisioning his image back then overlaid atop his image right now, and come close to calling out. But when Subaru jabbed his hidden ace, the crystal, into Garfield and the odds shifted to 50-50, an emotion other than panic sprouted in Emilia's heart. And having lost that pressing sense of urgency, Emilia first noticed it.
Noticed the irregular signs of someone watching the battle, just like her.
Emilia, at first, I thought you were there to help Subaru if he reached his limit. It looks like Ram and Otto-kun did something to try stopping Garfield, so I wondered if you were here as reinforcements for Subaru too.
But
Roswell, you're exactly correct, I indeed came here as reinforcements for Subaru-kun. Is what I could say, but you wouldn't believe me. Emilia, even without Puck, I can at least figure out mana currents.
You were watching the fight, where you could intervene at any time.
But, who you were aiming for was Roswell. Roswell's odd-colored eyes narrow as he looks at Emilia.
His eyes had been narrowed like this while he was watching the fight.
With his magic at its peak and always ready to fire, with his aim fixed on Subaru. Emilia, answer, Roswell. What were you thinking to do to Subaru? Emilia faces her palm out toward Roswell.
Puck is not with her. There's anxiety to be had over her mana control.
The minor spirits are trying to warn Emilia, them terrified of Roswell and the ominous magic he dons.
If she cannot depend on them to help her entirely, then she has to do it herself.
Emilia, please, answer.
If you don't, I.
Roswell, we are far past any question, and you're still hesitant in your decisions.
No end exists for your blitheness.
Or perhaps you place too much expectation in the goodwill of others?
It was supposed to be that your days thus far were ones where you were recipient only to malice.
How is it that you managed to be so incredibly exposed? Emilia, HK. Roswell overpowers Emilia's pleading words with unrestrained spite. His heterochromatic eyes equally host animosity, him not conceding Emilia an inch. The same applies to the multiple forms of mana churning chaotically inside him.
Matters are proceeding in a questionable direction.
Emilia unwittingly reaches for her chest, then remembers that the familiar touch there is absent, and grits her teeth. Her weakness, unconsciously trying to entrust her worries to Puck, frustrates her. To obfuscate that weakness, Emilia increases the strength in her glare as she gazes at Roswell. Emilia, you don't want to answer my question. Then, I won't, Eep.
Hold back either, is how she means to continue. The instant she determines so, and begins to build a concentration of mana, something bumps the side of her head.
Surprised at the dishevelment of her silver hair, Emilia looks to her side, to see the snout of a ground dragon. It's Patrash. Her push, or really strike, being that it was too forceful of a shove to be described otherwise, prompts Emilia's eyes to widen. The snout of the black dragon's elegant face once again butts into Emilia's forehead. Emilia, you. They cannot speak with each other, but even still, it seems like Patrash is supporting her.
Calm down. With composure, do what it is you ought to.
Feeling that Patrash is sternly telling her this, Emilia realizes that she has gotten fired up.
She closes her eyes. By the time she turns back to face Roswell, her hand no longer touches her chest.
Roswell, truly.
I have no good memories with ground dragons.
Seeing the change in Emilia's expression, Roswell gives his irritated opinion of Patrash. Patrash's care had so effectively destroyed Roswell's plans. Meaning that just then, Roswell had wanted Emilia to get violent on him. Emilia, I don't know at all what you're thinking right now. If she hadn't stopped me just then, I know I would've.
But, it's almost like you wanted me to. Roswell, I will simply mention this for consideration.
It's because I do dislike being hurt. Emilia?
But everyone dislikes that.
Emilia furrows her brows.
Roswell's lips look to slacken sardonically.
Emilia cannot figure in the least what that smile means. Either way, brute force is not the option she should be picking here.
Emilia, tell me, Roswell. It's obvious that you're not your usual self right now. How come you're being desperate like this, tell me.
Roswell, desperate, you say? HRM, goodness my goodness, how surprising. Emilia, it's like you're abandoning everything, and you could have been hit with magic and you didn't care.
You could tell me it's not desperation, but I wouldn't believe you.
Emilia could understand that destructive behavior where you grow sick of yourself, and let yourself act like an absolute insane wreck.
The question is whether you direct it inside, or outside.
Emilia was the type to direct it inside.
Perhaps Roswell was the same.
Emilia, if you are, then talk to me.
I don't know what I can do for you, but I can help. I mean, up until now you've helped me with so many things, and...
Roswell, no.
That is enough, Emilia Summer.
But Roswell's frail voice rejects Emilia's offered hand.
He speaks with the most level voice he has thus far, his eyes numb as he looks down at Emilia.
His clown makeup, beneath those laughing cosmetics, Emilia can tell that he is suppressing his emotions to a painful extent. She gulps. Roswell's expression looks like he has given up on absolutely every single thing there is. Emilia, enough.
What do you mean? Roswell, what it sounds like I mean. I do not intend to have you understand my plots, and these two's wounds and the trial.
And even the royal selection doesn't matter for a second anymore.
For already this world is an ending one.
Emilia, an ending world.
Or, what's this about it not mattering? The royal selection and the trial don't matter. Roswell, what are you saying?
Emilia yells in anger, unable to comprehend what Roswell is saying.
Roswell is bathing in suspiciousness.
But the hollowness of his expression, and the mana encircling his form, are so abounding in emptiness that it could physically constrict.
Roswell's heart was presently hitting the peak of instability.
While did Emilia understand that his claims were not something she could accept? What Roswell wanted to abandon was everything important to Emilia, an undefinable something which Subaru's risk-taking had demonstrated. Garfield's shouts had clearly illustrated where his stance lay.
He wanted to destroy the tomb, and keep the trial from existing any further.
What was he seeking by making Sanctuary's barrier unbreakable? Probably an unchanging day-to-day life, is what Emilia just kind of figures. And Emilia could sympathize with Garfield's stance.
Going without changes, being able to go unchanged. That path was a tranquil one, and comfortable.
If you could have a mundane life where you spend your time in a peaceful place with those you cherish, then nobody could deny the desire to remain submerged in that environment. But Subaru point-blank denied that desire, demonstrated his stubbornness, and cast the concept aside. Emilia was identical to Subaru in terms of stance, for she was urging that change come to Sanctuary.
But her reasoning was not as definite as Subaru's, nor did she understand the feelings of Sanctuary's people as thoroughly as he did.
This place was a necessary step along the way for her to achieve her goals, nothing more than a spot where she had trodden.
What would those around her think of the changes her interference brought?
Being entirely focused on her own interior, Emilia had failed to ask this entirely obvious question. The one who instead asked had been Subaru. Once again she had made Subaru shoulder her burden, and overlooked everything.
And it was because she keenly realized that this presented existed.
But Roswell was trying to discard this present which Subaru's risk-taking had opened. Emilia, Roswell.
What are you trying to abandon? It's what?
What started with you and me, right? And halfway through, you're.
This isn't forgivable.
Emilia snarls, for Roswell's brows to react.
A wisp of strength returns to him as he covers his blue eye with his hand, his yellow eye trembling. Roswell, it started with me and you? What are you talking about?
Emilia, huh? Roswell, it started with me and my teacher. Assuredly, no you. And so, allowing it to end should be within my own and my teacher's liberty.
Of course it is.
Emilia, you can't just do that. Even with the incredible aura overpowering her, Emilia raises his voice.
She glares at the clown, swinging her arms up.
Emilia, so maybe it did start with you and this person.
But the issue isn't just about you two anymore. It's not just my issue either.
We dragged lots of people into it, caused problems for lots of people, and we've kept going like that.
You can't just go ending it whenever you want. Roswell, the road leads only to end now.
So what could be inconvenient about letting it all end before we reach that terminus?
Indeed, it was hopeless for us. We'll place our expectations in our next selves, and Subaru-kun.
Emilia, in Subaru? Put expectations in Subaru, meaning what, exactly? Emilia glances at the fallen Subaru, renewing her awareness that Roswell's words must not become reality, of course.
Subaru had already done more than enough. If expectations were put in him, he'd answer them excessively. They should not be seeking any more from him than he has already done. When something is given, it naturally ought to be repaid.
Emilia, how can you say that the path Subaru opened leads to the end? Subaru's group all worked together to open a closed path. Isn't that what this battle was? Roswell, to go either left or right will lead to a dead end.
When faced with this crossroads, any struggle is in vain. For the entirety of the truly correct course is written here. Roswell withdraws a black tome from his pocket.
Seeing this unfamiliar thing, an impulse rises inside Emilia, clawing at her chest.
Her eyes open wide. That book gives her a terribly bad feeling.
It has no title or cover wrap, looks an entirely mundane book, but for some reason just looking at the tome makes Emilia feel a pressure which nigh fosters mental instability. Emilia, that book's
Roswell, a replica of the Book of Wisdom. Or perhaps it could be called a superior gospel.
To all except myself its writing appears as illegible scribbles, but not for me.
It is a text which accounts the path along the correct history, which ought to be followed.
Emilia, history which ought to be followed. You mean like the dragon stone? Roswell, they follow the same principles should you trace back their roots, is what teacher told me. Only when Roswell says the word teacher does emotion return to his eyes. His tone was one of envisioning someone darling, as if that simple two-syllable word had long carried emotion he could not fully suppress, a diction which allowed much such supposition. Roswell was capable of thinking of someone this way, no issue at all.
He was capable, but he was attempting to deem everything he saw as worthless.
Emilia, you mean, because we're going a different course than what that book says, you'll ruin everything? But what will doing that accomplish?
If we look for a different path, different from the book, which isn't a dead end, Roswell, you're saying the exact same things as Subaru-kun. Is this another idea coming second-hand from him?
Emilia, HK.
Roswell laughs slightly.
Feeling that he hit the bullseye, Emilia's throat jars. Her expression prompts Roswell to give a bored sigh. Roswell, borrowed words, opinions pre-prepared.
Even the idea that you ought to challenge the trial was something that you were pushed into.
I will not fault you.
It was I and those around you who demanded that you do it, not yourself.
Words spoken with the knowledge that your empty, insignificant self can do nothing other than this. Subaru-kun encourages cruel things. Emilia, cruel things. Roswell, the subject here is him, so of course he went without explaining the logical necessity or whatever have you about challenging the trial, and merely gave you a motivating speech, yes?
He pushed his complacency onto you, and claimed that you could do it if you willed. Indeed.
Indeed I know. After all, he and I are of the same breed. Emilia, you and Subaru are the same?
What do you mean?
Roswell, it means that we impose our ideals upon the women we love. Assertion. Roswell closes one eye, gazing at Emilia with a yellow. His smile is strong as he throws statement upon statement at the silenced Emilia.
Roswell, with what words did he accost you?
Entirely statements pleasant to the ear, yes?
He spoiled you, imposed ideals upon you, treated you so tenderly and carefully, as if he were handling a fragile object.
He didn't consider for a second that you are in actuality weak and brittle, that you are fearful and desire to flee, that you possess such a mundane breed of heart.
He doesn't have a shred of interest in the real you. What he's infatuated with is the sparkling version of you he has in his own head.
Correct? Emilia.
Roswell, I am also that way.
With her, I only saw the ideal.
You're wonderful, you're brilliant, there's none greater than you.
That's how I consoled her, what I kept telling her, focusing my love as if handling a work of glass.
Even though those things carry not even the slightest of meaning.
Speaking quickly, Roswell averts his gaze, seemingly irritated. Was he talking about Subaru, or was he discussing himself? Perhaps not even Roswell himself could clearly distinguish it. Overwhelmed by his momentum, Emilia takes a small breath. Takes it so that can say what she has to say, even though intimidated by Roswell's attitude. Emilia, that's all? Roswell. Emilia, that's all the common points you think there are between you and Subaru? Roswell looks suspiciously at Emilia. A doubtfulness has risen inside him. His neglect to say anything is obviously his answer to Emilia's query.
Which means yeah, she has to say it for him. She has to correct his idea.
Emilia, if that's all you were trying to say, then. Roswell. Emilia, you and Subaru are nothing alike. Indeed, Subaru had spoken lines upon lines of idealism, and not explained the significance of liberating sanctuary to Emilia. But Subaru's argument assuredly did not consist entirely of niceties and Emilia-focused lip service. Emilia, so, Subaru, he called me a pain in the ass of a woman. Roswell, what? Emilia, that who do I think I am, doing so much crap but causing so many problems? Always fussing over what's already gone, stop giving others these empty expectations. Every word out your mouth is just insincere talk, you're lacking in everything, it's unbearable to watch.
Subaru said all of this for me.
Roswell. Emilia, Subaru is paying proper attention to me. Now I'm thinking that I can't keep showing him only my lame parts.
You pretend you're looking ahead when you're really not looking at anything at all. You're nothing like Subaru.
If Natsuki Subaru was someone who could only envision an idealized image of Emilia, then surely she would still be hugging her knees inside the tomb. And with Garfield, too. If his opponent had not been Subaru, who knew more than the ideals but nonetheless opted to argue with idealism, then he would not have listened. Subaru saw Emilia's weakness, but still told her he loved her. Subaru knew Garfield's kindness, but still demanded he change. Whoever they were, if they wished to stay stuck in one place, Subaru would run over and reprimand them. You can't be here, there's more you can do, raise your head, look forward, swing up your fists, you don't have time to be staying put.
You can't stay standing still forever.
Roswell, Natsuki Subaru, made the correct choice in this sanctuary.
That kind of ludicrous thing couldn't.
That would mean, the writ of this book of wisdom. Emilia, my memories were revived, and I was anxious.
Puck went away, and I was close to being crushed.
The discrepancy between what he thought and the answer Subaru gave leads Roswell into confusion. Emilia puts her hand to her chest, not to feel for the presence there, but to feel the thumping of her heartbeat. Emilia, I thought that, once I remembered everything, I'd turn into somebody else. I thought that, once that happened, it'd wind up that the person I've been until now was wrong. Inside her mind even now is a girl lost in memories. Once that girl attains a definite image, someone irreversible will appear.
Once they come, Emilia's world will change completely.
Emilia feared that change, leaned toward rejecting it, but she knew the shift was necessary.
No matter what changes, that will not make the path she has walked thus far disappear.
No matter how Emilia changes from here on, even if she becomes a self with a differing origin than what she currently has, that does not make the feelings she presently holds a mistake. She may be at stalemate, may have stopped still, but she would walk again.
Sight what direction seems forward, and proceed.
Emilia, when I want to do something, when I want to change something, when that's what I want to do, I have someone who will tell me it's okay, and lead me forward.
That's what I learned. Roswell, that is trickery.
Emilia, it's not a lie at all.
Subaru told me he believes in me, and I want to believe in him, though what he said might look like baseless nonsense. Though I might want to say it was a lie. I have to make it so that it isn't a lie.
She did not want to let the label of liar who went around preaching about the insubstantial hopes there are in useless unsalvageable Emilia fall onto Subaru. Natsuki Subaru asserted that Emilia could do it.
And presently, Emilia was making that statement a lie. But if she broke through her shell, and achieved what she could do, his lie would not be a lie. These were what people called wishes.
Emilia, turning lies into wishes, by doing these things I have to do now, is what I want to do.
As Subaru frantically, desperately taught her.
What rested inside Emilia, previously beyond her ability to put into form, finally takes shape as words. She cannot tell whether this is truly the correct answer. What would change something indefinite into something correct would be Emilia's actions.
And she would like to proceed without hesitating to do it, without indecision about it.
Roswell, absurd.
Roswell's face pales as he draws backward.
He casts away his usual composure, and the emptiness he had until now, strangling out his voice with his expression despairing, shivering in fear at Emilia's answer.
He swings up his arm, points at Emilia. His voice cracks as he shouts.
Roswell, why, how? How did you wind up reaching that answer now, here? How did Natsuki Subaru earlier communicate to you something I couldn't communicate to teacher?
Him, right now. At this stage. It isn't okay for him to achieve those feelings.
Emilia, I remember what I was afraid of.
Right now I'm in the middle of steeling myself to face it. What are you afraid of?
Roswell, it's obvious.
Deviations from the writ. Going on without history proceeding as it is written here, and no longer being able to achieve our promised reunion. What else would I be?
Emilia, but it feels like that isn't what you're having a problem with right now. Roswell, dash. A fire of rage sparks in Roswell's eyes. He was voicing his wrath at the fact that he could not sympathize with Subaru's mentality.
Roswell wanted Subaru to feel something which he himself had experienced in the past.
What he said before about him and Subaru being the same breed probably had been no idle bantering, but what Roswell was convinced should be the way of things. Perhaps he thought that himself and Subaru should follow down the same stream in how they confronted their lovers, and suffer the same wounds.
That unshakable conviction of his was now close to crumbling.
That was how Emilia perceived Roswell's present turmoil. Roswell, arg, what is happening?
How is this happening to me of all people?
Roswell puts his hand to his mouth, uncaring of his paint as it falls away, his cheeks twisting.
Roswell, have I been dancing on strings since the moment of the bet?
Garfield's loss, and Emilia's recovery, all of it was calculated. Was I in error from the moment I started making plots in counter to a sage's ability to preclude? But then, for what purpose am I?
For
Emilia, Roswell? Absorbed in a dizzying storm of thought, Emilia's presence flies out of Roswell's awareness. What he's thinking about so frantically is probably how to correct a world that has deviated from his plans.
But no method to achieve such a thing existed in this world anymore.
Emilia did not know what kind of prophecies were written in his book.
Roswell is this cornered. The deviation must be incredible. So much so that you could already call this place a different world.
Roswell, I see.
Roswell slips a mutter.
His voice has regained its intelligent tone, making Emilia anticipate that he has temporarily dealt with his discomposure. Through a logical conversation, they could find a point of compromise and Roswell, there's no need to worry about anything. After all, there's the contract.
There was no puzzling to be had about whether or not he would reach legitimacy.
5. Emilia, what are you talking about?
Roswell, what is it?
4. Ability to preclude, more literally ability to stop action from happening, ability to make someone give up on their plans, deterrence. 5 could also be no puzzling to be had about whether or not he would reach the legitimate X where X is unspecified.
Roswell, nothing. It was not anything at all, Emilia Summer. My deepest apologizes for worrying and for troubling you. You best proceed in the way that is desired of you, and that I expect of you.
Bowing, Roswell casts away his clownish demeanor as he gives Emilia a smile. Emilia of course cannot just agree with this. In a complete change from his previous disarray, he's back to his usual attitude. That the disarray looked the considerably more genuine behavior is insane. Emilia, acting in a way you expect.
What are you expecting from me?
Roswell, it's natural.
That you challenge the trial as you please, and that results be reached.
Roswell neglects to mention exactly who those results would favor. Perhaps he's desiring it whichever way it goes, Emilia just kind of senses.
She doesn't understand why Roswell desires that. Nor why he got so cavalier, nor why he swallowed it down and it's settled. It's just a sea of things she doesn't understand. But
Emilia, right now, you definitely won't tell me about them, will you? Roswell.
Emilia, it's okay. I won't try to force you to say it. I know I'm not qualified to do that right now. But don't you get the idea that you can keep hiding it forever? Roswell, heartening, indeed. Knowing the truth, and now recovering yourself, we'll see if you can stay to your bluffs.
He ends with a rather spiteful statement, but also a statement Emilia finds pleading. With that, Roswell turns his back to her and walks. He is likely heading back to the lodgings where he was recuperating.
In the end, she doesn't know why he came here and watched the fight.
But the churning dense mass of mana remains, inside Roswell's body as it pines for a miracle. Roswell, yes. Emilia Summer, a warning. Emilia, yes? Roswell stops, raises his finger. Emilia's brows raise. Roswell smiles wryly at the fact that Emilia displays a far too undefended attitude when facing someone she had just finished having an effectively hostile conversation with. Roswell, about Garfield. You would best not underestimate how deep-set Hye's nature is.
His obsession is not so shallow that a simple defeat in a fistfight would change his mind.
Emilia, got it. Emilia accepts it.
With that, Roswell leaves the scene.
She sees him off, to realize that the only things remaining here are Emilia's breathing, and the breathing of the black dragon which had glared at Roswell's retreating back to the end. And then the deep, sleeper's breathing of the two unconscious men. Emilia, how? Emilia's brows tremble as she gives a deep sigh. Noticing that Patrash's eyes widen in response to this, Emilia gives a wry smile. Emilia, no, it's okay. It's thanks to you that I kept my composure, but that was so tense.
That could have turned into a fight with Roswell.
Patrash. Emilia,
I hate fighting when I don't even know why we're fighting. And why was Roswell being like that?
Maybe Subaru would know. Emilia replies to Patrash's caring gaze while she kneels down beside the blood-stained Subaru, and gently lifts him up.
Her fingers rub away the drying blood as she strokes his swollen face. His expression twitches, as if feeling the tickle of the pain.
Emilia, I need to heal them.
Subaru and Garfield both hate pain.
Patrash. Emilia, it's okay, you don't need to look so concerned. I'm a little worried about my control since Puck's not here, but when it's just some simple healing, I can have the minor spirits help. Emilia speaks to the surrounding spirits, their dull glow shrouding her form as she enlists their aid. The tender lights veil Subaru and Garfield, their injuries beginning to mend.
Subaru's expression looks to relax.
Emilia gives a small smile as she gently places his head upon her lap. How many times has she lent Subaru her lap, now? She's been given far too many things, so many that she has no idea what to do to repay them. Emilia, when you wake up, there are really so many things I want to ask you. With that whisper, Emilia twines her finger into Subaru's bangs.
Subaru's face scrunches up.
Emilia's cheeks relax slightly. It happened 10 minutes later that Otto emerged from the forest, ram-shouldered on his back, to reconvene with them all.
Chapter 115, You are never a match for the girl from your youth. He feels something precious shedding away inside him.
The sensation is unlike that of his gate, whose existence has reached finality. Something entirely separate, different, squirms within Subaru.
Was it hot?
Cold?
The fever it carried gave indication of neither. Was it with shape?
Without?
Its nebulousness indicated not even that.
The dingy muck had coursed through Natsuki Subaru, cheering in joy for its release outside, to demonstrate its power and disperse, but its vestiges remained fluctuating through Subaru even now.
The abnormal sensation gave Subaru an indescribable feeling.
This was not something he recognized, or something he had felt before.
But he did possess both knowledge and understanding about it. So while he does question why? And how? He does not question what? Or what for? He did not need to ruminate over the identity of this thing. He would be best off to question why, but presently his query would not reach anyone who could answer.
Meaning that Subaru has only one thing to consider. Invisible strike, unseen palm, unnoticeable blow. All of them sound either lame or rehashed, lacking in style. A black hand which only Subaru could see.
What only Subaru could control, which was Subaru, the imperceptible will of the gods. We'll call it invisible providence. Huh? What did you say?
Squinting open his eyes with his consciousness still fuzzy, a fragment of his thoughts slips out his mouth. That instant, the silver-haired visage immediately in front of him opens its eyes wide. After several blinks, Subaru recognizes that he has returned from the world of unconsciousness into reality. He notices the connection between the soft sensation beneath his head and Emilia's proximity.
Subaru, oh.
I'm getting a lap pillow from Emilia Tan again. Emilia, you are.
What's the count now? For me lending you my lap when you're unconscious.
Subaru, take some conditions into account and maybe 3.
Have to win a big bout to reach this paradise. Emilia, why you're so not drowsy at all?
Do you remember what happened before you fainted? Subaru, yeah, and clearly. I'll reminisce on it nice and slow, while we chat and I gaze at your face. Subaru jokes around while he pushes aside the thoughts in his weighty head and gets his ideas into order. He then remembers the shower of furious blows he sustained before fainting, and comprehends. He immediately puts his hands to his face, kneading his cheeks as he looks up at Emilia.
Subaru, crap. Actually, I think I got beat up pretty bad.
Emilia Tan, am I okay? My face isn't so messed up it's unlookable.
Emilia, don't worry. It doesn't look that weird. Subaru, and spoken without any malevolence.
Emilia tilts her head in mystification. Subaru removes his hands from his cheeks and promptly checks that his joints are all okay. A faint numbness hangs around his shoulders, lower body, and neck region.
But most of his wounds are sealed, apparently post-healing.
Emilia, Subaru, it tickles if you move around on my lap too much. Subaru, sorry.
No. I wasn't trying anything dirty with that.
I mean I wasn't, but how about I double-check just to be sure? Emilia, don't.
I'm going to shove you off my lap if you keep saying this stuff. Stop being so saucy.
Subaru, who says saucy anymore? After responding to Emilia's harsh gaze with a wry smile, Subaru uprights himself from her lap.
While it does hurt to part with it, he can't impose forever. His physical status, compared to his top form, is sitting at about 60%. Definitely not perfect, but he's thankful for Emilia's healing. Subaru, thanks for healing me. You managed to heal without Puck?
Emilia, my contract with Puck might be broken, but my contract with the minor spirits isn't. And
I don't know how this will sound, but it's not like I can't use magic.
Subaru, really?
My knowledge was magicians and spiritualists have different structures in how they handle mana. That you can't have both.
Lessons learned in the mansion from Puck and Roswell. Magicians can only use magic proportionate to their internal store of mana, while spiritualists must establish communication with a spirit so that they can utilize the inexhaustible ambient supply. That's the entire extent of how Emilia's ability to use magic vaguely diverts from Subaru's
knowledge.
Emilia lowers her gaze. Subaru's brows furrow at her strange reaction. She gives a small sigh. Emilia, I didn't think I could either.
But I did mention that my memories are coming back. Part of them was knowledge about how to just use magic. Which I think got sealed as well. Subaru, your memories sealed your ability to use magic?
Emilia, yes. She nods. Her failure to articulate is probably because she cannot tell what this all signifies. Subaru does not understand why her ability to use magic was sealed in the recesses of her memory either.
And his present information load is looking too sparse for speculation.
Either way, she used her newly usable magics to heal Subaru.
Subaru, never mind the circumstances, if it meant you were able to heal me, it's a huge help. How is everyone?
Else, is how he intends to continue, when he realizes that this is not the time for him to be relaxing. He should have recognized this fact the moment that he remembered why he fell unconscious. Subaru's opponent Garfield, and Otto and Ram who apparently opposed said Garfield.
Are they safe?
Subaru, don't think the situation's too risky, but I'm gonna go before they end up as forest fertilizer and help. I appreciate that you're worried about me, but I would manage well without having to hear your imaginings about these worst-case scenarios. Subaru, huh? Animating his wavering body to stand, Subaru moves to start running away from the tomb and into the forest.
When the astonished voice of a young man stops him,
he careens to a halt and glances behind him, to see someone sitting on the tomb's stone steps, Otto Swain, with his hand raised. Subaru, Otto, how glad I am to see your surprise. I apologize for worrying you, but seeing as the worries go both ways, we'll agree not to mention it, and... Subaru, hi yeah. Otto, Ewaug?
Having confirmed their mutual safety, a rather satisfied smile arises on Otto's face when Subaru charges.
He rides the momentum as he leaps to acquaint Otto with a flying kick. Stuck between the stairs and Subaru, Otto cries out. Otto, ow. Ouch. Stairs are grinding my head, ow.
My hair. I'm going bald. Natsuki-san. What on earth are you doing?
Subaru, shut it, stupid.
Stop trying to be cool. What's going on with this vibe, where it's like you did something big? Who told you to do anything more than buy time?
You know how close my plans were to winding up par for course because of this. But if you hadn't helped, I don't think I would have beat Garfield, so I can't say I don't thank you. Otto, I have no idea what you're even saying anymore. Unable to give a sincere thanks, Subaru scuffles with Otto on the stairs while he speaks. When Otto kicks him away, Subaru rolls down the steps to land on his backside before standing up. Subaru, either way, glad you're safe.
If you died, you'd make for an annoying visitant bedside.
Otto, I'd rather we leave these eccentric customs undiscussed, or actually, why didn't those sentiments of yours show up nicely and at the start? Subaru, don't slather on too much praise, we're talking me here. Otto, I am aware of that, yes. Otto puts his hand to his brow, before noticing that Emilia has been quietly watching their exchange. Otto, Emilia Summer.
I apologize for excluding you.
Though it's all Natsuki-san's fault. Emilia, I was watching so I know.
Don't worry. Subaru, no friends in sight. No, I mean I'm drowning in friends, and that's why I'm in this situation.
Anyway, you being safe means that Ram's okay too? Emilia and Otto look at each other and nod. Subaru sticks his tongue out at them before inquiring as to the safety of their unseen and final collaborator.
Otto nods.
Otto, being what her condition was after I woke up and found her, I have to say I was chilled. Fortunately her situation wasn't as horrendous as it looked. Although, she awoke while I was carrying her to reconvene, and did speak some rather potent venom.
Subaru, sympathies.
She seriously is harsh-tongued with people outside her circle. It's impressive you managed to talk her into this.
How'd you do it?
Otto, one of the terms for securing her cooperation would be that I do not tell you that. Otto puts his hand to his mouth, indicating that he is not going to talk. Subaru's lips quirk, eager to say something, but he determines that speech is not going to get Otto to bend and he promptly abandons any further inquisition. If some vaguely harsh questioning was enough to get him talking, then he wouldn't have risked his life going along with Subaru's practically nonsense plots.
Stubborn, a nuisance, and a great friend. Subaru, crap.
Otto, ow.
Why am I getting hit? Subaru, just be quiet.
Subaru shoves Otto's shoulders, then paying no heed to his complaints before turning to face Emilia. To find that Patrash has materialized beside her at some unknown juncture and is pressing her snout into Emilia's silver hair, the two of them smiling. Subaru, what's this? Since when have you been such good friends? Emilia, some things happened while you were sleeping.
And she really helped me. She's so great.
Subaru, right? She's my pride and my partner, no joke. Yeah, Patrash? Subaru approaches and reaches out to stroke her back. But the dragon dodges away before his fingertips can touch her, avoiding his hand. Subaru, Gahu? Patrash. The swing of her tail strikes Subaru in the ass, leaving him half in tears from pain as he leaps. He looks at her, questioning and defiant, to see that her sharp eyes have sharpened further and she is growling displeasedly at him with her neck stooped low. Otto, would you like a translation? Subaru, no, even I can figure this one out. Subaru replies to Otto's considerations with a shake of his head. He gives a small sigh.
Subaru, it's don't make me worry, isn't it?
Otto, additionally, don't get carried away.
I'm not doing it again. Imagine what it's like for me. But with a yes, fine, you can come in nuance in the anger.
Subaru, seriously, what is going on with your heroine power?
Are you throwing your name into the heroine race?
Subaru gives a wry smile and reaches out.
This time his fingers do touch Patrash's tough hide.
She closes her eyes, accepting it as if inevitable, Subaru's gratitude for the tolerant dragon unending. Patrash's assistance in the Garfield fight, that being the decisive blow, occurred as a factor of her incredible and unhesitating trust. As always, flimsy Subaru needed to indebt himself to many people every time he wanted to scale any mountain. Would the day ever come where he would settle those debts?
He doubted it. But had to do it.
Subaru, so what's going on with the conquered and debt-producing mountain, Garfield? Emilia, Garfield's recovering and is over there.
But it might be better not to interrupt. Subaru, interrupt? Subaru tilts his head.
Emilia puts her finger to her lips. Emilia, Ram's looking after him right now, you see. Ram, are you awake, Garf?
What Garfield sees when he wakes up is the face of a familiar girl. This was someone he wanted to see upon waking, who he did not want to see upon waking. It's a complex feeling. But he cannot deny that his chest has begun to beat faintly faster.
Garfield hums. Garfield, yeah. Up. Ram, I see.
Then move. This has gone on far long enough, and my legs are numb.
Garfield, or. The instant they establish communication, Garfield is expelled from the soft touch as his head falls to the ground.
He hadn't been expecting a kind reaction, but this kind of coldness does hurt. And especially so when his pride is already wounded, and his crush is the one being icy. He rubs his head and gazes bitterly at Ram. She sits on the grass with her legs folded, patting at the spot where Garfield's head had been resting, her thighs. She responds to Garfield's gaze with a displeased what? Garfield, ain't nothin'.
Same's always, you're a lady who ain't got a scrap of kindness. Ram, when the moment requires kindness and the recipient merits kindness, then of course I'll be kind. That I'm not being so now means that this isn't one of those moments. Garfield, my amazing self got that merit? Ram, it's utterly transparent what you want me to say. You mustn't be like Barusu, Garf.
If you wish to know what a woman truly feels, devise a cleverer scheme. Garfield lowers his gaze. His head goes springing back in the wake of Ram's poke to his forehead. The shock races through the point just above the scar that Garfield always finds himself touching. His fingers brush across the scar on his brow as he sighs. Garfield, thinking back. You're the one who gave me this injury.
Ram, dash.
I had to act frantically to settle your shenanigans. Do you think I did something as drastic as knock your face into the stone because I wanted to?
Garfield, feels same's today when you were beating me down, that you were smiling like crazy.
Ram, my life isn't unlimited.
When it's merely doing something that I'm reluctant to do, it's profitable that I smile and convince myself it's enjoyable. Desperate measures. Garfield, how about thinking mental scars that leaves F guy who gets his head cracked open, oi.
Ram just sighs, her expression even more bored. Of course. She would never accept that she was wrong, and her stubborn mentality would never bend. Proud, noble, tough, tenacious. Which is why Garfield admired her, and wanted her.
Garfield, you ain't wounded any, Ram? Ram, who could suppose? I have had Emilia some amend the conspicuous injuries, but it might be impossible to remove all of them entirely.
How are you going to take responsibility for despoiling me? Garfield, make you my wife.
Ram, you'll fail.
Think of a different method. And that was audacious of you, Garf. That you dared to abandon the losers.
Garfield. Ram's harsh gaze silences Garfield. The anger in her eyes is a condemnation of the fact that he practiced leniency at the battle's end, Garfield had neglected to finish off both Ram, defeated, and Otto, upside down in the shrubs.
Indeed, their survival had been his decision, and it may have sullied the glory of the fight.
But Garfield could not brandish his claws at the unconscious girl. Even disregarding his feelings for her, and other different and varied factors, he surely would not have managed it. After all, he lacked the courage most vital for a warrior. Ram, it impresses me that you avoided my last cast of magic.
Garfield, ain't like I was trying to.
When I was beaten down started reversing my transformation, I got this foreboding feeling.
Then my body moved quicker in my head.
That's all. When the forest's mana had been assembled, and Ram cast the most advanced wind magic there is, rather than think, Garfield left everything to his survival instinct and evaded the blades of wind. He used the feeling of the invisible gale grazing millimeters past his skin to escape.
The attack had ravaged every tree in sight down to nothing, and alongside his rather artistic dodges he managed to flee from its range. Once he returned to the scene, he found the fallen Ram and Otto.
Were Garfield a true warrior, he would have boasted of his survival and taken their lives. But Garfield, who needed to surrender himself to his animal blood if he was going to take a life, could not do it. Garfield, I'm Ram.
Not a warrior.
Merely someone who wears a warrior's airs, speaks empty threats, a fake. He had stubbornly believed that even a fake like him, provided he had the power, could subdue everything and protect those he wished to protect without taking any lives.
But his ideas had been largely invalidated. He had believed that he possessed enough strength to defeat even great groups of outsiders. But in reality he lost to merely 3 people and a ground dragon.
And for each of their reasons all of those people were practically non-combatants. If a hostile warrior came to Sanctuary, they would easily destroy Garfield. This was what he was, after running his pompous mouth with talk about being Sanctuary's barrier.
He mulled over many thoughts in this deficient head of his.
Throughout the battle, and even outside of battle, Garfield never stopped using his assuredly poor brain.
What strategy would be optimum? What action would best help everyone?
Was there a way to do this without hurting anybody? And even if someone would be hurt, it was fine so long as the only injuries were to himself. All his days spent holding these beliefs and doing his best had been entirely superficial, acting only to conceal his weakness. Ram, Garfield. Ram, I'm going to give you a word of advice.
Listen well.
Garfield, yeah. Still looking down, Garfield gives a nod.
What words would Ram, his crush, shower upon him? Her usual statements were harsh, but she had probably never truly washed her hands of him.
Ram's personality was one where she was soft to people inside her circle. And although their relationship was not without its faults, she and Garfield had known each other for a long time, and she considered him as part of that count.
But now her hostility was clear. He probably was not included in that category anymore.
Her imminent announcement would be Ram's parting with Garfield in earnest, and, 219 Ram, Garf, you're stupid, so thinking is utterly pointless.
A waste of time. Otherwise said, a waste of life.
Garfield, eh? Ram, you're who said it. Garf, you dodged my magic when you acted without thinking anything.
And that is exactly the case. You may not have noticed it, but when you are thinking nothing you are considerably stronger in fights. When you're being a barefaced idiot, considerably.
Unable to comprehend what he is hearing, Garfield's eyes widen. While he had expected her to find him useless, her statements are aiming somewhere entirely unanticipated. Ram, I don't mean for you to abandon all rationality and transform.
In fact, I will mention that your transformation makes you even weaker than when you are thinking. You become a bigger target, and your weapons are slow. Stay in human form, focus on your opponent, and fight without thinking.
Garfield, hell's this?
Since when was this topic?
Ram, this is important. Because now you're going to fight on many occasions as an ally to me and Emilia Summer. Garfield, Emotion clogs Garfield's throat. His face flashes red, his sharp fangs clicking as he speaks. Garfield, fuck off. You're fucking piss round with me, be enemies, crush my ideas. Naya still forgiving me, telling me to forgive you? Ram, don't be an idiot. I don't forgive you, and so I'm demanding you serve us.
If we forgive you and our standings become equal, we'll need to make requests to gain your cooperation.
Foolishness.
We are the victors and you are the loser. I don't forgive you, and so I am ordering you.
Understand? Garfield, fucking nuts. Garfield bares his fangs as he stands up. His body sways for an instant, but with how most all of his wounds have been healed, it isn't a problem. Healed.
The moment he reaches that thought, even more shame claws at his heart.
Garfield, I accept I lost.
'Cause I did.
But that ain't the same deal as whether I'm gonna back down. I lost, you got me, understood.
But my amazing self's still alive and kickin'.
If you're really gonna move things along without asking me, then what your shoulder done was kill me. Second you ain't doing that's the exact second your cowardice is thame's mine. Ram, cart before horse.
If we let you die when we need your strength, that contradicts our goals.
Garfield, but I. Ram, incessant sniveling. Before Garfield can roar in anger, Ram gets to her feet and howls.
Her cerise eyes host fury as she glares at Garfield. It's menacing.
Overwhelmed, Garfield winds up shutting his mouth. Ram, you lost.
You have lost. Then act like the loser you are and heed the commands of the victor.
How wretched must you be in presence of a woman you like, flaunting your inane and girlish temperament as a sore loser, before you will be satisfied, Garf? Your flagellation of others becomes flagellation of yourself the moment that you lose. All you have changed is the aim of your braying, idiotic, Garfield, you or.
Ah. Her statements are spot on. Garfield cannot manage a single word.
Before the fight, he had imposed certain issues onto other people.
Now that he's lost, he's imposing his own weakness.
It proves that nothing has changed about his wretchedness as he yells at whatever he thinks is weak. He stopped yelling about the outside which he thought weak, and started yelling about his own self who he had to acknowledge as weak. Garfield, but what my meant to? Go laughing like a stupid idiot and stand in line with your entourage?
I can't do that. I'm accepting I lost. But that don't mean I'm accepting your words is being right.
Not a dodge, but Garfield's true thoughts.
He acknowledges his loss. His opponents being numerous is a topic irrelevant to discussion.
If he starts expounding why he lost, he would never end. The problem is that nothing has sprouted in the depths of Garfield's heart to instill him firm conviction in Subaru's claims. Ultimately, the ideas he has obsessed over all until this point remain unchanged, and even should someone demand that he fight alongside them, he cannot simply nod in assent. Garfield, what my meant to, with this, halfway situation. Ram, if you don't want to be stuck at a halfway, then all you need to do is prove that you're moving. Garfield, what?
His breathing still ragged, Garfield looks at Ram.
Her expression has regained its usual composure as she looks Garfield straight in the eye.
In her eyes he sees the reflection of his own feeble face.
He would rather look away, but Ram's gaze does not permit him to. Ram, I don't know what Barusu said, but I can imagine it. And so, Garf.
You should confirm it for yourself. Garfield, confirm it, myself.
Confirm what? Ram, whether you're capable of changing, or whether you're still a petrified, whimpering child.
Garfield finally recognizes what she is telling him. The instant he comprehends it, his heartbeat assaults him, thumping at an unprecedented speed. Cold sweat streams down his back, sticking to him, spreading inside him. His pulse grows wild, a ringing reverberating endlessly in his skull.
This is his trauma, with its barbed chains constricting his heart, great enough to bring these abnormalities all across his body.
He feels a chill, looks behind him. The tomb looms there as ever.
Confirm.
Something, in there. Even supposing he went in, what could he confirm?
What new answer was Ram expecting him to find there?
Nothing would change. Nothing could change.
But why, even knowing this, was he failing to assert I won't go, and instead wavering between I will and I won't? Garfield, what'll I learn by going in?
He's getting hooked into it. Utterly.
He didn't think anything would change, but he also desired to confirm it.
He stiffens in terror, his heart wailing in rejection, but his soul howling. He wanted to confirm. He needed to confirm.
Confirm whether the bloody shrieks of the boy blocking his path, whether the assertions of Natsuki Subaru, were correct.
Confirm whether everything he had lived thus far had been mistaken.
Ram, you look resolved.
The chattering of his teeth, and the unrest of his heart, have calmed, all signs of his cold sweat are gone. Garfield wordlessly turns to face Ram.
Garfield couldn't tell what she was expecting of him, with her stern words of encouragement.
And perhaps the question of whether or not Garfield would ally with them was not where Ram's focus lay. They've known each other for a long time. There's some things he just understands.
What Ram seeks is not exactly for Garfield to join them.
She seeks that Garfield will reach a conclusion on how to live his life. Everything else is secondary.
She's a good lady, someone to be thankful for, thinks Garfield. Ram, don't worry, Garf. Perhaps unsettled by Garfield's silence, a rare warmth peeks through in Ram's tone. She gives Garfield's bare shoulders a light tap. Ram, if anything frightening enough happens that you cry, I'll comfort you. Our relationship goes back a long way, after all.
Chapter 116, with grandmother, with mother, with sister, as grandson, as son, as brother.
Ram, apologies for this when you're motivated, Emilia Summer, but Garf is entering the tomb first. That is Ram's first line after finishing her chat and returning to the group with Garfield.
Subaru's eyes widen.
Emilia and Otto are also plainly surprised. Subaru, Garfield's doing the trial. Seriously? Ram, most seriously of seriously. Yes, Garf. Ram nods and glances up to Garfield, who stands beside her.
Their height difference is not that great, but regardless Garfield is slightly taller than Ram.
He sticks his fingers in his bangs, matted with dry blood, and averts his gaze so as to not engage in the conversation. Ram grabs that unengaged ear of his and yanks it. Ram, are you listening, Garf?
What nerve you must have, ignoring us.
Garfield, org.
A dud? Oi, Ram?
My amazing ears barely hanging onto my head right now.
Seconds from coming off. Bleeding.
Ram, it seems that introspection you had after that beat down from us isn't functioning. I'll mention now that our side still has Emilia Summer left, who hasn't exhausted her stamina in the slightest. You do recognize what will happen if you rebel? Emilia, I.
Wasn't thinking to do anything violent.
Everyone is drowning in wounds and sitting at the peak of exhaustion, except for Emilia, who had not participated in the fight and remains in top condition. They had just ended a battle where the whole point was to not get Emilia involved, and still Ram is instantly using her to start making threats.
Terrifying backbone.
Garfield, yeah, I get it.
We start fighting again here and my amazing self ain't gonna win.
Earth Soul blessings given me a lot of my strength back.
But it ain't enough for a fight. Subaru, that's a relief to hear. I'd seriously rather not get into any more fistfights with you. Thought I was gonna die. You're sitting second or third in this month's rankings.
Otto, Natsuki-san, just how many butcheries have you squeaked through? It's scary. Subaru recollects on his fistfight with Garfield and shivers. Otto envisions the grisliness of the scene and shivers. This ranked in second or third place for his experiences in almost dying, but considering that he has also actually died, perhaps the peril he faced here was not really so hazardous. Garfield, how am I second or third?
Subaru, well, that's where you are. Second or third. Something we take this outside and more's gonna happen.
Garfield, ha. Your smooth talk ain't gonna hook me.
Zedurded lurks in the shadows of quick riches.
Garfield snorts away Subaru's challenge, and traces his fingers over his forehead scar. His sharp gold eyes then gaze at the sight behind Subaru and the others, at the tomb, looming.
Garfield, wheedlin', an actual force.
Still can't believe you're used both. Now's tree seeing things with your view, and decide. Emilia, what are you deciding? Emilia quietly asks Garfield.
He looks at her. She looks back at him straight on. This might be the first time that they have ever faced each other in earnest.
Emilia is recipient to Garfield's horrifically violent gaze, but even so, her amethyst eyes do not waver in the least. Perhaps seeing something in the eyes of the other, both of them smile. Garfield clicks his fangs, while Emilia's fingers reach for her chest, before she seems to remember something and stops. Seeing that, Garfield reaches for his left shoulder. Garfield, NGH, ha.
The blue crystal jutting from his shoulder comes out with a splorch. He does begin bleeding, but he forces the flow to stop by tightening his muscles.
Emilia's eyes widen at it as he tosses the removed crystal to her. Emilia, oh.
Garfield, just take it.
It's probably right for you to be thrown holding onto this thing. Emilia promptly catches the crystal, looking at it while Garfield speaks bluntly. She accepts Garfield's statements while the brilliance of the crystal in her hands leads her to gulp. The jewel glows dimly, strobing, almost seeming overjoyed that Emilia has caught it. Subaru crosses his arms as he watches on from aside.
Still the same even though he can't speak, he thinks.
Emilia, thank you, Garfield. Garfield, my view is I just chucked away something annoying for me soul.
No reason for you thank me. Garfield looks up at the sky with no particular intention. Tangerine hues creep across the panoramic, soon to welcome night. Before long, the trial will be ready to start. Garfield, I'm gonna be checking whether I'm who's wrong, or you're who's wrong.
Garfield's shoulders slice the wind as he turns around. His path leads him toward the tomb, the nightmarish place which had carved abhorrent memories into him in childhood. After all this time, what will he see there now? Subaru, hey, Garfield.
A call from behind stops the supposedly determined Garfield.
He clicks his tongue and glances behind him, to find that Subaru is who halted him, his hand raised. Garfield, what? Subaru, I mean, not trying to rain on your parade or anything.
But seeing as there's still an ounce of time before the trial starts.
While entirely raining on Garfield's parade, Subaru scratches his head.
It looks like he's having difficulty saying something.
Garfield clicks his fangs to urge Subaru on.
Subaru sighs. Subaru, please at least get dressed. You're in only a loincloth that's ready to fall off any second. There's a line for tawdry here and you've crossed it. Barbarian style with the breeze tickling his privates. A vein pulses on Garfield's head. Ram gives an astonished sigh.
Ram, what a tawdry episode. After getting dressed and entering the tomb, Garfield senses that meets the trial's conditions.
The air hangs damp within the stone structure.
A chilly breeze blows past, carrying the scent of dust, making Garfield grimace. His nose is far too effective, and the stench from the enclosed chamber is an assault to his senses.
Garfield, don't want to be staying round here too long.
His mutter echoes down the corridor.
Nothing replies. He feels firm ground beneath his feet, as he intrudes deeper and deeper into the tomb. Garfield recognizes that his pulse has accelerated without his notice. He challenges the trial, and he will see the consequence. He was ready for that.
But still he cannot be calm, because the memory for Garfield is one which evokes intense and irremovable dread.
Experiencing it again will make something change, his heart insists.
What on earth about Garfield would change from witnessing that debacle again?
He had never even forgotten it for an instant in the first place. The vivid memory has burned into his brain far too vividly.
What would seeing it again do except reinforce that memory further?
Garfield, pathetic. I'm here because that's what I wanna check. Garfield mocks himself as he lines up screeds of tenable logic, insistent to flee.
It's a girlishness where he can agree with Ram's scolding and derision of him. He had never wanted to know or realize that he was such a coward of a man.
But if he is the kind of man who submits to frailty and girlishness, what is going to do?
Garfield.
His feet stop atop the stone-paved path, He focuses his attention on the ground below him.
A warm wave of power courses up from his souls, the gift of the earth to Garfield and his earth soul blessing. His may have been wounded, brutalized, and exhausted, but merely contacting the ground is enough to restore Garfield's body, his strength compounding.
Never mind how he was in the instance, after being beaten. Now that he's had a short rest, he's at 40% of his top capacity. He should be capable of destroying the tomb if he wanted to.
And Subaru and Ram and the others would not be able to stop Garfield's destruction. It would utterly eliminate the point of their strenuous efforts spent defeating Garfield.
He could eliminate the point, right now. Were they so stupid that they hadn't considered that?
Garfield, fucking shitheads.
Of course they had.
Emilia was probably ignorant to the concept of doubting people, and Otto was probably missing a few important screws, but never mind them. Calculating Subaru and that Ram would surely not overlook the possibility. They're thinking that even if Garfield regains his strength, he will not destroy the tomb.
Did they think him too cowardly to, or did they just trust him? Garfield cannot tell which it is. Would this solution come after he defeats the trial too? Garfield, stupid. With that, Garfield resumes walking. Thinking about complicated stuff is not his speciality. His poorness at using his head remains the same both in his daily life and during battle.
He regardless frantically works his brain because someone long ago told him to. Ram, think more while you're fighting, Garf.
It'd make me happy if you did. Garfield, eh? He remembers who told him to think while living. Which was why he had so earnestly, with such asinine sincerity, remained fixated to the idea.
The exact person who had told Garfield to think while fighting had wound up informing him that he was better at fighting when not thinking.
Crossing the line for absurdity.
Garfield, this is damn bullshit, oi. Huh?
A smile wells up inside him.
Just when he attempts to stifle the smile dead, Garfield spots the corridor's end.
A rectangular space welcomes him. The trial room.
Pale ghostly lights phase the chamber in from darkness. Garfield steps inside, his stress somewhat calmed, and he looks at the stone door at the back of the room.
This door will open after the 3 trials are cleared. Though since he has never seen it open before, he does not know if that is the truth.
Nothing gives any indication of what is inside, either.
If he remains here standing still and waiting, the trial should start.
Garfield, eh? Garfield crosses his arms, bored as he glances around the chamber, when his brows rise. Into Garfield's nocturnal vision there slinks an oddness about the room.
He strains his eyes in attempt to confirm exactly what it is, and less than first face your past. A voice.
Instantaneously, his vision wavers, his consciousness blurring.
The past was here.
I didn't think at all that you'd be coming here again.
It makes me feel very happy. Once his consciousness reaches sobriety, Garfield realizes that he is standing in a forest.
He turns his head, to see the sight of a familiar woods, but compared to the scenery that Garfield knows, these woodlands are somewhat younger. It's only a few years of difference, but being that it's a place he interacts with daily, Garfield can easily notice the discrepancy.
This is the past. And he is in a dream, challenging the trial.
After smoothly accepting these facts, Garfield checks to see how he is.
His limbs are there.
Everything from his neck up, eyes and nose and ears and etc. exist without issue. He opens his mouth and bites down hard, for his fangs to click like unsheathed blades.
He's fine, no problems. Actually, it feels like the injuries he sustained before entering the tomb have been healed.
Your injuries from reality aren't carrying over because this place only halls in your mind. If you suffered a wound serious enough to influence your mind, then it wouldn't heal even in the dream. This one's already been verified, so for example if someone who was missing an arm in reality was invited to this world, their missing arm wouldn't heal and…
Garfield, shut it with your long-winded blabbering. Can't you tell ignoring you? Indeed I can. But even so I just have to speak with you.
I'd sorta like it if you could respect these feelings of delight I have for our prolonged reunion.
Wanna try it?
Says the doll-like smile of the girl standing opposite Garfield. From top to bottom a black funeral dress-esque vestment garbs her hair and skin pure white. Her smile was alluring enough to enchant any man, but facing her was enough to tell that it was utterly empty.
This visage was another thing which had not changed an inch from what he remembered.
Garfield, my amazing self's grown up, but you ain't changed a bit. Girl, because I am very unfortunately deceased.
Dead, with only my soul stuck in the world. No matter how the time passes, I can't walk the same trail as the living.
This is a pretty sentimental topic, isn't it?
It's not really like you.
Garfield, like me, now there's words only people who know me real well got any business sayin'.
Our meeting happened ages ago, and we only did it once.
Ain't that we talked about anything important either. Girl, perhaps that's exactly how I look to you. But I have to wonder if that'd have any bearing on whether the time I've spent looking at you has been equivalently equal. Garfield, TCH.
He knows that he can't outfox her in conversation.
While withstanding the urge to click his tongue, Garfield glares at the witch standing there with not a speck of ill will on her face, Echidna. Perhaps acting as an inspector for the trial, Echidna had accompanied Garfield like this the last time he saw the past, as well. Not out of any human concern for him as the trial brutalized his heart, but to make sure that he did not miss a single one the events unfolding, out of a gross kind of curiosity. Losing will to speak with her any further, Garfield looks at the forest. If this production which was the past has already started, then the arrival of the actors is only a
matter of time.
Garfield has not the slightest intention to delight this which whom mere conversation can delight. Echidna, so cold. Echidna accepts even this attitude of Garfield as something pleasant as she stands beside him and strokes her white hair. During this juncture, where he's watching her from aside, the change happens. Garfield.
Faced with a scene he supposedly knew was coming, Garfield swallows his breath.
The edge of the forest, also said, the dividing line for the barrier which delineates sanctuaries inside and outside. Just being around the barrier is enough for those trapped within it to come near to unconsciousness, and undergo the unpleasant feeling of their being thrown into disarray. In the environs of this boundary line there appear 4 silhouettes. One is Lewis with her long pink hair, her appearance identical to what it is in present reality. Another is a girl of perhaps 10 years with beautiful, silky blonde hair, Frederica. And standing opposite to Lewis and Frederica is a woman, her blonde hair tied in a ponytail, her face gentle.
In her hands she cradles an infant. A blonde child, with nasty-looking eyes. Garfield, Mom.
The instant he sights the woman and recognizes who she is holding, a feeble sound escapes his lips.
But his call for his mother does not reach any of the 4. Naturally. Nobody can interfere with the past.
Echidna, even supposing that you reach out, you won't touch her.
Nothing you say will make her smile back.
I know it sounds ridiculous coming from me, but I sympathize with how you're being forced to watch something cruel. The witch's sentiments, which make him want to shout "Don't you goddamn talk." But the eyes of the witch as she watches Garfield, his face twisted in anguish, host no malice.
This scene is not something that the witch prepared with malicious intentions. How would the challenger's regrets manifest, how would the challenger face them, and what would be the outcome of it? That alone was what this natural disaster sought.
Garfield.
Garfield trembles. The 4 are having a conversation.
Their statements, their words, the tone of their voices, none of it is reaching Garfield. They are opening their mouths, making sound. But when it travels through the air and vibrates against Garfield's eardrums, no definite meaning
arises from it. Anguish arises on Lewis' face.
Frederica bites her lip in an attempt to keep herself from crying.
Their mother looks worried, while Garfield in her arms smiles happily. No sound accompanies this painful scene because this is Garfield's memory. Young Garfield did not store the content of this conversation in his memory.
And so the words they speak do not reach present Garfield. But this memory is one that tugs at him dimly, shallowly. The scene has been reproduced, the performance playing on as if to rile him up.
Echidna, I wonder what they could be saying.
Can you figure anything? Garfield, stop talking to me. You're just gonna give some stupid answer anyway.
Considering what happens after this, he can figure what they're saying.
His mother is attempting to leave for the outside world, while Louis and Frederica are trying to convince her to stay. Young Garfield is unable to participate in the conversation, merely being held by his mom and basking in that joy. Garfield, grr. An unbearable urge strikes Garfield, leading him to step forth. Echidna's brows rise as Garfield lumbers over to the fore.
He stands right beside them, but none notice him.
He gazes at his sister, shorter than him, Louis, unchanged, and himself and his mother, all from straight on. Cradled by his mother, young Garfield smiles guilelessly.
It pisses him off.
This guy doesn't know what's coming next. He's not even qualified to participate in the conversation to convince his mother to stay, just sitting there smiling. How to quantify the regret and despair that came of the fact that he merely sat there, smiling? Garfield, or Garage. He swings his arm up, his claws ripping through the air. He wanted to stab his claws into the infant's happy face and overwrite it with despair.
He wanted to make him know how imbecilic his decision was. But his claws pass through the infant's face, and even through the arms of his mother as she cradles him.
He could stomp the ground and use his blessing to try and send them flying, but nothing would result. The swings of his arms grow larger, the phantom of his mother getting wrapped up in the destruction, but no change occurring at all. Garfield, why am I
being shown this shit? He swings his arm up fruitlessly. Strikes the ground. But the destruction does not transmit to the world of memory, which remains sternly as is.
Unable to vent his anger or make the past disappear, his voice shaking, Garfield turns around and bares his fangs at the witch.
Garfield, it's the same. It ain't changed at all.
Nothing's changing about how Mom didn't stay, or about what happened to her after. You satisfied now, eh? Echidna, you're free to messily throw attacks around however you want, but don't you think it's slightly extraordinarily selfish to blame me for this? It's definitely not a mistake that the past is unfurling because of things I intended, but you're the one who, knowing what this place was, came back here. If you were anticipating for something to change, then the one you should lambaste for its failure to change isn't me.
It's you.
Garfield, me?
Echidna, entirely.
This place hasn't changed because you haven't changed.
You can't accept the past in a different manner from before because you can't accept change in yourself.
If you accept yourself to change, or elect not to change, then you'll be capable of overcoming the trial. And actually, there was a boy who elected for change who did overcome his past.
Garfield cannot manage a single word in response as Echidna tells him of a previous victor.
It's easy for him to disregard it as just Echidna bullshitting.
But if it's not her bullshitting, then, the moment he thinks it, Garfield knows fear. Someone has overcome their past before. Sanctuary has not been freed.
This person who overcame their past did not manage to conquer the following trials.
But even still, presuming that they overcame their past. Garfield, no, you can't trick me.
You need thave demi-human blood to be qualified challenge the trial. It ain't possible that anyone thinner than a half-blood who ain't me or sis's come to Sanctuary before. Meanin'.
Anyone qualified still in Sanctuary. And this guy who took the trial here and beat their past don't
exist.
Garfield hesitates on the final word of his assertion.
The witch's provocations tug at him, and just when he comes close to doubting his own thoughts, the facts to refute her come flying at him.
But is he truly correct? The witch smiles somewhat happily.
This was not her welcoming the destruction of her lies, nor her welcoming Garfield's debate.
This expression was one of waiting for something that would more intensely tickle her curiosity.
Echidna, this guy who beat it doesn't what? From the bare-faced tone of her question and from her attitude, Garfield senses it.
Echidna is looking for something.
Waiting to see whether, from the information that Garfield himself has presented, he will or will not reach the solution.
And Garfield realizes just who the witch who Echidna is talking about.
Garfield, no goddamn way.
Garfield was talking about the requirement to challenge the tomb. But an exception existed. The witch had not directly stated this, and this was entirely Garfield's speculation.
But most likely, being an apostle to the witch of greed simultaneously qualified someone to challenge the trial.
Garfield knows only one person to whom this applies.
And hadn't he already told Garfield before?
I've taken the trial, and seen my past.
Garfield, but, he said he couldn't overcome the paste, he said himself he couldn't overcome the trial. Echidna, you don't think that saying those things would avoid unneeded conflict? Or that unwanted things would happen if people knew that he overcame the trial, maybe? Garfield, shut it, I ain't talking to you. Don't butt in. Echidna's words lead Garfield's brain to strobe, his thoughts in turmoil. It is correct to acknowledge that he, Natsuki Subaru, had challenged the trial.
He knew that the trial meant facing the past before Garfield could mention anything. Garfield recollects on Subaru back when he said he failed to overcome it.
Garfield had been so shocked to learn that Subaru was qualified that he inadvertently ended the conversation before asking what he really ought to have, but Garfield, HK. Subaru's expression back then was not the face of a man battered by his unconquerable past. He did look frustrated about a failure to achieve something, but it was not the look of a man harboring a personal problem. That look was one which, reflected on the water's face as he went to bathe, Garfield got to witness every day. Subaru's bearing as he attacked Garfield did not carry the visage, nor the voice, nor the assertions of a man suffering prolonged hang-ups with his past.
Garfield, he overcame his past? You can overcome your past?
Echidna, just for hypothesis, supposing that something where he gave you some kind of pompous lecture happened, wouldn't it make sense that he preached because some basis made him capable of it? Garfield's hazy mind thinks back on his exchange of fists with Subaru. Subaru and Garfield had both been hitting their limits for staying conscious. He could not remember the entirety of what Subaru yelled back then.
No, he mustn't give up. He must hear, right now, remember those words and question himself. What was he told? What was yelled at him?
His past, his stagnation, his immobility, his barrier, his sanctuary, his family. What happens to the hopeless, to those who have stopped moving?
If you want to start something, then you are free to start anything.
Then you are going to leave regardless of anything?
A familiar voice strikes Garfield's ear. But this is a voice which should not be audible.
Because this was not the voice of someone who could interfere with Garfield here, and not the voice of someone Garfield could interfere with here.
Yes, I am leaving. I know I'll be causing problems for you, Lewis Summer.
You don't have to worry about that.
The problem's how the kids are gonna feel.
The voice of the familiar ones of his family, and the unfamiliar ones of his family, the sounds matched to the movements of Lewis and her sour expression, and the movements of his mother who faces her.
For the first time in his life, Garfield hears his mother's voice.
Garfield.
He swallows his breath as the scene robs his attention. His mother gazes down lovingly at the Garfield in her arms, rocking him gently.
Frederica grasps the hem of their mother's skirt as she looks up at her, and strains out her voice. Frederica, mother. I. Mother, I'm sorry, Rika.
I know how it's going to worry you. 6.
Frederica,
That's okay. I will be fine.
But, poor Garf. Mother, should I take him with me?
But your mommy is a bumbler. I'm sure he'd go through bad experiences.
Rika, you're my girl but you're so dependable, please look after him. Frederica, although sad, gives her goodbyes to their mother.
Garfield hadn't known that his sister agreed with their mother's departure from Sanctuary.
Lewis, as she holds Frederica's trembling shoulders, also looks to respect their mother's decision. Mother, your mommy will be coming back.
Their mother lifts Garfield up. Ignorant to his mother's determination, he smiles cheerfully. She holds him close.
Kisses his forehead. 6. Her nickname for Frederica is Foo, from Y.
It doesn't work in English.
in the exact same spot that Garfield now has a scar.
Mother, I'll be coming back with your daddy. Until then, wait for me.
Garfield, HK.
Her eyes abound in affection, her voice abounds in compassion.
To keep from losing the unforgettable memory, again and again, his mother kisses him. Eventually, she hands young Garfield to Louis. Louis cradles Garfield firmly as she and his mother share a nod. His mother then hugs Frederica, and showers her beloved daughter's forehead in a rain of kisses too.
Garfield, ha, or, ow, ah.
Ah. While witnessing this, Garfield has at some unknown juncture fallen to his knees.
What in the world is he watching? He doesn't know this. He's never seen this before.
This was supposed to be the memory from when he was young, when he knew nothing, when he challenged the trial, where he saw something more hopeless, more garnished in crushing despair.
And even though he remembered it, even though he remembered that vivid feeling of being abandoned in that memory, he had believed the memory a precious one had cultivated his obstinance.
All the empty threats, all across his days up until now, which he made to hide his sorrow and misery peel away, crumble away, as something entirely different overwrites them.
What was this?
This memory? Hadn't his mother abandoned him and his sister, leaving them in search of her own happiness? Hadn't she expelled these nuisances from her life and determined to walk her own path? It's utterly reversed.
His mother deserted himself and Frederica, and left.
Explaining why Garfield had been capable of so securely creating the person who was Garfield Tinsel. The second Garfield realizes that it's all the illegitimate result of misdirected ideas, his secure barricade morphs into a brittle dirt wall, his world collapsing beneath him. Garfield cannot even stand anymore as his family's goodbyes reach their end. His mother, reluctant to part, touches Frederica and Garfield one last time, and entrusts everything to Louis as she takes her bag and turns to exit the woods. She stops many times along her path.
Glances back at Frederica, who is waving.
Sees how Louis is holding Garfield's hand, making him wave his goodbye to his mother, and she waves back.
She collects herself and again begins to walk. Stops.
Glances back, waves. Over and over, over and over and over and over, as his mom exits the forest. Garfield, wah? Just when he moves to stand up and follow her, his vision warps. The world is losing its edges, and not entirely because of the teardrops swamping Garfield's eyes.
It's happening for a more clear-cut reason. The edges of his vision are swarmed in white light, and the forest is disappearing. Like the end of the world. The unanticipated finale leads Garfield to turn toward the witch behind him, and yell,
Garfield, why?
Why is it ending here? It ain't reached the fundamental.
Echidna, no, it's over.
There's no need to see anything further. It's not me who determined the dream is finished, but you.
Congratulations, Garfield.
You've rewritten your past.
Garfield, what are you?
Stop fucking with me.
Part my amazing self most has to something abouts after this. Echidna, there's no need to see what comes next, and even supposing that you've envisioned some idea of what does happen next, interfering with it is out of your scope. Garfield, or.
You can't change the past, the witch is saying.
Garfield's reddened face pales as he falls, partway to standing up, back to his knees.
He knows how his mother truly felt. And now this. The fate of his mother, having left this place, would not change? His mother left sanctuary for Garfield and Frederica's sake in search of his father.
But immediately after its founding that journey was crushed, alongside his mother. Didn't this just escalate an already hopeless memory into something even more dismal? Didn't a memory of despair piled upon despair just switch into one of hope crushed by hopelessness? What about himself was he supposed to change, with this? Frederica, mother loved both you and I, Garf. Garfield springs his head up.
Looking down at him as he kneels is his sister, still young. She is looking at him. A supposedly blind past, incapable of interaction, is interacting with him.
Frederica, our mother left sanctuary for the sake of our family.
Does that dissatisfy you?
Garfield, Don't fuck with me.
So fucking what that we were loved. Don't shove you undue memories onto me.
Frederica, how much easier it was to be unloved, says young Frederica, somewhat mocking toward Garfield.
Their height difference is literally that of a child and an adult.
But Frederica pays not the slightest care to his height, talking from straight on and with an expression suggesting that he is such a handful of a little brother. Frederica, allowance to believe that your love is unreciprocated gives you capability to justify yourself. Garfield, no.
Frederica, you love her, and she loves you.
Should you have discovered this, you would no longer be capable of justifying your neglect to soar outside, your remaining hold in sanctuary. Garfield, no.
No.
And when you don't even fucking know anything.
What do you think happened to mum? Frederica, surely I would know. Garfield leaves himself to his anger as he roars, when a shock hits him like a slap to the face.
Frederica's expression vanishes. She looks at Garfield, seeming to endure some emotion.
What did she just say? Frederica, surely I would know.
Even should we suppose that after Mother left Sanctuary she perhaps faced instantaneous misfortune.
Surely that information would have reached me.
Garfield, and so?
So what?
Frederica, and surely you understand that this information could not have reached you.
You are no longer a juvenile, Garf.
Frederica knew what happened to their mother. And even Garfield understands why she had been unable to tell young Garfield that. Who on earth could inform a young boy that his mother had met a cruel demise?
If he had not peeped on the trial in this tomb, Garfield never would have known.
That he did know was because he had trampled over many considerations and kindnesses which had been trying not to let him find out.
Frederica, in truth, you did remember that Mother loved you.
Garfield. Frederica, you yourself wounded the spot where Mother had kissed you, where she had last touched you, in an attempt to pretend that it had not happened. His fingers touch his forehead scar. This wound had not existed on his brow when he was young. He sustained this injury immediately after he challenged the trial. In a state of pandemonium, Garfield bashed his head open on the walls, on the floor, harming himself so greatly that he suffered
a permanent wound. This scar was his injury from back then.
And the truth behind this scar was, surely, what Frederica had just said. Frederica, it's ending now.
Frederica whispers. Before he can realize it, the world has already lost almost all of its shape. The forest is gone, as are his departing mother and Lewis.
Not even the onlooker which is anywhere in sight, the world remaining with only the siblings Frederica and Garfield. Frederica, even should you use wounds to conceal it, you cannot erase your past.
Nor can you erase the fact that you were loved.
Garfield, what my
meant to do?
Garfield feebly asks Frederica. Garfield, if Mom's end isn't changing, then that means outside's still scary for me. Going out there, and Nana and everyone else having to go out there, scares me. Frederica, you must ask this small elder sister of yours before you can figure any answer. Garfield, I know it's pathetic.
But earthenly one I can ask. Come on, tell me. Sis, why did you?
Frederica, what is it that you wish to do, Garf?
Interrupting him, Frederica tilts her head.
Garfield's sentence jams.
What he wants to do? That's not what they're talking about. It's what should he do, what does he need to do? That's what he's asking.
Frederica, what is it that you wish to do, Garf? Looking somewhat exasperated, Frederica repeats the question.
Garfield swallows his breath.
Garfield, I want to, what people are looking for. Frederica, what which people are looking for?
Garfield, I wanna do what? What the people who need me are looking for from me.
Frederica, why is it that you feel this way?
Garfield, because they're what made me remember.
Remember what? Frederica doesn't ask. But, those eyes, the same gold as his, do ask the question.
Garfield, that my mother loved me.
The world of the dream shatters to dust, the past vanishing into the beyond. Subaru sees Garfield's expression as one of having undergone exorcism. Subaru had spent approximately an hour fidgeting outside the tomb with his arms crossed, waiting. The group were anxious, never looking or speaking to each other, as they simply waited in silence for whatever would happen. Subaru, so what are all our plans if reneges on his promise and destroys the tomb? Is a joke that Subaru told in an attempt to ease the mood, only for Otto to say something incredibly inconsiderate to the situation and eat a dropkick from Ram, but generally speaking it was all very quiet.
Louis, Garbeau.
Louis has reconvened with them, her expression anxious and hands linked as she restlessly looks at the tomb. This present Louis should be Theta, but regardless of which Louis it is, they would all care about Garfield dearly. There's the whole affair where they ganged up in a group of 5 to beat up Garfield, and also that whole affair where Garfield had a complete change of heart and entered the tomb. Both of these events must have given Louis more than a little shock to the heart. Emilia looks at the tomb in suspense as she stands beside Subaru. While naturally she must be curious about Garfield's attempt too, once Garfield exits the tomb, it's her turn to go inside. The argument inside the tomb, and the fight between Subaru and Garfield afterwards. Subaru cannot tell what kind of change those events have had to her mental state. But her anxious expression is deeply steeped in concern for Garfield, with not an ounce of reluctance toward her own trial. This is ideally not a bad omen.
Otto,
Subaru thinks his thoughts, when suddenly Otto points at the tomb and speaks. He's saying something situation dumb again, thinks Subaru as he grimaces, Ram clicking her knuckles.
But this time it rather seems their conclusions are hasty ones. Louis, Garbeau. Louis stands up and dashes for the tomb.
Following her gaze, Subaru realizes that a silhouette has appeared at the tomb's entrance. Short blonde hair, scar on brow. A sharp gaze, canines blade-like and pearly, with a small frame and slouched posture, but emitting a dreadful and imposing aura.
Garfield Tinsel.
Otto, see, it's exactly what I said it had, Haik. Recipient to a jab from Ram's knee, Otto goes tumbling across the grass. But without anyone raising the topic of Otto's suffering, they instead run over to Garfield. Subaru bounds up the stone stairway to reach him. Louis has already arrived and stands before Garfield, hemming and hawing over what to say. Louis, G. Garbeau. Garfield, don't go making a face which don't look like you.
Sorry for worrying you. Louis, Garbeau. With that blunt statement, Garfield puts his hand on small Louis's head.
Patting his grandmother's head is incredibly indecent, but given their heights, it's natural for these two. And seeing as Louis isn't complaining about it, to point it out would be the epitome of tasteless. Ram, how did it go, Garf? Ram clears the stairs following Louis and Subaru, and calls out to Garfield.
It was Ram who gave Garfield the direct impetus to challenge the trial.
Aware of the background circumstances, a rare in Subaru's presence shade of worry peeks through in her expression.
Garfield hums in thought.
Garfield, can't you see with your eyes thresholds? Gotta say I expected something more. Subaru, for some reason that sounded like a middle schooler bragging about shoplifting, but if this is what you're saying.
You did it?
Garfield, lined off an era for myself, I'm thinking.
Garfield gives a deep sigh out his nose.
Everyone comprehends him instantly, but it's a different sentiment which rises to fore.
Garfield has overcome the trial, and reached a conclusion about his past.
This means a step has been taken towards Sanctuary's liberation, and proves that the trial is not unreasonable or impossible. Subaru, all right then. You keep riding off that momentum and go for the other trials too, and Garfield, piss off.
Only trial my amazing self's Tarkins this one, it ain't my thing to be doing t'others.
Yeah?
Emilia, yes, you're right. The rest of this is my job. Can't have it be taken away.
Garfield glares at Emilia, who accepts the gaze from straight on. Garfield, which has got her usual asshole thing going on.
Make sure to watch out.
Emilia, huh? You're giving me advice?
Thank you. I'll remember it well.
It's Garfield's breed of encouragement and sardonicism. Emilia accepts his encouragement while beautifully ignoring the sardonicism.
Garfield looks utterly thrown.
Seeing that expression makes Subaru's cheeks relax into a smile, and this time, Garfield's gaze lands in Subaru. Subaru's brows shoot up as Garfield scratches his cheek. Garfield, I need to, right? Yeah. Subaru, what's up? Skittishness is out of character for you. You're an archetype which just kills those hesitant or broody patterns, we'll do tribal play instead. Garfield, I ain't got any idea what Tam hell you're sayin', but I can tell you're making fun of me, oi.
You're getting your teeth beat in. No, never mind. He swings up his arm, only to lower it without doing anything. Garfield's suspicious, or really not exactly getting to the point behavior makes Subaru tilt his head.
When a smile arises on Ram's face, as if she understands everything. Ram, Garf.
With that, she pokes Garfield in the hip.
Garfield sighs, shaking his head resignedly. Garfield, it's probably 'cause of you that I passed the trial.
Thank you.
Subaru, did you just thank me? Garfield, I ain't sayin' it again.
But, I got to remember something I wanted to remember. So go in there was.
Beneficial. Fuck. Perhaps with his embarrassment peeking over his time spent talking, Garfield's face reddens in agitation as he jabs his finger at the wide-eyed Subaru. Garfield, listen.
My amazing self did lose, and my trial did change. But
yer ain't gonna see me accept every word of everything yer said as correct and raise the white flag and surrender. Yer talked fucking big, sayin' yer'll change this sanctuary. If that change hurts or pains folks inside, you're not gonna be getting any mercy. Subaru, you are
right, as reasonable.
Garfield speaks overwhelmingly menacingly, Subaru overawed but nevertheless managing to get words out. Subaru could give Garfield no absolute assurances.
But he could promise that he would be doing his best to make things good.
That much was definite, and just as he goes to say so. Garfield, so I'm gonna be watching yer from right up close to see whether yer wind up just being some all-talk bastard or not.
You better pull it off, Captain. Subaru.
Garfield vigorously slaps Subaru's shoulders, gaze fixed on him, and makes that incredible statement. His unexpected form of address and his attitude stun Subaru so much that he's slow to react. During that delay, Garfield immediately passes by Subaru and descends to the bottom of the stairway with Lewis.
Almost as if he's scared that someone will see his face.
Emilia, Garfield, your face is so red. Perhaps catching a glimpse of his face before he can pass by, Emilia speaks while trying to hold back a smile.
Which means that no Subaru's ears were not tricking him. Subaru, Captain.
I'm not the one heading this group, that's Emilia. Emilia, but it was your group which beat Garfield, Subaru.
He accepted what came out of a man-to-man conflict, which means his captain is you. Isn't it great, Captain?
Emilia smiles without any ill will, Subaru lost on how to respond. Ram jabs the troubled Subaru in the side.
Ram, accept it.
She shrugs. Ram, he isn't sure what he should be doing when he gets emotional either.
Let him do what he wants. Subaru, but still. I am utterly weak to it, but it's.
Ram, leaving aside strength in a fight, you're the older party, Barusu, so at least give him that much leniency.
Garf is a child despite how he appears. Doesn't it feel as if you've got a younger brother now?
Subaru, no, hold on. Ram, what? Subaru, can you go over that? Ram, over what? Subaru, Garfield's younger than me?
Ram, Ram gives a comprehending nod.
Ram, you didn't know? Garf is younger than you, Barusu. Subaru, how young? Ram, I believe he's 14 this year. Subaru, 14?
14.
You're a Chayuni? The entirely unanticipated news makes Subaru's voice crack in surprise.
Suddenly he can agree with being called captain, and with Garfield's overly childish stubbornness.
Subaru, a middle schooler in the peak of his rebellious age.
Right, there's a nightmare to tame.
mutters Subaru, his voice even more exhausted than after their fistfight.
Chapter 117, Love Letters.
With Garfield's hostility quashed and the shocking reveal of his age, a period of rest falls upon the scene outside the tomb. Everyone surrounds Garfield, each waiting for their chance to speak.
Subaru, but man.
Our guy-to-guy fight sure starts feeling different now that it was just us ganging together to beat up a middle schooler.
It's iffy.
Otto, Garfield's age is a shock to me as well, but surely those misgivings would be unwarranted. The fact that our opponent, who we all needed to work together and gang up on to defeat, was actually 14 holds not the slightest bearing on the details of the combat.
Ram, exactly. Garf is disproportionately powerful for a babyish teen, and no rationale exists to begin hemming and hawing over the fact that we ganged up on him.
Garfield, all of ye shut your traps bout ganging up on me. Ye looking for another tussle? My amazing self's always ready for it. Subaru, Otto, and Ram all nod. Garfield sends spit flying. Thinking back on everything that Garfield's said and done so far, and seeing him yelling and asserting himself the way he is now, yes indeed this is a 14-year-old. The way that Subaru had been treating Garfield as if he was in the same age group may have actually placed a filter over how he interpreted everything that was happening. Subaru, actually, how old were you when you took the trial before?
It'd be from that point that your stubbornness got worse.
Garfield, my memory for it ain't perfect, but
think I was 3 or 4.
Don't exactly remember anything cept trial. Otto, you'd expect that, yes.
3 or 4.
Why, that's the same age as when I still thought that the world was hell.
Subaru, you're bringing up heavy stuff out of nowhere, stop. I don't wanna hear it. A grim smile arises on Otto's face as he speaks.
Otto must have his problems, but delving into them right now is going to be overload. Subaru's arms are already chock full of more baggage than he can carry, and he's resorted to balancing it on his head and hammocking it in his lap. Emilia, do you mind if I ask you for specifics? With the joking over, Emilia kicks off the real topic.
Her face is tense.
Her gaze fixes on Garfield, and her question most likely means specifics about the trial. Garfield snorts. Garfield, no real specifics till.
Me and you're gonna have different pasts and they're gonna need to be beaten differently.
Don't think I can tell you anything useful. Emilia, I know.
My trial is my trial. It won't help very much to ask you about it.
Garfield, then what on earth are you asking bout? Emilia, now that you've overcome the trial.
No, overcome your past, do you feel like you've changed? That you can accept that change in yourself? Garfield narrows his eyes in silence. The atmosphere is getting tense. Subaru and the others swallow their breath as they wait for Garfield's response. A period of silence.
Garfield touches his nose, for his fingers to then trace upwards along his scar.
With that done.
Garfield, can't tell whether to say thing changed, or to say that I got it back. Emilia,
Garfield, this scar on my noggin's something I did myself.
Trin forget a bad memory. Garfield taps his forehead, his gaze fixed on the person standing beside and looking at him, Ram.
Her cerise eyes blink.
Ram, Garf. Garfield, shut it, don't say nothing tll make me miserable. Pushed the blame for it onto someone else so I could hide a bad memory, realizing now how you knew that went along with it for me suddenly makes me feel like crap.
Garfield grumbles. Ram watches him somewhat resignedly.
Subaru cannot grasp the exact significance of what they're talking about, but he can tell that this information refers to things that only Garfield and Ram would understand. And can also tell that Garfield and Ram have a definite, warm, and familial kind of bond. Garfield, anyway, whether we're saying it changed or came back, I ain't same as before. Ya guys changed me. So now's to see how y'all all change.
Making sure ya don't wind up all talk.
Emilia,
Good, and I'll be doing my best to match your expectations.
Garfield's cheeks twist while Emilia smiles, full of determination. Subaru abruptly realizes that if you consider the mental factor alone, These two are the same age.
14-year-olds.
A boy and a girl in the emotional throes of puberty, and a situation requiring that the future rest on them. Subaru is 17 verging on 18, so he can't say much, but what a manga-ish, anime-ish, something in that vein-ish predicament that this has wound up being. Emilia, staying too long is just going to dampen my resolve. Emilia stands up and wipes off the grass from her waist. She gives a deep breath out, her eyes gleaming with strength and looking at the tomb, the site of the trial. Subaru, you're going? Emilia, I am, following Garfield's performance, I'm absolutely going to beat it.
Garfield, can you do it? Emilia, I am doing it. I've decided not to fear change.
Subaru's question, Garfield's question, Emilia nods to each. Subaru stands up and falls into line beside Emilia as she starts walking toward the tomb. He might not be able to enter and stay with her, holding her hand, but he has determined to keep at her side until her departure. Ram, Emilia Summer. Emilia stops and turns around, for Ram to give her a curtsy. While holding her skirt, solemnly, as if she were a servant paying respect to someone of higher status.
Subaru, well, no crap.
Emilia Tan is a master to her. Ram, silence your muttering, Barusu.
Practice prudence enough to know that this is no situation for that.
Ram sternly rebukes Subaru's mumbling. Emilia's eyes widen, and Ram collects herself by once again bowing her head. Ram, I request forgiveness for my rudeness. I had, in full sincerity, doubted whether you would rise to the situation. Emilia, I'm sorry, for being so ineffective. Ram, indeed you were ineffective and a blight to onlooking eyes.
Subaru, oh come on.
How much courage had it taken Subaru before he could convey that sentiment to Emilia? While grinding his teeth at Ram and her easy scaling of difficult hurdles, he listens on.
Ram, but now you have risen, and have resolved to challenge.
Whether that was anteceded by a desire to, or whether your sincere wish had been to flee, presents not the slightest of an issue. Emilia.
Ram, I had determined. Would your stance be one to challenge the trial, or be else? Where I would entrust my own problems rested upon that.
Should you have exhibited a desire to flee and surrender, I would have followed to the world's course.
But should you have exhibited desire to
fight?
Ram glances at Subaru. How did he connect to this part of her speech, punctuated here at it was?
Perhaps that provided the answer for why she allied with Subaru and Otto to fight Garfield. Ram, may your endeavors proceed well, Emilia Summer.
For your safe return shall I await.
Ram curtsies in silence, an impeccable exhibition of a maid giving farewell to her master. Seemingly empowered by Ram's send-off, Emilia gives a firm nod with her expression cheery. Seeing this, Subaru uncrosses his arms and nods. Subaru, so just with how this conversation's going, you got anything to say, Otto? Otto, well, it's amazing how demanding that prospect feels now, but is this truly a situation where I should be saying anything? Don't you find anything wrong with this? Subaru directs the conversation onto Otto, figuring that he will have prepared something to say, but apparently whatever he had in mind can't beat Ram's speech. Seems like he wanted to pay consideration for the situation, and let it all end cleanly, but...
Emilia,
okay.
Please go ahead.
Otto, dash. Unheeding to Otto's distress and figuring that he'll encourage her, Emilia is 100% ready.
She waits with her expression tense, failing to notice his panic.
Otto puts his hand to his forehead with a look of resignation. Otto, well yes, Emilia Summer. Emilia, I'm listening. Otto, it happens that actually, I've paid some rather considerable damages thanks to this whole debacle. Though yes, naturally this includes a joint investment nuance, and the damages involved are ones where I had factored in beforehand the fact that I would be paying them. Emilia, The topic transforms into money business. Emilia, not the brightest in mathematics, looks confused.
Otto bites his lip and raises his finger.
Otto, well yes so. Otto, I chose to undertake these damages with the anticipation that someday you would grow into something great and hefty, So you will need to prevail and ensure that I regain the expenditures I made for this bet. Emilia, I think I'm already all grown up.
Eating will make me fatter though.
Subaru, don't use tricky phrasing on our sheltered angel. Also Emilia Tan, I think everything you're doing right now hits the golden ratio, so just keep going like that.
Right now you are loveliest.
From her head to her toes, Emilia's current state is perfect. That said, of course he'd still find her lovable regardless of whether she thins down or fattens up. But leaving Subaru's sentiments aside, Otto looks like he cannot find anything to say about the fact that his statements aren't communicating, and after a bit of flailing.
Otto, come back safely. I'm supporting you.
Emilia, understood.
Otto-kun, thank you for helping me too.
Emilia responds to Otto's hideously safe summarization with a strong nod. Garfield gives slumped shoulders Otto a comforting shove.
Witnessing that, Subaru and Emilia once again head for the tomb. Night has fallen over sanctuary. Time is such that the trial will occur.
Emilia takes one last session of deep repeated breaths, in and out, to steel herself. With her beside him, Subaru considers what would be the best thing to say to see her off. What would?
What would?
And Emilia, Subaru. Subaru, Emilia, so about the thing in the tomb.
She's anxious about the trial.
Figuring this, Subaru waits for Emilia to continue. But she is unable to say anything as she glances at him sporadically, her expression uneasy.
For some reason, her cheeks are tinged red.
Subaru, Emilia? Emilia, so, the thing in the tomb.
Subaru, thing in the...
Oh, you don't mean what's coming up, you mean the stuff from before? Emilia, yes. Geez. It's so obvious I was, says Emilia's expression as she puffs up her cheeks. But considering how the whole scene had been going until now, yes, Subaru can't agree with this criticism of hers. Like anyone would think that Emilia, ready to imminently challenge the trial, was worried not about the future but the past. Though considering that the trial waiting inside the tomb is also the past, the whole topic of time starts getting fuzzy. And though the momentum and all the grisly stuff that followed meant Subaru forgot about it, thinking back on it, the deed that he committed was something which could send his face bursting into flame. Talking with Emilia, slinging insults, shoving love at her, snapping down to steal a kiss, calling it an explosion of all the resentment he had built up over these 5 loops makes for no excuse. That whole affair is probably what's troubling Emilia. It's pleasant to see the crimson on her pale skin, but Subaru has no leeway to be getting transfixed here either. Emilia, inside, where we,
You know.
Subaru, why yeah. Right. Emilia, and I think it's going to be tough. But it's important, so. When the trial and everything else is done, let's take our time to talk, okay? I already think my mind's taking it tough, he thinks while nevertheless promptly nodding to Emilia's proposal. It's Subaru's first time, and definitely Emilia's first time. Their feelings crashed into each other, and they have mountains of things they need to sort out. And Subaru would also need to string together excuses while getting on the unavoidable topic of Rem. Either way. Subaru, oh. You're thinking about the past, pretty calm, huh, Emilia Tan. Emilia, am I calm?
I'm not sure. I might just be bluffing.
Subaru, but if you can bluff then it means your head's not full to bursting.
You'll pull it off. I can bet on it.
Subaru shoots her a thumbs up, his teeth sparkling. Emilia tilts her head in mystification. Emilia, bet what on it?
Subaru, the right for us to go on a date.
Emilia, then what happens if you win, and what happens if I win? Subaru, I win and I can go on a date with you, you win and you can go on a date with me. Emilia slips a laugh, and for a period, the two chuckle together.
It truly does seem that Emilia is neither stressed nor anxious.
Emilia, I'll bet for me beating the trial.
Subaru, okay, I'll bet for you beating the trial.
Emilia, and if we both win? Subaru, 2 dates. Emilia, aha. Like always, Emilia smoothly ignores Subaru's flirting.
She glides forward. Her silver hair dances on the wind, glimmering under starlight.
Subaru raises his hand as he sees her off.
Subaru, take care now. Watch out for cars and men.
Emilia, stop being silly. With a wry smile, Emilia's shape disappears into the tomb. The unlit corridor swallows her beneath darkness, robbing her silhouette from Subaru's sight.
There is no longer anything Subaru can do for Emilia. Everything is now a problem that she must overcome herself.
Garfield, stop looking so worried, Captain.
Makes you less for man.
Subaru, man, when I think that you're a middle schooler somehow I can just accept this stuff you say.
I was like you too once upon a time. Garfield comes over to an antsy Subaru's side and scolds him.
Subaru shrugs, when Garfield strikes his fist to his palm, remembering something.
Garfield, oh yeah, Captain.
When we were fighting and you smacked me flying, what was that? Subaru, you mean invisible providence? Garfield, INV.
What? Subaru, invisible providence. The imperceptible will of the gods. Isn't it cool?
Garfield, it's crazy cool, yeah. Garfield has found a compatriot. Unseen Hands rap is pretty bad, so let's hope that invisible providence catches on. But either way, doubtful that all Garfield's asking about is its name. Garfield, magic.
Ain't what it is. It's just a feeling, but vibe ain't right.
Subaru, if we're gonna bother classifying it, honestly I have no clue either.
But it's definitely a cult. Try all you want but you'll never copy it. Garfield, ain't gonna. Hitting someone where they can't see it's chicken.
Subaru, ch chicken, he says this punk. He had merely wanted mutual understanding as to invisible providence's awesomeness, only to shockingly be stricken down. My bad, says Garfield looking completely unapologetic, but making no effort to inquire
any further. Probably, he sensed it.
This occult thing makes no good territory for a man to delve. Subaru, but still, what karma? Invisible providence is, unmistakably, Beetlejuice's unseen hand.
There's a discrepancy in strength, and he could only produce one hand, but the sensation is exactly it.
Why was the same power that the abhorrent madman held now dwelling inside Subaru?
Perhaps it had something to do with the witch factor that Echidna had mentioned. Witch factor? The word suggests nothing pleasant, and Beetlejuice had also used the term.
And Subaru's first time using this unseen hand-esque thing was not during this recent battle. To evade a charge from Tiger Form Garfield in a previous loop, he had used it unconsciously. Meaning, the witch factor is steadily taking root inside Subaru.
Subaru knew that he could no longer use Shamak.
Repeated abuses of his gate had extinguished that function of the exhausted magical gateway. His once non-existent link to the magical world was no longer anywhere within his perception.
He had lost his yearn for magical powers, and gained occult powers in their place. Subaru, better than having no aces up my sleeve. Using it, feels like there's a technique but also doesn't really.
Regardless, nothing has changed about the scarcity of his options in battle.
He would ring and ring his wily little brain, enlisting help from others while divining an escape from fatality.
The height of the walls Subaru must face remain as high as ever. Garfield, oh, just thought of something, Captain. Subaru, what's up?
Or really this whole captain thing is still throwing me off.
Garfield, you'll get accustomed. Anyway, there's something I gotta apologize for. He hasn't accepted the change in name, but Garfield just admirably looks on. The case was the same with Emilia, but Subaru has to give a wry smile with how conversation topics keep coming up. He shrugs to urge Garfield on. His fingers trace over his scar.
Garfield, my amazing self went in th tomb. And so my amazing self went in th trial room.
Subaru, aha. Garfield, and so, I saw them. Yeah,
Those frantic results.
Subaru's brows furrow for an instant, but he immediately realizes what Garfield is referring to, and his eyes shoot open.
Shocked, Subaru's ears blaze red. He saw them.
He saw them, he saw them, he saw them. Garfield, W wasn't trying to anything bad.
But think it'd wound up being.
Subaru, stop talking.
Forget it now. You, crap. I forgot. I mean,
I didn't think it'd wind up that you'd go in the tomb.
And then it.
Or, fuck. Clutching and shaking his head, Subaru's face grows hotter. Garfield, as he watches on with pity, is currently an odious thing. Perhaps even more loathsome than during the fistfight.
Subaru, you forget about it. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay, conversation over.
Done?
Garfield, yay, will do, but here's what I thought when I saw him.
You're absolute, incredible moron. But I'm glad you ain't dead.
Subaru, I said it's over, are you some brain-dead brat?
Wait. You are a brat.
Although called a brat, Garfield has grasped Subaru's weak point and remains the superior party. He laughs away Subaru's screams of sad defeat before descending the tomb stairs. Following after Garfield as he returns to everyone else in the clearing, Subaru prays for Emilia's good fortune, while simultaneously begging that she does not notice his cheers. If that breed of thing doesn't reach its intended recipient before anyone else, it's over.
Subaru begs in vain.
Emilia, I'm here. Exiting the stone corridor, Emilia arrives in the room where the trial takes place. Amid the cold, damp air, Emilia walks with the dimly glowing wall as her guide and gazes at the door in the back of the room. This closed door will likely open once the trial has been cleared. Garfield came back to the group without opening the door,
meaning, she.
Emilia, have to do my best to get inside there.
She doesn't know what could be lurking in those depths. But the trial does not end with only one, as the witch had told her of multiple.
When she thinking of the witch conducting the trials, a painful itch spreads through Emilia's chest. This again resulted because the White Witch's reception of Emilia was. Emilia, huh? Momentarily in thought, Emilia casts her gaze about the room, when she notices something odd. During her time spent hugging her knees and waiting for night in this tomb, Emilia had kept halfway through the corridor, and had not ventured as far as this room. Meaning that this is her first
time witnessing the chamber in 2 days. Only been 2 days, but something has changed over that time.
While mulling over what that something is, Emilia realizes what is so odd. Emilia, this is. Brushing her fingertips over the wall, Emilia murmurs. Her amethyst eyes begin adjusting to the dark.
They capture the change amid the dim clearly.
Emilia, you idiot, Subaru. With a laugh in her voice, Emilia finds herself saying this.
Because that's just it.
Look at this, think like this, and there's no way you don't wind up saying it. Emilia, you are such an idiot. Contrary to her words, Emilia's expression abounds in tender affection. This change on the portion of wall she is touching, over the wall before her, over a whole face of this room, top to bottom. Etchings. Pictures, letters, chiseled into the wall all large and crooked.
This big chibi drawing of a cat is a familiar picture of Puck.
Many drawings of Puck are etched into the wall, all surrounded with writing. The messy glyphs, strewn everywhere as if written by a child, prove beyond any doubt that he had worked frantically with Emilia's interests in mind.
You can do it, I know you can.
Me and Puck are supporting you, everything's okay, greater than this girl I'm into is amazing.
Have confidence in yourself. Once this is all over, let's go on a date.
Go for it, Emilia.
Nobody is expecting anything from us.
Is there anything more fun than proving them all wrong?
I love you. So I believe in you.
Emilia, idiot.
Idiot, idiot, idiot. You featherbrain, Subaru.
She had to challenge the trial now, and was bracing herself to face something painful and unpleasant, and here he is pretending to support her while making her cry, this awful man.
She understands. She understands now.
Emilia last came here 2 days ago. There was only 1 day of opportunity for these drawings and writings to be etched. And that was the only juncture where Subaru had time to leave Emilia's side, and only juncture where he so stubbornly kept silent about what he was doing over that period. Emilia,
You're right. Let's go for it, Subaru.
With her fingers lovingly brushing the letters, Emilia responds to the etched words.
Instantly, she feels herself falling into slumber, the world's edges turning dim. The trial is coming. That terrifying past is coming. But Emilia's lips stay smiling.
Subaru, broke my promise to go write love letters, and then someone else winds up seeing them first. My life's over. Garfield, you're exaggerating it. Surrounding Subaru, who is too stricken by shock to stand, Garfield and the others allow themselves to look as flabbergasted as they want.
But having said that, there is nothing for the group to do here except wait for Emilia to come out. While it does sound cool to hang around here believing in her, it also composes a trial for everyone, who has to sit around and wait. Subaru, it took Garfield about an hour.
So we should probably think that Emilia'll take that long too. Otto, supposing that she succeeds, you'd be Kore, ow? Also or? Otto's reward for his insensitive gaffe is Ram's elbow. Seeing Otto jabbed by Ram, Garfield's face twists in jealousy and he sends his finger flying to poke Otto's forehead. Otto topples backwards as he tumbles to the ground, which nobody mentions as they. Subaru, actually, there was something I wanted to ask you and Garfield, Lewis-san. Lewis, something Terrace asked me and Garbo? Lewis stands there uncomfortably as she looks up at Subaru. She had gone into hiding, and although unintentional, wound up aiding Subaru and the others in their plans to defeat Garfield. She still seems somewhat lost as to how to approach Garfield, their grandmother-grandson conversations having been rather awkward for a little while now. That said, Lewis is the only one worrying about it, and Garfield feels not a scrap of negativity toward her.
Subaru, yes. A question?
Though that said, it's tricky whether or not you'll be able to understand it right now, Lewis-san. Tricky to understand right now, meaning tricky to understand for Theta. Alpha, Beta, Theta, and Sigma are the four Lewises representing Sanctuary. With the Garfield problem resolved, the Lewis's stances towards Sanctuary's liberation should hopefully be in accord, but it's essential to check.
But most importantly, there are still some things which don't feel quite right.
Subaru, Garfield, you're all for Sanctuary's freedom now, right? Garfield, it ain't a thin bein' for it, Captain, my amazing self lost tire. And so I'm not gonna get in your way while you go free in Sanctuary. I'm gonna be actin' to make sure the people in that changed Sanctuary ain't sufferin'.
It's my stance now.
Subaru, right, that standpoint right there. Garfield, eh? With his finger raised, Subaru pulls the brakes on Garfield's speech.
Garfield looks mystified, as does everyone else listening. Nobody must have felt that Garfield said anything strange.
But Subaru is uneasy. Subaru, when we first came here, your standpoint wasn't for it or against it, it was pretty neutral.
The same kind of thing like you said just now.
Garfield, I was thinking you'd all get on guard about me if you knew where I was leanin'. Subaru, but you got wary about us instantly and plainly. Maybe we tripped and made some blunder, or say tripped on a tiger's tail, but anyway, what was with that change in mentality?
It's just weird.
At least on Emilia's first day taking the trial, or until just around the time that she took the trial, Garfield's presentation towards Subaru's group was friendly.
Garfield always exposed his hostility on that night after she failed the trial.
With the witch's miasma emanating from Subaru as his pretext, Garfield would declare himself an enemy. But Garfield cannot actually smell the witch's miasma from Subaru. Someone else is noticing the miasma, and Garfield is entirely opting for hostility after learning about the fact from them. The person reporting to Garfield about the miasma, and spurring him into hostility is Subaru. Lewis-san, not in favor of Sanctuary's freedom, was eyeing me. While looking down at the silenced Lewis, Subaru rests his raised finger on his crossed arms. The Lewis here is Lewis Theta, the only duplicate which had been not in favor of Sanctuary's liberation. Alpha and Beta are in favor of liberation, and Sigma is neutral. Theta knows of the true Lewis Myers past, and views Sanctuary's liberation as dangerous. If he's going to add any more support to his speculation, then it's to note how inconceivable it is that any other Lewis would spur Garfield's change of attitude.
Garfield nods, his face puckered. Garfield, you nailed it, Captain. Nana told me that.
Lewis, you got it figured wrong, Subo.
I never told Garbo about. Their voices coincide, but their arguments conflict.
Subaru furrows his brows as Garfield and Lewis look at each other. Garfield's mouth flaps open and shut uselessly as he points at the stunned Lewis. Garfield, hecker you're sayin'? You told me on first night that lady took th' trial.
You smell witch from th' captain.
Then there's th' half witch lady too, maybe they're the witch's assistants. And so,
Lewis, did I mention?
No, I have noticed the miasma around Subo, and I daren't have the most spotless thoughts about Emilia Summers' heritage, but
that ain't relevant to this.
I was trying to make my decisions to follow along with Rosbo's outline as best I could, and Subaru, wait, freeze. Lewis-san, you just said you don't know anything about this. Lewis is rejecting Garfield's statements. Garfield looks to be in utter disbelief, but being that these are words coming out of Lewis's mouth, they are true.
The people of this sanctuary are contracted not to tell lies while inside sanctuary.
Subaru, leaving aside situations where the person doesn't think they're lying, Lewis-san's assertions that she hasn't done something can't be a lie. Garfield, but it's true that
Subaru, I'm not doubting you, I know you've been lied to. Lewis-san. Do all the Lewis-sans accord with what you just said? Lewis's face pales as she nods.
This means that none of Lewis's alpha, beta, theta, or sigma are the Lewis who spurred Garfield's change of attitude.
But Garfield himself had stated that his change of attitude had been prompted by Lewis.
Subaru raises his head, looks at Garfield's face.
He clicks his teeth as he shakes his head, not a trace of a lie in his complexion.
His personality isn't suited to telling lies anyway.
And now that his pretense of being Sanctuary's barrier has been stripped away, it's ever the more apparent.
Subaru, Ram, I will mention that no magic exists to change a person's shape.
Not even Roswell Summer would be capable of such a thing.
Subaru, what do you think's going on, then?
Ram has no response. She must not know how to resolve this contradiction either.
But Subaru is generally convinced that this is a trap set by Roswell.
Or more really, there's no other options for what it could be.
Subaru would like to wait here till Emilia comes back, but only 10 minutes have passed since Emilia entered the tomb. Once she clears the trial and comes back out, Subaru wants to be the one to welcome her with arms spread wide.
Wants to celebrate her. But Subaru, let's interrogate Roswell. Have to find out what bad things he's doing at this last hour.
Emilia cannot tell whether waking up inside a dream ought to be called awakening.
Until just a moment ago she had been inside a stone chamber.
Ejected from the trial room, Emilia now finds herself inside a familiar forest.
Tall trees surround the environs, cool breeze on her skin, and warm earth at her feet.
These memories, flashbacks. What she would see during her trial, a white forest snowscape.
But that has not begun yet.
No snow falls, green being the welcome to Emilia's consciousness-only self.
Hey. These past few days have had a real turnout.
While Emilia holds her breath to confirm her own position, she hears a voice. Emilia's visitation has formed this dream world. Within a scene from a memory which until now had not even existed, standing there in the tree shade, as if this is all entirely natural, is somebody. Head to toe garbed in black vestment, hair and skin like scattered snow, this woman of white. With only 2 hues in repertoire, but having divined from them sublimity, this witch of beauty. Who presides over the trial, lord of the tomb which shows visions of the past, the witch of greed, Echidna. The witch stands with the tree trunk aiding her as she tilts her head at Emilia. Emilia stares back at the witch from straight on.
Swallows her breath.
Echidna, truly, a turnout.
Both of guests warranting a warm welcome, and the undeserving uninvited.
Emilia. Echidna, it's amazing how you can come back so shamelessly after flaunting all that hideousness.
Even I have to find myself shocked at your audacity, and at your failure to quit.
The witch staring at Emilia strikes her with words, things full of spite and disdain. These numb, dark eyes have not the slightest resemblance to those dark eyes which always look at her so kindly. With all the malice she has known and been showered in, Emilia can tell.
This is malevolence on an entirely different dimension from what she knows.
All of the spite aimed at Emilia until this point had been for a silver-haired half-elf, a blade.
Lacking reason. But the spite from this which is not like that.
This is not for a silver-haired half-elf, but Emilia-focused enmity. Echidna, you hit setbacks and bawl, but provided you can debauch a man into embracing you, you don't care, you whore.
You defiler who desecrates my world. Shameless and self-loving you are as he forgives you over and over, you reprobate. What do you think, witch child?
Until recently, these abusive words had clawed at Emilia's heart. It wasn't that she yielded before this malice and gave up on the trial, but these words did begin the flaying and abrasion of her heart, chipping away at her capacity to resist her past.
The witch did not wish for Emilia to take the trial, or to overcome it. The witch did not have any single expectation that Emilia would overcome the trial at all. Nobody is expecting anything from us.
Is there anything more fun than proving them all wrong? Why indeed Subaru is exactly correct. And so Emilia raises her arm, jabbing her finger toward the heavens. The same way that Natsuki Subaru did when stating the audacious, when stimulating his courage. Emilia, my name is just Emilia.
Born in Elior Forest, the witch of glaciation.
Emilia can tell that the witch is daunted, feeling satisfaction in that. Emilia lowers her skyward finger to point at her. Emilia, a fellow witch's spite isn't going to make me bend. After all, I'm a pain in the ass of a woman.
Chapter 118, The Day Alpha Orionis Smiled.
Emilia walks leisurely, with practiced gait, along the unmarked trail with its tall trees. She steps on grass, treads on earth, taking care not to trample on any flowers hidden beneath the bulging roots. She feels the hard ground beneath her feet, but Emilia finds it strange. After all, she is dreaming. Never mind how it goes in an ordinary dream, here she can feel the texture of the tree bark, smell the sweet aroma of the flowers, and feel the warmth of the breeze. Emilia, it's a dream world, but I can feel everything like normal.
Why is that? Echidna, dream world, would be an entirely figurative descriptor for it.
This is a place constructed from the memories of the trial's challenger, which drags in only the consciousness, a space fitting for the appellation alternate world. These are things withdrawn from the memory of you, the challenger, so of course your senses can interact with this world. Conversely, if I attempt to touch the ground or perhaps the trees, I won't feel any tactile sensation. Emilia, so that's it, can I go on a rampage, and turn the forest into a hodgepodge? Echidna, what a barbaric and witch-like idea.
Indeed you have tactile sense, but you can't influence this world.
To add, you and the living beings recreated in this world can't even touch each other.
Though, if the trial were in another form, then it would possible.
Emilia, another form?
Echidna, full of questions, aren't you?
How about using your own head for once?
Seek and you shall find.
Though for you, constantly spoiled and fawning on men as you are, I'd say it's outside your capacity.
Emilia, HMP.
Emilia takes the lead, the witch of greed following behind while keeping a fixed distance. Echidna gives her venomous lecture, sneering at Emilia's ignorance while looking thoroughly unimpressed, but, despite that animosity, her statements are legitimate. Emilia puts her hand to her mouth and thinks.
There is a difference between touchable memories and untouchable memories.
A method for Emilia, with only her mind present in this world, to touch the people who walk about these memories. Emilia, I thought about it but I couldn't get it.
Tell me the answer.
Echidna. Emilia, what's wrong? Do you have a tummy ache? Echidna, your attitude gives me pyrosis. While it certainly feels unpleasant, if you exclude him and my friends, the only one who could inspire such emotion in me would probably just be you. Emilia, Echidna, you have friends.
How nice, is the nuance in Emilia's muttering.
Echidna sighs. It seems she did not take Emilia's statement with the nicest of interpretations. Emilia hesitates on how to reword it to make it communicate properly. When?
Echidna, the regrets of the past that you glimpse in the trial do not consist of only a single scene for everybody.
Emilia,
Echidna, there are pasts fixed on a single moment of time which you regret.
And differing from those, there are also ongoing.
For example, pasts where you regret your relationship with somebody.
In the second case, the recreated past will not be a single isolated scene, but will instead recreate those characters as they are inside the challenger. You could speak with them, touch them, even make happy love with them.
Emilia,
Okay.
So that's how it works.
Emilia nods in comprehension. Indeed, regrets can have these distinctions. Some people will regret that they got in a fight with somebody, and some people will regret everything that came in the aftermath.
Which to conquer is entirely dependent on the person.
Emilia, you don't like me, but you answered my question for me.
Echidna, because I'm just so nice a person, is the kind of misunderstanding I'd loathe for you to make.
I've done nothing humiliating enough for you to regard me favorably.
That I wind up answering these questions is entirely a result of my disposition.
Emilia, right. It doesn't put her in the most jovial of moods, but Emilia has more or less figured out how to interact with the icy Echidna. Echidna definitely hates Emilia like one would hate a serpent, but Emilia cannot dislike Echidna.
She doesn't know her well enough for that.
Reasoning backwards, it means that Echidna knows Emilia well enough to hate her this much, but she has no chance to ask about it here. Who? Aha. Here.
This way.
Emilia, Eep. The sudden and loud voice of a young girl calling from behind surprises Emilia. She freezes, when the little girl circles around her to run past from behind her to before her and away. It shocks Emilia that she had managed to come so close without Emilia noticing, but she promptly senses that this was not because of her own negligence or inattention. The girl who overtook Emilia runs about, her long silver hair flapping in disarray, amethyst eyes, a well-worn children's vestment. She dashes confidently around the forest, her face as she laughs very familiar to Emilia. This person is her young self, back when she knew no regret, Emilia in a bygone time.
Echidna, utterly ignorant, but it's still astonishing how dumbly blithe she looks.
Emilia, don't start saying things about little me too. And
we'll find out soon whether or not that's anything bad.
Such is Echidna's prejudiced judgment of the frolicking young Emilia.
Feeling a throbbing in her temples after objecting to Echidna's appraisals, Emilia grimaces. Her contract with Puck has ceased, and her sealed memories are resurrecting one after another. Her days spent with Mother Fortuna.
Juice's group and how they brought supplies to the village.
The seal, and the fairies who helped her escape the princess room.
And the day that she met Juice who she wasn't meant to meet, and they became friends. Emilia, how did I manage to live without memory of these things, like it was completely normal? Emilia's memory was fraught with holes, but Emilia had lived without finding anything strange about that at all. Who knows what would have happened if she noticed the pitfalls, but without the trial's involvement?
There would be no recovering from it.
Perhaps Puck, who would have known Emilia's abnormal state better than anyone, didn't tell her about it because he understood that. Pieces of her reviving memory still remained sleeping beyond the ajar door. She had not been able to spy their entirety before challenging the trial, but that was fine.
Here, in this trial, all of Emilia's sealed memories will likely be revealed.
She can figure that something inside her will change definitively after having seen them. Emilia, but I'm not scared of that anymore. Echidna, crying and bawling, you cling to men or your father. Are you going to stop making decisions typical of the filthy woman you are? Emilia, I know they'd probably forgive me. But I don't want to do that, and for me or for Subaru to feel disillusioned because of it, I don't want to be weak, and rationalizing that I can stay weak.
Echidna, do whatever you want. All I'm doing is stockpiling yet another result in my memory.
No matter how much spite Echidna spits, nothing can shake Emilia's nerve now. Perhaps having perceived that over their conversation, Echidna resignedly closes her mouth.
The witch's comments have abated in their fury.
Emilia gives a sigh and devotes her attention to her past.
In front of her is Emilia, running about guilelessly.
And? Please wait, Emilia Summer.
It is perilous to traipse the area in this way.
Emilia, I'm not in danger, I'm fine.
You're the one with scraped knees, Juice.
Juice, no injury to myself is anything for concern.
But any injuries you may sustain are dire. Not even my death would constitute recompense for wounds imposed on your sumptuous skin. Chasing the frolicking Emilia is a tall man in black habit, Juice.
His stern face gives rise to a definite gentleness and affection as he softly chides Emilia, who continues capering heedless of his warning.
Juice. The way you said that actually made it sound so dirty.
Juice, my intentions in speaking had been otherwise.
Never would I consider Emilia Summer in such a manner.
Juice is addressed by woman following behind him as he follows Emilia, a woman with short silver hair, sharp eyes and beautiful looks.
Having spotted her, Emilia's throat feels to cramp.
Emilia, Mother Fortuna. Although aware that this healthy sight of her mother is only occurring in a memory, Emilia cannot keep herself from feeling the urge to cry. Emilia loved her.
Respected her more than any other.
Even after all this time, Emilia considers Mother Fortuna a member of her family at least as precious as Puck.
Fortuna goes to stand beside the worried-looking Juice, casting him a glance. Fortuna, and that's not just for Emilia, it'd sound that way no matter who you said it to.
You're supposed to be getting on in years by now, Juice. Juice, age is something which presents rather little significance to me, speaking in reference to living for a long duration of time. By my view even yourself and Emilia Summer would be infants.
Fortuna, I'm an infant by his view.
HRM.
Fortuna lowers her gaze as she mutters displeasedly.
Juice's brows furrow in concern, but Fortuna does not respond. Instead Emilia toddles back to them, her cheeks puffed out. Emilia, Mother Fortuna, Juice, how come you're not chasing me?
We're playing tag. You have to chase.
Juice,
My deepest apologies, Emilia Summer.
The failing of this negligent Romane Conti, to persist lifelong and evermore.
Fortuna, don't spoil her like that, Juice.
Emilia, you do remember why your mother and Juice started chasing you, yes? Girls who don't think about what they've done annoy your mother so much. Emilia, Eep. A hint of anger slips into Fortuna's smile, prompting young Emilia's shoulders to hitch. She thinks back on why the two were chasing her, and realizes that she has needlessly riled a hornet's nest. Her face pales as she giggles in an attempt to distract from the issue, then turns and breaks into a run and...
Fortuna, no luck.
Mother Fortuna caught you. Emilia, woo.
I'm sorry Mother Fortuna. It's not what you think. The fairies wanted to play, and said to go outside, and so... Fortuna, girls who blame other people, or rather fairies, also annoy your mother.
Do you understand, Emilia? Caught in a hug from behind, Emilia panics while Fortuna speaks to her in whispers. Young Emilia stops struggling and hangs her head dejectedly. Emilia, I'm sorry, Mother Fortuna.
The room was so boring, and Juice is my friend so I wanted to see him, and I just went out. Fortuna, and then you ran away because I spotted you. You knew that you did something bad. That was something you so shouldn't have done.
Emilia, I know.
Fortuna, you mustn't break promises.
Keeping promises is important. Promises are a representation of trust, and breaking them means betraying that trust.
Don't do it.
Close to tears, Emilia attempts to look down, when her face is caught between two hands, and she is forced to look properly into that pair of amethyst eyes.
Fortuna, Emilia, promise me.
You'll keep your promises from now on. Emilia, MMHM.
Yes, I promise. I'm so sorry, Mother. Fortuna, all right. Everything's fine then. Having heard Emilia's teary pledge, Fortuna holds her darling daughter to her chest.
She tenderly strokes sobbing Emilia's silver hair, accepting her child's maturation with a gentle sigh.
When?
Fortuna, Juice. What are you doing over there? Juice, I have.
Witnessed, far too brilliant a sight. The tears. Beyond my control.
Juice squats in the shade of a tree as he presses a handkerchief to his face, bawling. Apparently hearing that mother-daughter conversation had sent him over the emotional edge. Seeing Juice cry both in her recovered memories and during the trial leads Emilia to remember that he was a weepy drunk.
A warmth unfurls through her chest.
Fortuna, but anyway, Emilia. These fairies you mentioned are?
Leaving aside Juice as he blows his nose with the kerchief, Fortuna gets back to a part of Emilia's testimony that bothered her.
With the topic of fairies raised, Emilia looks up at Fortuna from within her embrace, her eyes still red. Emilia, oh, there. Emilia, fairies, come here. Young Emilia reaches out her arm as she speaks to the world. As if her pale fingertips were a perch, several glowing lights appear, drifting over to convene around her hand. Both Fortuna and Juice look shocked to witness the sight. Fortuna, it couldn't be, minor spirits? And so many of them, how? Emilia?
I talked to them, and lots of them came out. They come out when I'm playing in the princess room now.
Juice, to conduct this sum of minor spirits at such an age. Emilia Summer, it seems that you possess distinguishable aptitude for spiritualism. Emilia, aptitude for spiritualism? Juice, these who you call fairies are beings known as minor spirits, extant ubiquitously throughout the world. Open your heart to them to converse and form a contract.
Those who are favored by spirits, and borrow their strength to achieve the extraordinary, are referred to as spiritualists.
Emilia, I can be one of those? Juice, certainly. Proceed to mature in good health, favored by spirits as is presently so. Undoubtedly, many spirits, and more powerful spirits, will come under your direction. Emilia's face beams as she hears Juice's explanation.
But Fortuna stands up, and nudges her elbow into Juice's side. Fortuna, hold on, Juice.
No funny talk.
Going off saying that managing a few minor spirits makes you a spiritualist.
And, Emilia doesn't need it. Juice, so might be how you opine, but Emilia Summer shall not remain a child indefinitely.
It will happen that she cannot stay at your side. My belief would find its additional necessity in her establishment of herself as herself once that eventuality comes.
Fortuna and Juice, arguing over where Emilia's education should be focused, watching their exchange from aside, the older Emilia inevitably has to think it. Emilia, Mother Fortuna and Juice are like a mom and dad.
Fortuna, WH?
Without a trace of ill will in her expression, young Emilia states the exact thing that older Emilia thinks. Emilia watches Fortuna's face redden while agreeing with the fact that, yes, her younger self had thought the same thing. Fortuna, okay, Emilia, don't say anything weird. Your mother and Juice have known each other for a very, very long time. Our relationship isn't one you can talk about like that. Juice, exactly, Emilia Summer.
Fortuna Summer and myself have known each other for a very long time. In fact, it would have been since being in the company of your mother and father. Fortuna, Juice. Fortuna starts with a frantic explanations, but Juice's loose lips lead her tone to plummet.
Juice seems to sense his mistake as he puts his hand to his mouth. Juice, forgive me. Emilia, mother, and father? Fortuna, I'm sorry, Emilia.
We'll talk about that another time. But anyway, you go back to the room. I haven't forgiven the fact that you snuck out.
Emilia, HRMP.
You're so mean, Mother Fortuna.
Feeling that Fortuna is trying to fudge the conversation, Emilia puffs out her cheeks to display her displeasure. But Fortuna appears stubborn, and puts her hands to Emilia's puffed cheeks, pressing down to make her expel the air. With the air puffed out of Emilia's mouth, Fortuna goes down to match Emilia's eye level.
Fortuna, be a good girl, behave. This isn't the last time you're going to get to see Juice.
I'll,
make another chance for you to see him.
Emilia, really? You promise?
No going back on it? Fortuna, oh, no, this girl.
Just where could she've learned to be so fussy? Fortuna gives Emilia a wry smile as she brings up the previously covered topic of promises, before taking her in an embrace.
Fortuna, yes, I promise. This is a promise between you and me, and it's so important.
Emilia, okay then.
I'll go back to the room.
Young Emilia gives Fortuna a trusting nod. Released from the hug, Emilia runs over to Juice before she can start her return to the princess room.
She extends her hand to Juice, smiling.
Emilia, see you, Juice.
Promise that we'll meet again.
Juice, yes, assuredly.
May we make audience again in the future. I shall be awaiting the day.
Juice takes the small, extended hand, completing the handshake. With her smile met with a smile, Emilia nods and nods and nods before releasing her hand and announcing her goodbye. Young Emilia readies to return to the princess room.
Echidna, here they are.
Whispers Echidna, having silently watched over everything until now. Emilia hears Echidna clearly and raises her head, looking around to try and determine what Echidna is referring to, and spots it. Emilia.
A white young man. White skin, white hair.
He wears a simple shirt and pants, nothing ornate about him. His face does have its looks, but even said he is lacking in anything defining, his appearance utterly banal.
He could mix into a crowd and disappear instantly with how he epitomizes all lack of individuality, but his presence right here, right now, makes him seem an abnormal kind of outsider. Fortuna, who are you?
Fortuna in the memory also notices the man, immediately holding Emilia close as she voices her clear caution.
The man leans against a tree trunk and runs his hand through his white hair.
Man, don't you think it follows reasonable sense that when asking a person for their name, you begin by introducing yourself first?
The reply makes Fortuna's eyebrow twitch.
Seeing this, the man's mouth twists, the atmosphere he emits dismal. Man, who, is one of those questions where when you give this response I can only think it as stale and trite, but, now that I've actually wandered into a context fitting for that kind of thing, why I can indeed understand why people have the urge to say this.
Here are fellow persons for the first time making the presence of the other.
Our standings are supposed to be definitively equal as we begin in our efforts to establish a relationship, but now we have a condescending someone trying to extort a name unilaterally.
I wonder if it's occurred to you that you're unconsciously, unsympathetically, and by your own accord treating me as inferior. Has that occurred to you? Fortuna, for a man, you sure love talking.
Man, for a man, is where your prejudice shows though and indicates how ignorant you are to comparative examples of men. And first of all, what right do you think you have to take these creatures called men, a class which includes more individuals spread throughout the world than what is conceivably countable, and compare me to them?
This attitude of yours.
It's giving me a little trouble to overlook.
It's all lacking in any degree of reasonable courtesy.
It's taking this individual I am, taking my rights, and disregarding them.
It appears that Fortuna's every word has made the lunacy in the man's speech escalate.
With the man growing more and more dangerous, Fortuna exposes her wariness as she braces herself for combat. But the one to pull the brakes is Juice, standing beside her.
He looks up at the white man, his expression stern as he opens his mouth to speak.
Juice, Regulus Corneus.
For what reason are you here?
We had an immutable promise that I would be the only one involved in this affair. Regulus, call it an immutable promise or call it whatever you want, it's all just you going off saying things yourself and presuming things yourself in what is actually just a normal agreement. Look at you trying to push people into submission with that domineering phrasing of yours. What great and pompous drivel you've started spewing from your spirit mouth. Trying to restrict my daily actions, even though I'm not permitted any kind of perfidious behavior anyway. So that's what a spirit is?
Have you ever considered putting a stop on the infringements you're making to my mind and person?
Juice, nothing you say presents an answer.
If you were displeased with the agreement, We could have discussed it at church. What have you appeared here for? And who told you that this place is? This has happened on my instruction.
Juice's voice trembles in rage as he yells at the displeased young man, Regulus. But cutting into their argument, never once before heard in this altercation, comes a woman's voice.
Everyone watching the scene has their own reaction to that voice.
A shiver arises in Juice's eyes, Fortuna's eyes blaze in fury, young Emilia shakes her head as she tears up in her mother's arms, Regulus crafts an ominous smile. Emilia, as she watches the memory, swallows her breath, while Echidna merely closes her eyes.
She comes forward, this single girl.
This character standing beside Regulus as he looks down at Emilia, Juice, and Fortuna, is a girl so beautiful that all who see her would tremble. Her long, platinum hair gleams sweetly as if sunlight given form, flowing to her slender neck and streaming down her back.
Long eyelashes border her eyes, their shade so deep a blue that they seem to entrap the world, her look so overwhelmingly attractive that even a god would hesitate to touch her fingers, with all her perfect pulchritude.
Her petite frame is adorable enough that even having the wind cradle her appears risky. What garbs her is merely a single white cloth, and the whole aura of it suggests that the world would permit nothing else to touch her skin. The presence she holds is not that of an ordinary person, and her appearance is not what an ordinary person would have. Her voice possesses an almost magical allure, binding the minds and bodies of those who hear it.
Nobody present here capable of saying anything anymore.
Girl, is there something wrong? Cardinal Betelgeuse Romane Conti?
Tilting her head, the girl fires her question. Being looked at by her, being talked to by her.
Just the fact that any one of her actions are aimed at oneself is enough to inspire an overwhelming euphoria, such that death would not be an aversive prospect, the sensation unavoidable. Although she knows that this is the past, Emilia feels her mouth rapidly going dry as she looks at the girl.
This thing is dangerous.
Juice, why are you?
No, Regulus Corneas. Why have you brought her here? Juice grits his teeth, rejecting the emotions swelling up inside him. This thing is dangerous.
Regulus, do you think it's possible for me of all people to pull any such stunt as bringing people places with how it infringes on the will of others?
It is by her own volition that we are in company. Your attempts to make all of this my fault are yes an amazing exhibition of prejudice.
I'd appreciate you not to go off passing your unasked for judgments on this human being that I am.
Girl, Cardinal Regulus. He is rattled. Do not fault him too much.
The corners of Regulus's mouth tremble in a frantic attempt to keep ecstasy from showing on his face as he bows respectfully.
It's strange. Regulus is overwhelming, alien.
That he is so obediently obeying her will illustrates beyond any parallel how abnormal this girl is. Juice looks up at the girl, his eyes trembling in shock and confusion as he shakes his head. Juice, that is remarkably cruel.
Pandora Summer.
Juice's breathy voice leads the girl to smile faintly. This girl's smile, blessed by the world and harbinger of even greater felicity. The girl, Pandora, answers all the gazes aimed at her with a tolerance that permits everything. She spreads her arms wide, as if her small reach will cradle everything in existence.
Pandora, now, shall we begin? For the fulfillment of cardinal desire of us witch cultists.
Fortuna, Pandora. With young Emilia protected behind her, Fortuna thrusts out her arms to generate a blue magic circle before her. Icicles materialize with overwhelming momentum, their aim set directly on Pandora. Pandora, goodness.
Fortuna, be impaled, and apologize to my brother and the rest.
Pandora casually puts her hand to her mouth.
Fortuna strikes. Each of the icicles is as large an adult's arm, and their number is near to 20.
They form at speeds fast enough to be continuous, shooting one after another, spearing into the astonished girl before exploding into white vapor. The crackling of shattering ice rains upon the crackling of shattering ice without end, the white smoke cloaking over the surroundings as Fortuna regardless relents not a second in her attack. Young Emilia's mouth gapes open with Fortuna standing before her, her beautiful face twisted in rage as she hoists up her arms.
Fortuna, AA and now.
Following the motion of her arms as she swings them down, a ball of ice massive enough to decimate the forest trees plummets down from above. Its aim is true as it slams into the spot where Pandora was, white demise drilling itself into the forest ground, marking the grave. Not even the older Emilia has anything she can say about Fortuna's overwhelming magical prowess.
Even supposing that Emilia had Puck's help, like hell she could handle magic that proficiently.
She had never made low estimations of her mother, but learning that her strength was greater than what she remembered makes her shiver.
However,
Regulus, say.
You were paying me absolutely no attention during any of that, were you?
You weren't paying me even the slightest thought and you still opted for an attack that would entangle me in it. Honestly, don't you find that suspect?
Do you know what it means?
What it means is that you infringed upon my presence, my life, my rights. Immediately following the protracted complaint, the massive ball of ice shatters to pieces from the ground up. The shards of ice crystal scatter through the air, dreamlike, the sight of Regulus casually standing there being overwhelming abnormal. The sight of Pandora standing beside him uninjured, also.
Regulus makes a show of easily brushing off his coat.
Despite the ferocity of the attack, he sustains not a single injury, in fact not even his clothes are sullied in the least. Pandora adjusts her bangs slightly, disrupted by air pressure as they are. Most likely Regulus, standing before Pandora, had protected her, but it's all preposterous. Emilia has not a clue as to what happened. Echidna, so that's this generation's greed. Considering what an impossible fluke of a meeting it is for me to be witnessing this, it really is very fascinating. Emilia, you know what that was? Emilia addresses Echidna, who has moved out of the tree shade and into a spot where she can better observe the fight. Echidna glances at Emilia, her eyes narrowing.
Echidna, I can make a guess, but it's far from anything definite.
If we can keep watching this for a little longer, I might be able to figure out what's going on, but
it doesn't seem that circumstances will allow for that. Emilia, what do you?
Echidna, there they go. Although frustrated, Emilia directs her gaze forward. Even with Fortuna's offensive, the fight has produced zero results. Seeing Regulus stepping forward and looking displeased, Juice stretches out his arm. Juice, Fortuna Summer, I ask that you take Emilia Summer and withdraw.
We are presently powerless against Regulus Corneas. Fortuna, you.
That woman is right there, and you're telling me to stand down? Juice, consider the situation.
Who is it that you are protecting in this instant?
Fortuna, dash. Juice bellows at the belligerent Fortuna. Fortuna's face stiffens in shock as she glances behind her, to find young Emilia holding anxiously onto her mother's clothes. Emilia, mother.
Fortuna, Emilia.
Juice, please withdraw. From there, rescue the village.
The followers who accompanied me to this place share me in my feelings. They will surely aid you. Fortuna, if we do that, what will you do? Fortuna bends down and holds Emilia to her chest, while Juice speaks calmly.
She stands up with Emilia in her embrace, looking anxiously at Juice. Juice, please calm your worry.
I am not remaining behind absent of any plan.
Juice, although exuding tension, responds to Fortuna's concerned gaze with a smile.
Seeing it, Fortuna closes her eyes. Fortuna, I'm coming back to help you.
With that, Fortuna breaks into a run through the forest, Emilia in her arms. Emilia struggles in her grip, peeks her head out from over Fortuna's shoulder. Emilia, Juice. Juice. Juice turns to glance at Emilia, his expression somehow relieved as he raises his hand. With that, and with Fortuna and Emilia sprinting deep into the forest, Juice disappears from the couple's view. Emilia, it's strange. I was taken away, so I shouldn't be seeing what happens here. Echidna, don't disparage my architecture of these worlds of memory.
Your memories may be the starting point, but the construction comes from my algorithms and takes reference from the Book of Wisdom. To an extent, it's simple to compensate for the events which you haven't seen.
Although, standing aside the bewildered Emilia, Echidna's gaze tracks the path of Fortuna's escape. Echidna, Speaking for the sake of overcoming your trial, it's correct that we follow them.
What do you think?
Should we transition over? Echidna indirectly announces that Emilia ought to follow Fortuna.
Which, rationally speaking, is a correct statement.
The trial is concerned with Emilia's past, so she should be prioritizing whatever young Emilia is seeing and doing now.
But
Emilia, Echidna.
That kind of sounded like you're trying to make me go that way.
Echidna. Emilia, me overthinking.
Isn't it? Your phrasing and attitude just then was weird. Echidna, whatever you think is up to you. And also, this side's moving again as well.
Echidna goes without answering Emilia's question, her expression blank as she steps back a small distance. Her retreat is probably to avoid getting showered any side damages from the imminently starting fight. No matter how terrible the damages are, nothing will affect Emilia or Echidna.
But if anything alters the surroundings, they cannot avoid the impact that will have on the earth they are standing on.
Regulus, well, wasn't that cool of you, Betelgeuse?
But whose permission do you think you have to be doing these things? Do you have any idea at all why I'm here? Think about it in any way you can possibly conceive, and it's obvious I'm here on business. Not with you, with the other one.
You getting in my way here means you're obstructing me from doing what I ought to do.
It's infringing my rights.
Juice, say anything you wish, Regulus Corneas, but, with my being at stake, I must not allow you any passage further.
Regulus, well said.
Not that I could give less of a care about the founder of the witch cult, but how wonderfully said, when it was some smidgen of past contributions that landed you in the seat you're occupying. How can you possibly believe that you have any hope of beating me, properly chosen into my seat as I am? Juice, that
I will now present. Regulus's anger intensifies over the course of his egotistical strings of logic.
Juice responds quietly. His hand reaches into his vestments, his expression steeled with resolve.
To Emilia it looks the expression of a man resolved for death.
Emilia, no. Juice, what are you doing? Emilia's vicarious experience of her past has led her to remember her nickname for him. With the situation such that he is resolved for death, Emilia promptly reaches out her arm in an attempt to stop him.
But the present Emilia has no means to influence the past. Her outstretched hand passes through him, feeling no touch of the palm that she had grasped in her youth.
Regulus, that's. From his pocket, Juice withdraws a small, black box. Regulus's brows furrow at first, but he promptly seems to guess at the thing's identity as his eyes shoot open wide. With Regulus showing shock for the first time, Juice's resolute gaze pierces through him. Juice, you should be able to sense it. Your hands have also held it once before. Regulus, I am aware. Very aware, and so my jaw's too busy gaping at your abject stupidity for me to speak. Perhaps you were keeping that hidden on your person thinking it'd be your ace or whatever else idea you've come up with, but couldn't you tell from the moment you had it anywhere near you? You are unqualified to have that. It wasn't anything else, it's the thing that's decided that. Juice, indeed, my compatibility with it is none. Owing to that, I have merely held what was entrusted to me and nothing else. However, it also serves for the sake of junctures such as these. Pandora, Cardinal Betelgeuse Romane Conti. Juice responds quietly to the infuriated Regulus. Pandora, not having moved an inch from her original spot, cuts into their conversation. Juice raises his head. Pandora's face is tranquil. Pandora, happy travels. Juice. No hostility or goodwill or ill will or nothing, just simple words of blessing. And so being, Emilia cannot prevent her horror, and neither can Juice. The blessing almost looks to have butchered Juice entirely as he grimaces, enduring the pain. He twists the box in his hand, taking off the lid. Inside the box upon his palm is a black, squirming something. Juice, I beg you forgive me, Flugel Summer. With that, Juice presses both the dark something and the box to his chest. Instantly, the something snaps onto Juice's body like droplets of water, compounding in volume explosively to envelop him wholly. It's as if juice is being absorbed by some viscous creature. Emilia shrieks in silent grief as the something shrouds Juice's body, constricts him.
Regulus, imbecile. Spits Regulus, for the first time phrasing his judgment succinctly.
His scornful gaze is fixed on Juice, enveloped in the something as he hoists his arms to the heavens, his mouth agape and shrieking. Not as if in pain, not as if in joy, but as if some other emotion is throwing his being into disarray. Emilia. A baffling sound joins the shrieking.
The sound of someone clapping their hands.
Pandora, magnificent. Whispers Platinum Pandora as she gives her applause. As she watches Juice, swallowed and panting in the wake of the emotional torrent, her cheeks redden in ecstasy.
The slight hitch in her breathing is, unmistakably, because the scene is exciting her.
Regulus, Pandora Summer? Emilia is not the only one with questions about Pandora's attitude, for Regulus speaks.
He furrows his brows at the clapping Pandora.
She glances back at Regulus with her cheeks still red, aborting her applause to point at Juice. Pandora, Cardinal Regulus Corneas. Regulus, yes.
Pandora, he is coming.
Instantly, Regulus flips to hang upside down, and goes flung hurtling high into the sky overhead. Regulus, what?
It's the same kind of infantile violence as grabbing a doll by the leg and flinging the thing away.
Regulus has not a clue as to what is happening either, making a dumb noise as he hits the apex of the throw, only to slam back down to the earth. Having obviously transcended terminal velocity in his fall, it seems he had been thrown with his leg still grabbed. Helpless, Regulus smashes to the ground head first. Out thunders the echoing boom as the earth bursts apart, the trees caught in the crash falling in sequence toward Regulus's point of impact. The secondary attack pins Regulus beneath the lumber, silence falling upon the forest. Emilia falls speechless, her blank mind working frantically to figure out what on earth just happened.
She didn't see a single thing. But supposing there is something that she did make out. I am sure I did.
INFO or RMM.
Fallen to his knees and robed in black vestment, blood streams from the man's eyes as he gazes forward.
Glaring at the gaps between the trees and the rising plumes of dust, breathing ragged and having turned his resolve into a victorious bet, is this man. Freed from the agony of being shrouded in black something, he stands.
He is, not Juice. This man, is Betelgeuse Romane Conti.
Betelgeuse, I will not allow you to pursue them.
You shall pass, and no further. Chapter 119, Back then, even now, love unchanging.
Streaming tears of blood and gritting his teeth, Juice shrieks. Emilia cannot stop the goosebumps from running down her spine. Until a moment ago, a black something had been trying to subsume Juice's body. It has stopped gorging on the outside of him, and presently squirms within him. Juice's body spasms, pitches, beneath his black vestments. The blood seeping through the thick fabric gives suggestion of how gruesome his state is, and informs that an unimaginable nightmare is unfurling in his interior. Emilia, Juice.
What on earth did Juice put inside him?
And what was that attack that toppled Regulus? It was like she couldn't see what was happening, and gives Emilia a sense of déjà vu.
It's almost as if, just a little while ago, she had witnessed the exact same.
You have proven your resolve magnificently. Cardinal Betelgeuse Romane Conti. A breezy female voice interrupts Emilia's thoughts. The calm speaker is Pandora, looking down at Juice as he breathes raggedly and spits blood. Even while watching Regulus shunt into the sky, her tranquil countenance had remained utterly unshaken. Pandora, you have done well to subsume that which factor, being that you are unqualified. With my name as Pandora, I confer to your resolve and to your ironclad will the seat of sloth.
Juice, do you believe that I desire any SSUUCCHH seat? My present desires total merely to one. Without a moment of regret for my sacrifice, the safety of that family.
Fortuna and Emilia are gone from the war zone. Juice had resolved to stake his lifeblood on their escape. Pandora's brows perk up in surprise, when a redness flushes her cheeks, her smile intoxicated.
Pandora, love. Very wonderful.
Juice, it is an emotion that you will never understand. Pandora, persistently transcended and aloof. Juice, prepared to fight to the end.
He supports himself painfully on one knee as he raises his trembling arm, forcing his bloody eyes wide as he screams.
Juice, authority of sloth, unseen hand.
Overwhelming pressure bursts from Juice's position. But Emilia's eyes cannot discern the nature of this force.
Juice had merely extended his arm and yelled, yielding no visible changes in the world. Even so. Emilia, the forests being torn down? Throughout the area surrounding Juice, as if beset by invisible serpents, outspreads the aftermath of destruction. Trees snap, earth shatters, clumps of dirt and grass scatter through the air. Juice, ah. All while indiscriminately ravaging Juice's surroundings, the destruction answers to his scream as it directs its path toward Pandora. Although faced with demolition akin to an oncoming giant, trampling over the woods, she shows no indications of moving from that spot. So being, the destruction proceeds on its course, capturing the small Pandora and
say.
Juice, dash? I came here, I'm present here, so what do you think you're doing in moving the situation along without paying the slightest of mind to me? Giving and wantless as I am, I still have to think that about now's a suitable enough time for me to be angry. The instant the invisible serpent reaches Pandora, a white figure cuts into the attack's path. His hair fluttering, Regulus's raised hand has stopped the shockwave. An impact which would kill any ordinary person washes over him as he simply stands there, absolutely nothing happening to him.
Or even that is understating it. He had been slammed into the ground with a force strong enough to burst the earth apart, his body supposedly buried in the soil, and forget about injuries, there isn't even a speck of dirt on him.
Emilia, no way. Her hand to her mouth, Emilia is speechless.
His safe return from Fortuna's surprise attack, she could at least understand.
If he possessed combat ability far exceeding that of Fortuna, then perhaps he had managed to defend against the lethal attack.
But Juice's invisible strike presents a different story.
There is no white fog to obstruct Emilia's view this time. She had plainly witnessed Regulus be thrown into the air, and slammed into the ground.
He had, undefended, been slammed into the ground. There was still some 1,000,000 chance that it hadn't wounded him.
But the absolute lack of dirt or soil or whatever filth on him is beyond any explanation.
There's some kind of trick, preventing attacks from, no, preventing outside effects from influencing Regulus.
Juice, Regulus corneus.
Regulus, can I say how unpleasant it is? The factor has not acknowledged you, and there you are ignoring your bodily collapse to force the thing into submission.
You don't think that's an insult to us who reached our seats by way of proper process?
That it doesn't wound the unwavering speck of pride I have in myself?
In line with the swing of Juice's arm, Regulus's face rebounds. His neck rotates as if he's been punched, but when he promptly returns his head to proper position, not a trace of the blow besmirches his face.
He simply furrows his brows in displeasure, undefended as the consecutive punches proceed to batter him. Echidna, I don't think staying here will show us any particular developments.
Juice is offensive to Regulus defensive as he mercilessly repels the attacks. Emilia watches her old friend staking his life in the battle, when Echidna addresses her from behind. Emilia glances back, glaring the expressionless witch. Emilia, you're telling me to leave?
But look at what happened to Juice, how frantically he's trying.
Echidna, though, the question of whether his efforts are going to reach a desired result does leave some room for debate.
And unfortunately, I have no intentions of debating with you.
It doesn't interest me to torment the weak, and hearing even one extraneous syllable out your mouth is the pinnacle of unpleasant. Emilia, then it should be fine for us to stay quiet and watch. I'll remain here, and see Juice's resolve through to the end. But when she goes to make that assertion, Emilia's own heart keeps her from saying anything. The hand fails to touch anything at her chest, and so she recalls why she came here.
It was to challenge the trial and overcome her past, is why.
Emilia is currently witnessing her legitimate past, which she wanted to forget. Juice's fight here assuredly did happen, and perhaps its outcome is what she ought to watch over, rather than what became of Fortuna and young Emilia. But that would be taking Subaru's feelings, having seen her off, and Juice's feelings, having attempted to secure Emilia and Fortuna's escape, and betraying both of them. What happened to Fortuna and Emilia after Juice presented them their escape? She needed to unearth more of her slumbering, unrecovered past, and reveal the answer. Echidna, it seems like even your deficient brain can understand which decision is wiser. Emilia, you're right.
Let's follow me and Mother.
Will Juice? Echidna, don't worry, it's a battle between cardinals of sin.
The scales won't tip in either of their favors so easily.
It's another story supposing that someone else joins the fight.
But it's inconceivable that she would involve herself in battle anyway. The ferocity of Juice and Regulus' fight compounds. Blood trails from Juice's eyes, his nose, his mouth.
Correspondent with the escalation of damage ransacking his insides, the unseen destruction he manipulates shoots up in accuracy and force. But Regulus remains so unchanged and ordinary that it's abnormal. Even with the destruction showering his undefended form, he merely stands there with a bored expression, looking down upon Juice's resistance. It practically feels like, if he chose to go on the offensive, the situation's trend would instantly shift.
Pandora, how?
Echidna's gaze spears through to Pandora, heart racing and expression aroused.
Indeed, it seems that she is not going to involve herself in the fight.
A beautiful girl faced with an abnormal battle, panting rather sexually, leaving all that strangeness aside.
Echidna, I'm changing the scene. To you and your mother, escaped into the forest.
Emilia, oop.
Echidna raises her hand and clicks her fingers.
Everything in Emilia's vision warps as the forest scenery shifts, the false feeling of the ground beneath her feet being covered over with something new abruptly leading her to stumble.
She raises her head.
No destruction has reached this section of the forest, this familiar spot.
No.
Mother, no.
Please don't leave me.
Hearing the shrill voice of a crying child, Emilia jerks her head up. What she faces is a familiar tree, with its inside hollowed out and repurposed into a room large enough to shelter a small child, what herself and her mother called the princess room. Fortuna and crying young Emilia are conversing outside its entrance. Emilia clings to Fortuna's chest.
Fortuna grasps her daughter's shoulders and frantically. Fortuna, please listen to me, Emilia.
Everything's okay.
I'll come. Yes, I'll deal with this quickly and come right back. So please stay hidden here while I'm doing that.
Please. Emilia, no.
I don't wanna.
Mother Fortuna, you're making a face like Juice did.
Like Juice did, what are you gonna do?
Elle leaving me, what are you
going to?
Emilia's little hands cling desperately to keep her mother from escaping.
Fortuna should be easily capable of untangling herself from a child's grip if she wanted to.
Her reasoning for not cruelly untangling herself from Emilia's hands is evidenced by her amethyst eyes as she gazes at Emilia.
Fortuna is Emilia's mother.
So she cannot bat away the hands of her crying, clinging daughter. Emilia, don't leave me.
Let me be with you. I won't tell lies anymore. I won't break promises. I'll be a good girl, I'll be a good girl, so don't leave me. Fortuna, Emilia.
Emilia, Emilia, Emilia.
Not wanting to be separated from her mother, and willing to sacrificing everything, so that she does not have to separate from her mother, Emilia shrieks. Fortuna, her expression breaking down with emotion, hugs her daughter tight. If she does not press her daughter's face to her chest, as she is, she'd see it.
Her daughter would see her mother's expression, see the overflowing and unceasing tears, see the teardrops wetting her mother's cheeks. Emilia, mother, Fortuna. Young Emilia had not seen her mother crying, but older Emilia clearly did. Emilia had never imagined that her perpetually noble, marvelous, strong, respectable, not even weak in the slightest mother, had ever been so wounded and assuaged with sorrow that she cried such feverish tears. As she watches her mother cry, the onlooking Emilia hits her limit. Unable to put her hands to her cheeks in time, the tears in her eyes arise one after another.
Having seen this, having seen her mother's face in this instant, she understands. Not that she had ever doubted it, but truly in this second, she is again convicted.
Emilia, Mother Fortuna,
was my real mother.
Her birth mother, whoever she was, doesn't hold any significance to Emilia now. As if Fortuna's insistence that she was just a substitute could ever make Emilia forget that she was her real mother. Although spoken by precious and respected Mother Fortuna as they were, those words alone were ones that Emilia could not accept. Emilia, I love you, Mother Fortuna.
As if anyone could say anything to make this feeling bend. Fortuna Summer.
A man's voice calls out to Fortuna from behind as she holds Emilia close.
Fortuna wipes her face with her sleeve, hiding her torrent of tears as she turns to face the speaker. Her gaze lands on an elf man in lightweight dress.
He is one of the elves who lives in this village, and someone who Emilia knows too.
Fortuna, Arch, how is the village? The man runs over while Fortuna questions him in regular voice.
The man, Arch, looks to have noticed that Fortuna was crying, but goes without touching on the topic and shakes his head.
Arch, it's the same everywhere.
The cardinal's subordinates and the village's men are reciprocating the fight, but
Fortuna isn't looking good, then. Fortuna lowers her gaze, biting her lip at the poor state of the battle.
Emilia looks anxiously up at her mother, saying nothing as she grips her clothes and trembles.
Arch notices her shaking.
Arch, it's okay. You don't have to be scared, Emilia. Believe in all us villagers, us adults.
And besides, your mother is a very strong, very scary person.
Emilia, Fortuna, Arch, was that scary really necessary? Jeez.
Fortuna crosses her arms in indignation.
But she does nod to Arch's indirect words of consideration, we can't stay utterly pessimistic about this, and gazes at the princess room.
Fortuna, hiding her here won't work anymore, will it?
Arch, frustrating as it is, staying in the forest means they'll find her before long. Could their goal be?
Fortuna, the seal deep in the woods, likely. Where did they find out about it? And even that woman.
Fortuna seems to have particular hostility toward Pandora's presence as she bites her lip in frustration, before giving a strong shake of her head.
Fortuna, it's fine, but anyway, I'm going.
I'm the strongest fighter in this forest, this isn't the time for me to be dragging feet over here. Arch, no.
We will be the ones to fight.
Fortuna Summer, you take Emilia and exit the forest.
Fortuna, what will running away accomplish? Have our peace lands stolen from us? That logic isn't going to stop me. Us losing isn't the problem here. The problem here is having them disclose the seal. 1. Fortuna beats back Arch's yells with an even stronger tone. And, embarrassed that she snapped back at him. Fortuna, I'm sorry. Fortuna, I know you resent me.
There was honestly no reason for all of you to get wrapped up in this.
When Emilia and I came, placed burdens you didn't need.
Arch, no. As if there could possibly be any one of us who thinks that.
Fortuna, Arch.
Arch responds ferociously to Fortuna's regretful voice, as if this alone is something he must not allow her to say. His face reddens, his long elfin ears tapering back in fury. Arch, please stop constantly excluding us from your problems. With our long lifespans, perhaps it may have only felt like the blink of an eye. But even so,
we spent the same time together, saw the same things together.
Have you forgotten that?
Fortuna says nothing.
When the word used for disclose more commonly means exposing something hidden to the public, but has a second meaning of grave robbing which might
have potential to be the correct meaning in this context.
On reflection, if you take it extremely literally, disclose the seal works fine for both meanings.
Wonders of language.
Arch, who could possibly think ill of you?
When we have great debts to you, your brother, to Emilia's mother, How could you ask that we shamelessly forget what we owe?
His emotions detonating, Arch pleads Fortuna while practically in tears. The yet young elf breathes raggedly as he falls to his knees, sniffling as he looks up at Fortuna.
She closes her eyes in silence. Fortuna, I'm sorry. Once again, I've invalidated the family I live with.
Arch, Fortuna Summer.
I may have, said two. Fortuna, no, it was important that you did.
I'm sorry, Arch.
And thank you. Fortuna gives kneeling Arch her thanks, and presents him her hand.
After a moment of hesitation, Arch takes Fortuna's hand and quietly stands back up. Fortuna turns to face Emilia.
Fortuna, Emilia. Your mother has an important role she has to fill to protect everybody. We're going to be separated for just a little bit.
Emilia, don't, mother. I.
Fortuna, please. It's only for a little bit, so please listen.
Go with Arch, and leave the forest.
This forest is going to be so dangerous soon.
Speaking to Emilia, who borders on tears as she shakes her head, Fortuna glances back to Arch. Her determined amethyst gazes makes Arch's skinny body go rigid. Arch, for Fortuna Summer.
Fortuna, Arch. You're still young, and have a future.
Please take Emilia, and I know it's a hard world to live in, but there has to be hope.
Arch,
Don't say these things as though it's the end.
I'm staying in this forest to the last, with everybody. Fortuna, please, Arch, Emilia.
She's my brother's, my sister-in-law's, daughter. Arch, This was merely the voice of a frail woman, absent of Fortuna's strength and nobility.
Hearing the voice of this woman and mother, Fortuna, tears stream down Arch's face. Arch buries his face in his hands as he sobs. Arch, it isn't fair. When you hear something like that, you know it's impossible to refuse. I want to fight with everyone. But Fortuna, I'm sorry. For pushing everything onto children, please forgive us. Fortuna puts her hands on the shoulders of the crying young elf, begging for forgiveness. Arch says nothing, but accepts Fortuna's request.
Now, the people that Fortuna must persuade here amounts to only Emilia. Fortuna, Emilia, no. I wanna be with you, mother. Please.
I ask please. Please, let me be with you. I don't wanna be alone. Fortuna, you're not alone at all. Listen closely.
Emilia bawls, unreceptive. She puts her hands over her ears, trying to shut out every word of her mother's goodbye, which makes older Emilia want to pull her young self's cheeks taut.
Not to punish her for disobedience,
but so that she cannot escape from a single syllable of any of the words that Fortuna is going to speak.
Fortuna, Emilia. Fortuna squats down.
Hugs Emilia. She takes Emilia's arms in her grasp, stops her from plugging her ears, and when her daughter acts out by pressing her head against her, Fortuna nuzzles her cheek against her daughter's silver hair, as though touching something, someone, more beloved than any other, taking care so that they will not break.
Fortuna, your mother is always right there with you. Right there when you close your eyes, in your memories. Right there when you cradle yourself, in your heart as it grows warm.
Right there when you call out, beneath the same sky that your voice echoes.
You and mother are always together. Always, forever. Together.
Emilia, liar. Liar. You're lying, mother.
Fortuna, Emilia.
Promise. Emilia attempts to discard her mother's words as being mere consolation, when Fortuna looks her in the eye and speaks. The word promise leads Emilia to swallow her breath, shut her mouth. Led by Fortuna's gaze to her outstretched palm, young Emilia too, places her palm to Fortuna's.
Fortuna, Emilia and her mother will always be together. That's what I promise you.
Emilia, why you'll, really, be with me? Fortuna, yes, really. More than anyone else in the world, your mother loves you, so much, Leah. The tender call of Leah is what makes the dam of tears for young Emilia, for old Emilia, burst. Sobbing and bawling, two Emilias present and past. Emilia, Mother Fortuna.
L love you too. Love you, love you.
Emilia, I love you.
I love you, Mother Fortuna. Love you, so much, love you, treasure you. The emotions of the two Emilias overlap as they frantically answer to the love given to them.
They strain their voices, press their bodies close to her, to show that should they do otherwise they will fail to convey, fail to express, all of these feelings in their hearts.
Fortuna, love you, Leah.
On her cheeks, eyelids, forehead, Fortuna's soft warm lips touch her. Although permitted to share touch, to share embrace, Fortuna had been late to learn how to express love as a mother, and never would do such things, making this the moment that Fortuna truly, from the bottom of heart, first accepted herself as being Emilia's mother.
Fortuna, I'm counting on you, Arch.
Arch, understood.
Having conveyed her absolute love to her daughter, Fortuna stands and calls for the young man.
Arch receives the bawling Emilia from Fortuna, holds her firm, and gives Fortuna one big bow of his head.
Fortuna, get away safely. Arch, I will. Yes, I will. I won't let Emilia. Won't let this girl be hurt by anybody. Fortuna's cheeks relax in relief. She points to a road deeper into the forest. Fortuna, that way. I'm begging you.
Arch.
Arch breaks into a run, toward where Fortuna is pointing, saying nothing.
In his hold as he sprints through the forest, Emilia peeks her head out from behind his shoulder, to sight her mother as she grows distant. She cries out, but makes no sound.
Fortuna's sharp eyes soften so tenderly.
Fortuna, I love you, Emilia. Held by Arch, Emilia looks frantically in the direction where her mother has disappeared. Like she's begging, that consistently staring like this might make her vanished mother reappear.
Like she's hoping, that perhaps she'll come to follow them.
Arch, Emilia. Emilia's stubborn spirit communicates well to Arch as he holds her small form. Arch's face turns into a mess as he considers what to tell her young heart, having undergone separation with Fortuna. Echidna, I'm surprised. Says Echidna to Emilia, the two running side by side in pursuit of Arch. Still affected by the parting with her mother, and not quite suppressing her weeping, Emilia questions Echidna using only her gaze.
The white-haired witch shrugs.
Echidna, that you didn't stay behind there, and followed your past self without hesitation. I was certain that it'd be like before when watching Sloth, that you'd protract the scene with your mother so girlishly. Emilia, I know I told you before.
I'm here to watch my past through. Mother, and Juice, and everyone. That's why they.
Echidna, MMHM. Said something unasked for, didn't I?
Looking like she did not get the answer she wanted, Echidna shakes her head.
Even Emilia has to feel irritated with Echidna's callousness, but before she can mention it, young Emilia buries her face in her hands. Emilia, why? Why?
How come this happened?
It's because I
broke my promise and left the room.
Arch, no. No, Emilia.
It's not your fault at all. It's not Fortuna Summer's fault, it's not anybody's fault. There's no need to blame yourself.
Emilia, but then, how come? How come we're separated? Mother. And Juice too, how come?
Do they hate me? Heaps of people, hate me so, this is why it.
Her incredibly sudden parting with Juice and Fortuna has cornered Emilia's heart right to the precipice of breaking. Thinking back on what foreboded this situation, and on her own actions, young Emilia sinks into a sea of self-invalidation.
She broke her promise. She left the room she wasn't meant to leave. She knew about the seal she wasn't meant to know about.
It looks like everything that caused this started by her own deeds. Emilia, should I've stayed there, stayed in the room?
If I did, would nobody be gone?
And I could be with everybody? Arch, Emilia. Emilia, Was I a bad girl? Is everybody in the world going to hate me? And I'll be alone? Arch, no. No, Emilia.
Nobody, there's nobody out there who hates you.
The world isn't here to hurt you, the world's here so that everybody can celebrate you. Arch frantically tries to persuade the bawling Emilia.
Part of it is an attempt to stop Emilia's crying, but a larger part is much like a wish, because he himself would like to believe it. Arch's shouts strike older Emilia's heart. It wasn't just Fortuna and Juice.
He and the other villagers had all protected her, loved her, reached out to her to make sure she wasn't alone. It was not until this exact instant that she truly remembered, it had always been like this. You over there.
With a sharp shout, somebody slinks into the space before Arch as he runs.
The black-robed character bounds out from a gap between the trees, which prompts Arch to stop immediately and for his gaze to grow wary.
But the man raises his hands in response.
Man, wait, don't panic. I'm one of Cardinal Romane Conti's fingers. Arch, the Cardinals.
Hearing Juice's name from the puffed man in the robes makes relief arise on Arch's face.
The man approaches after seeing Arch lose his wariness, and notices Emilia. Finger, that girl. Then, Fortuna Summer couldn't possibly be? Arch, there's no need for concern. She has merely entrusted me with Emilia, and left us together.
Fortuna Summer is the most skillful of any of us in the village. She will surely defeat the trespassers, and...
Finger, though I find this hard to state, I'm afraid that's a difficult prospect.
The man lowers his gaze, his voice weak. Arch raises his brows. The man sighs, his expression grave. Finger, we have confirmed the presence of the Cardinal of Greed, and our Cardinal has entered into combat with him.
Were that the only problem, and we repelled the extremist members of the faith, it might be possible for us to drive them away, but...
Arch, some other issue has?
Finger, the witch-beast Blacksnake has been loosed in the forest. Arch, dash.
Arch is stunned.
He shakes his head in disbelief, gesturing to the forest. Arch, that's ridiculous, impossible. The Blacksnake is even less controllable than the white whale or sizable hare. It's not the white whale, under Gluttony's command, or the sizable hare, whose course can be guided. The Blacksnake is just a natural disaster which listens to nobody. A catastrophe among catastrophes.
How? Finger, the witch cult's Pandora Summer has accompanied him.
Pandora Summer cannot go so far as to control the Blacksnake with her authority, but she can lead it to a destination. Arch, Pandora? That isn't a name I've. Finger, she exists in secrecy. In the witch cult she is taboo not to be spoken, neither by the Cardinal's faction of moderates nor by the extremists.
Now she has come here. Arch's shock keeps him from saying a single word.
Arch's failure to sink into despair results from the heartbeat of the life in his arms.
Results from his knowledge that he is not permitted any pessimism.
Arch, Fortuna Summer has stated that I am to lead Emilia to her escape.
Regardless of what may happen to the forest, this girl, this hope, must be protected. Finger, I will accompany you. Although I cannot say how much this frail person of mine can assist.
Arch's persistent will to fight leads the man's crestfallen look to recover into determination. He casts his robe open, revealing rather stout-muscled legs and for his age, breaking into a run as he takes the lead along the path out of the forest. Finger, we'll proceed while taking care to avoid the extremists.
Now, if we can just exit the forest, prospects should be brighter. But in that exact instant, something entangles the leg of the man in the lead, leading him to fall. He topples onto his side as Arch cries out and panikedly runs toward him. But the man shouts to the approaching Arch. Finger, stay back.
Arch, dash.
Finger, my blunder. But to think it came so quickly. The man uprights his fallen body.
But, upright himself is all he does.
His legs, for some reason, do not move an inch.
Beneath his overturned vestments, Marks like black-burn wounds besmirch his exposed shins. Finger, it's the vile tongue of the black snake. Flee. Arch, but. Finger, I am already beyond saving.
The man's face rapidly begins to change in appearance.
His skin from the neck up steadily drowns in dark, mottled marks, the eyes of his gentle-looking face bulging open, eyeballs close to falling out as his face sinks in.
His fingers claw at his mottled neck, his mouth spilling massive quantities of yellow froth.
Finger, GHB, BGBHGH. Ahub, BGH. Immediately following his agonized moan, his eye sockets, his nostrils, his ears, his mouth, every single orifice begins leaking with dingy blood, strangling his life to nothing as it gushes away, while of course it goes for Arch, with Emilia also being subject to witnessing the pitiful death. Neither can keep their usual composure.
Even Echidna's expression looks scrunched up in pain.
Arch, potpourri of pestilence. Which beast of blight, the black snake?
His voice strained, Arch states the name of the man's killer, the beast.
While surely it could not have been in response to that call, a forest silent, but for Arch and Emilia's breathing abruptly becomes host to another noise.
The slopping of a large animal licking its lips. The slithering of something long and thin slinking across the earth.
The noise is on a ridiculously incorrect scale, and it's hard to really pin down. But it almost resembles the noise of a serpent faced with prey, its tongue flicking out, as it squirms across the dirt.
Arch, fuck.
Having guessed the true identity of the sound, Arch realizes that himself and Emilia are right in the middle of the black snake's hunting ground. Although aware that yelling only acts to their disadvantage, he has to yell.
He can think of no other methods to rebel against the thing.
Although unsure of where to run, Arch sprints away from the man.
He has not a single thought for Fortuna's directions anymore.
Right now, he must escape from this threat.
Must protect that what must be protected. The frantic resistance of that young elf.
Arch, AHG. Is cruelly crushed as a vile, black tongue ensnares his right ankle. The areas of bare skin which the tongue licks are besmirched with dark, mottled burn scars. The instant he sees it, Arch aims his open palm at his foot. Arch, Fula.
Without hesitation, he fires a blade of wind to sever his scarred leg from the shin down. He loses his footing, and props his falling body on a tree trunk.
Blood spurts from him, the agonizing pain soldering his brain as he endures, gritting his teeth so hard that they fracture. Arch, Humeao. A crack sounds through the air as Arch's severed stump begins freezing over.
White mist transpires, Arch shrieking as he forces his bleeding to stop.
His gruesome deeds stun older Emilia silent.
Instant decisions, counteracting the pain.
And his strength of heart, having not released Emilia from his hold even after all of this. Emilia, Arch? With her head pressed to his chest, young Emilia had not witnessed Arch's actions. Neither did Arch have any intention in the least to let her see them. Even with his face covered in cold sweat, he gives Emilia a clumsy smile. Arch, it's
nothing.
I'm
all fine.
Although his speech falters, Arch replies so as to not let Emilia sense anything is wrong. But cruel fate laughs ever on at the spirit of this noble man. His leg has been severed, his frantic deeds done to plug the bleeding of his stump, as the uninjured portions of his frozen leg look to dehydrate, fissuring like a plain of earth bereft of water, the damage spreading. It's as if Arch's leg is dying like a dry wasteland.
And it isn't stopping at just the leg.
Arch, Emilia.
Do you see the white flowers between those two trees?
Emilia.
Arch squats down with the tree supporting his back.
Having alighted to the ground, Emilia looks where Arch is pointing, and nods as she spots the white flowers.
Arch wipes the sweat from the brow. Hides his agony.
Arch, can you run to those flowers?
Run, past the flowers. Go straight. Go straight, ahead.
Emilia, I can.
I can. But. Arch, then, get running.
Although confused, young Emilia now recognizes that Arch is in incredibly irregular straits, her amethyst eyes wavering.
Wavering because she will be alone. Because again, she will lose someone.
Arch, everything's okay. Emilia, you won't be alone. Emilia, Arch. Arch, now, run off.
No matter what you hear, don't look back.
Run. Arch's sharp command makes Emilia's shoulders hitch, and with that, Emilia runs.
She withstands the urge to look back, instructed as she is not to do it. Arch's words, Fortuna's words, Juice's words, all echo through Emilia's brain.
So that she can believe, if she does everything as she is told, everything will go back to normal. So that she can convince herself, keeping by instructions is the only hope she currently has. Running away, leaving him behind, Arch watches Emilia disappear into the direction of hope. He gives a long sigh.
Rolls up the sleeve of his jacket.
The dehydration has already covered his legs and waist, having come as far as his abdomen. He can move neither of his legs, and in fact it seems that just touching them will be enough for them to shatter and disintegrate. Once the dehydration reaches his chest, gets to his heart, what will happen?
He hears the slithering of the beast, faced with prey.
He hears a slithering noise like it's plotting to take the fleeing girl, the forest's hope, the significance of Arch's expenditure of the faint life he had left, and steal it. Arch, like anyone could let you get away.
The slithering stops its retreat, as if it has regained interest in the still living prey. The noise approaches.
Meaning, although he senses that end is approaching, Arch's cheeks relax. The fact that death is looming in on him means that death is growing distant from the girl. Arch, I know she'll be okay, Fortuna-sama.
The end slithers closer.
He hears it, and although exposing himself to mortal danger beyond parallel, Arch's pride in his achievements leads him to smile. Arch. That smile, even though parched arid, remains without ever going dry. Emilia has long passed the white flowers. Emilia, ha.
Ha. How? Her breathing hitches as she demands long strides from her little legs while dashing through the forest.
All while thinking about her mother and Juice and Arch, focused on the idea that running in this direction Arch indicated is the best thing she can do, not going to consider anything else. Emilia, or Iowa.
She shakes her head. The tears flow.
Desperately, she keeps the sobs from pouring out her lips.
What was happening, and why was it happening? Everybody knew something, and she didn't know anything. She didn't know what to do, didn't know a thing. Was there nothing she could do?
Who were the people attacking Fortuna, Juice, Arch, and the others?
What could she do that would
make them go away?
For what goal did they?
Emilia, the seal. Yes.
Fortuna and Arch had mentioned something.
And Juice's talks with Fortuna surely indicated that this object was something important. Meaning, their goal was? Emilia, or Emilia's feet as she runs suddenly strike air, and losing sight of the ground, she comes to realize that she has entered into sloping basin. She immediately reaches out to try and stop herself, but the steep incline gives no aid to the small girl, and on the heels of her momentum Emilia trips, tumbles, falls.
Normally, perhaps she would cry from the scrapes and bruises and stand back up.
But this time, with both her body and mind entirely fatigued, the strike of Emilia's head against the ground leads her to fall momentarily unconscious. Emilia,
All of this, when she needs to do something, all of this, when she thinks she's figured it out.
With the flame of duty kindled in her little chest, her consciousness aborts.
The story shall leave the side of the girl, temporarily to return to the scene of the fight. To see two fates, and see how they conclude.
Chapter 120, Elior Forest, glaciated evermore. The site has already changed so drastically that you could forget what it originally looked like.
Destruction like a rampage of giant, frenzied serpents. All trees fell down to nothing, some severed from their roots and dancing violently through the air.
Several craters, too deep to sight the bottom, lie gouged open on the fractured earth.
The ruin is so exhaustive that the entire region could imminently cave in and transform into a pit to hell. All of this destruction is the work of one man, standing in the dead center of the devastation.
Blood spills fresh from his face, his breath faltering while he nevertheless manages to keep himself upright.
He has taken sin unfitting to him inside him, his life whittled away in exchange for power, this desecrator.
He is Juice, Betelgeuse Romane Conti. Juice.
He breathes ragged, his face so lost of color that it has transcended the word pallid. But even so, he has regained more calm than what he had at the beginning of the conflict.
It seems like the raging something has, for the moment, accepted the uncomfortable environment as its temporary lodgings.
His bones and flesh have already been ravaged from inside, but control of the body is now entirely entrusted to Juice, the power acting as equivalent for Rent having increased in strength and accuracy. Wielding this authority, overwhelming destructive power.
Unseen Hand's strength is immense, allowing him to extend his arms to places he cannot touch, let his fingertips contact what he cannot contact, sending power crashing into someone he should have no hopes of opposing. Juice's power, leader of the witch cult's moderate faction as he is, will never match that of the extremists what with their militaristic bent. And that goes double when discussing the person who possesses the greatest ability for combat in the cult, Cardinal of Greed Regulus Corneas. That Juice is managing to somehow face Regulus without instantly being turned into gory paste is unmistakably the achievement of the witch factor he subsumed.
But Juice's frantic resistance has.
Juice, how do
you, FINNDD, this?
Glaring ahead with his bloodshot eyes, Juice strangles out his voice as he holds his trembling arms aloft. Unseen Hand's unrelenting, uninterrupted storm of concentrated violence. Having been endlessly battered around by the thing, the enemy vanishes beneath the dense plumes of dust.
Regulus, oh, you're done?
When the smoke resides, it reveals Regulus merely standing there, looking bored with his finger in his ear. His figure as he stands there rigorously probing his ear could conceivably be detached from the
environment from how absolutely none of the assault has affected him.
As if he had been pasted onto the scene of the annihilation in post-production. Juice, even with
all of this.
Regulus, how about toning it down and taking a moment to realize?
To realize the discrepancy.
To realize that between you and me, there is a clear power discrepancy. And you can disregard however good your compatibility against me could hypothetically get, because that isn't even the issue here. There's nobody out there who can beat me, or can wound me. You can go ahead and subsume a witch factor, and then go ahead and bring the dragon and sword saint along with you, it's still not going to work. Juice, perhaps you may say so.
Although it rather appears that I have
purchased from you, CCO on NSSIID de ERRA ABBL time. Regulus, because there's no need for me to get into a panic to overtake you.
Aren't your eyes telling you? I'm just here as a chaperone. Do you think I'd go out of my way to come to this kind of place if I wasn't? Being in my mansion surrounded by my wives is enough to glut me for the minuscule fraction of peace I desire. But, well, I have to say I'm starting to get bored. Regulus slowly steps forward.
He walks calmly through the transmogrified forest, descending from his position until his eye level matches that of Juice, and gives an easy swish of his arm.
It's like he's swatting an insect. Juice braces for anything to happen.
Calling within himself, he sacrifices his flesh and blood to the dark, squirming thing to gain power. He takes in a breath, ready to use the push welling up from inside him to batter Regulus around.
When Juice's arms go flying through the air, severed at the shoulders.
Juice, WH?
Regulus, what a dull reaction.
With how you've been annoying me, don't you think it's simple courtesy to at least writhe in a form of agony that's fun to watch?
Though I suppose there was no point expecting anything.
Juice, With his arms splaying blood about the surroundings as they tumble across the ground, the eyes of the disarmed Juice shoot open wide as he shrieks. The cut at his shoulders is sloppy, leaving an ugly wound as if a beast's fangs have mangled his arms off. His right arm is gone from the shoulder down, his left arm severed about halfway down his humerus. Juice convulses in gruesome pain, bloody froth spills from his mouth, the excess of pain leading him to grit his teeth so hard that he breaks tooth after tooth after tooth. His legs, already lacking in strength at the best of times, falter and drop him down to his knees. His forehead hits the ground, despair creeping over Juice's expression. Regulus, in the end, your resolve or your determination or your whatever and so on and all those other things I suppose we're going to talk about, well here you see what they amount to.
And it's the same for everyone, so don't bother worrying about it.
There's nobody out there who can live while carrying more than their arm's capacity. Live while satisfied in your own little world, fulfilled, focused only on your own concerns.
According to what's fitting to your caliber.
And you don't even have arms to hold anything now.
The conclusion here is obvious, don't you think?
Juice,
Regulus, and being entirely honest, it's not like I'm enjoying this.
You might see me tormenting you like this and perhaps think that I'm some kind of sadist who feels pleasure when inflicting pain on others, but actually that would be an incredible misapprehension, and a great insult to the personality what I possess.
I'm not doing this because I want to do it. There's nothing in my life anymore that I do because I want to do it. Fulfilled as I am, regardless of whether the nuance is a good one or a bad one, my preference is to reject the influence of anyone else. I am without want. I am fully fulfilled. You don't have any right in the slightest to resent me. I was simply walking along, and you were simply in my path. The spouts of blood dampen in their velocity, Juice's screams transforming from something loud into something quiet.
With the quiet, ragged puffs of his breathing, Juice's form as he expels bloody foam spasms like an insect seconds away from demise.
Regulus's words carry no malice, or hostility, or anything at all.
Because as far as he cares he is stating the absolute truth, and no reason exists to pair it with any emotion of any form.
Regulus has no need to hide anything, and so truly believes this.
Juice's desperate deeds had influenced Regulus' corneas so little that his bangs did not even sway in the resultant breeze. Regulus, speaking in full sincerity, this was all very anticlimactic.
I was being called along, which had me thinking that something would happen, and...
Well, not that there's ever been a situation which hasn't resulted in an anticlimax for me, but if I'm getting summoned I'd at least like for you to show me something that can hope to counterbalance to the effort I put into walking around. Pandora, I give my apology, Cardinal Regulus.
I have put you through the pains to accompany me, and the trip has failed to meet to your expectations.
Pandora addresses Regulus as he looks down at the nigh-withered Juice. She had also kept through all of Juice's onslaught with unseen hand while standing stock still in the very same spot that she had first appeared. Just like Regulus, her outfit has not changed an inch. Not a speck of dirt pollutes the white cloth enshrouding her small, thin frame, the purity of the garment preserved, and her beautiful face suffers not a single wound. Regulus, I do not mean to say that you are at fault, Pandora Summer. I'm just saying that all these forest people and the idiots in the moderates are unanimously pathetic.
Trash without even the slightest intention to improve themselves.
They're not like me, sitting at heights where the very concept of improvement carries no necessity. They have these attitudes while being mundane rabble whose lives are over if they ever stop struggling. They're rejecting the idea of meeting their own capacity, and from my perspective as greed I have to say that level of desire is inconceivably shallow. Pandora, it is not the case that every person in existence can consider matters in the same way that you do, or reach the same domains that you have.
You are more special than anybody else, and satisfied in that self of yours. You are perfected and glorious, while they are imperfect and also glorious. Regulus, I'm not the most favorable when it comes to debates.
I have no compunctions against receiving your praise, but I cannot say that I'm seeking commendation either. Though, there was no need to bring myself and the black snake alongside, was there?
You could easily dominate this forest on your own, Pandora Summer.
Somewhere right now in this forest, there exists the pestilent witch beast. The presence of the repugnant and malicious thing prompts Regulus's disgust, all without him realizing that from anyone else's perspective, he would deserve to be thought of in the same manner. Pandora nods. Pandora, if we are considering in terms of overturning their resistance, then it would indeed be possible for me to achieve it by myself.
However, those are not the terms in consideration.
as I assuredly did not come here for the purpose of harming the inhabitants of this forest. Regulus, this is what you're saying after bringing the indiscriminate black snake here and leaving it to its devices? I'm sure that you're being entirely genuine about not meaning to cause harm, so have you then rationalized that fatalities are simply unavoidable? Pandora, when pursuing a noble goal, it is essential that some lives be given as sacrifices. But even so, one cannot disremember the zeal to rebel against even that wicked fate.
I believe that the beauty of such spirit cannot be invalidated.
Regulus, you're diverging from the point, but essentially you're talking about killing people to achieve your goals. Ha ha ha.
If that's all we're discussing, then I'd call it preferential to state it plainly and clearly.
Compared to making me waste a day of my time racking my brain pointlessly, far more preferential. Pandora, I feel very fondly about your approach. Pandora gives an enchanting smile.
Regulus shrugs.
Regulus lowers his gaze back to Juice, who will probably die if left alone, and begins walking over to deliver the finishing blow. Regulus, well, it's not like I think you'll die from that body dying, but pulling your insides out and keeping you trammeled does make our operations easier, though it's pretty strange to be talking about trammeling someone who doesn't have a body.
2.
Regulus raises his leg, ready to stomp down and smash Juice's skull to bits.
But right before he can make contact, a voice cuts into the scene. Al-Huma. 2 doesn't have a body, more accurately, doesn't have a head or neck.
I'm 99% sure this futzing doesn't matter at all. The 1% is the chance that Juice is the mysterious kind of spirit that has pinkies or something, but hey.
Obeying the canto, matter takes in the world's mana to achieve form.
Appearing alongside the explosive noise is a ball of ice so giant that it encompasses all of the visible sky above. The trees are felled and the sky's panoramic is easily observable, but the only thing to observe is a vast sheet of pale blue ice.
Regulus, I
swear, nobody can give it a break.
Regulus looks up to see the continent of ice floating above him, clicks his tongue.
Immediately, the immense ball of ice plunges down from directly above him. The earthquake, and the unavoidable shockwave, batter Regulus entirely. This explosion of air and rumbling of earth exacerbates even further the collapse of this forest, only describable as a disaster zone. The sheet of ice shatters into fragments, with the crushed trees and boulders, the ground pulverized under this incredible mass, changing shape once again within only this one single day.
Shard of white ice dance through the air, scintillating.
Among their gleam is a man toppled limply on his side, with a silver-haired woman dragging him. Woman, Juice. Juice, keep steady.
This is. What am I meant to?
Juice, 4, tuna, summer. Is that, why you? A weak light returns to Juice's nigh-dead eyes. His life still remains equally in danger, but he still manages to barely remain conscious.
Fortuna nods.
Fortuna, yes, it's me. Juice, you're. Juice, I am, F-I-N-E.
This flesh is, due to wither someday. The finger who trusted me, and entrusted it to me, will understand.
Of more concern is, Emilia?
Fortuna, I left her with someone trustworthy, and they fled the forest. She's fine.
Juice, I see. I am glad to hear so. ? Except there's nothing to be glad about at all.
Just when Juice's blood-slaked face relaxes in relief, the voice of an enraged Regulus shouts over him. Having been stricken by a massive sheet of ice, Regulus's expression is furious. He combs his hand through his bangs, his eyes hosting clear animosity.
Regulus, the very second you come back, and just who do you think you are to pull this stunt? I was seconds away from stomping that guy's head in, me, I was.
With what right, with whose permission, are you taking my getting in my way?
Screaming as if in tantrum, Regulus squats down and puts his hands to the ground. He proceeds to swing his arms up, casting up dirt to dance through the air, the soft soil flying toward Fortuna and Juice.
The quantity of scattered dirt is not especially much, it's the kind of thing a child would do, throwing sand about a sandbox, the embodiment of crude and infantile anger.
Fortuna sights the dirt and ignores the stuff as she immediately focuses her magic for a counterattack.
But
Juice, you mustn't.
If you neglect to evade all the earth. Fortuna, huh?
Juice interrupts Fortuna's canto, headbutting her to the ground. The two tumble across the earth undefended, when Juice strains himself to use unseen hand and throw the couple further backwards. Rather than intercept or defend against the dirt, he opted that they tumble messily across the ground. Just when Fortuna verges on yelling to question what the hell Juice is doing, she sees it. The moment that the dirt and pebbles that Regulus threw hit the ground, out peals the staccato noise of raindrops beating on a rooftop as countless tiny holes bore through the earth. Each hole is only the size of a grain of sand, but the density and piercing property of them present an issue. The mystery attack had by and large concluded by only gouging open the earth, but one fragment of the assault had managed to hit a tree which still precariously retains its original shape. This tree, with a trunk so thick that it's questionable whether Fortuna could loop her arms around it, rips open with countless tiny holes and bursts into smithereens. It's easy to envision that hitting someone, and them instantly exploding into blood spatter.
And the most terrifying thing is, Regulus, why the hell are you people dodging?
Just take the attack, turn into gore, and go be food for the bugs. That goes for you, Betelgeuse, you pile of scum, and for that woman too. I was thinking you might be okay to take as my 79th wife, and then you go and pull this rubbish.
Regulus bends down, arms to the ground as before.
The most terrifying thing is, a deed of destruction on this caliber just meant throwing dirt around for Regulus, and took no greater effort than that, child's play. The enraged and belligerent Regulus had taken a direct hit from Fortuna's strenuous attack, for nothing to happen to him.
Aberrant is the word to describe it.
Regulus Corneus possesses transcendental powers in attack and defense. And that incredible power is locked up in a body that hosts an egotistical, infantile mind. A dangerous entity, as if power identical to the dragon were given to a petulant child, such is how Fortuna judges this monster. Regulus, if you're not keen for being gore chunks, how about I pluck off your limbs and arrange them as decoration?
I'll make you regret having made a fool of me. Of greed.
Pandora, please wait, Cardinal Regulus. Just as Regulus prepares to once again shower Juice and Fortuna in dirt, Pandora calls him to a stop.
With his hands still touching the ground, Regulus turns his head to look at Pandora.
The rage remains thick in his expression, and even when facing Pandora, who he had treated respectfully, he shows no signs of discarding his anger. Regulus, what, Pandora Summer? Right now, I am midway through shaking in uttermost rage as my rights are being violated. You have some task for me, when I'm like this?
What are you conniving, trying to stop me?
Take careful mind of your words, and, this instant, you answer me. Pandora, please settle your anger, Cardinal Regulus.
I do not permit you to kill them here.
Is there nothing that you feel in seeing them?
Regulus, in seeing me right now, do you think I look like there's nothing I feel?
I go prostrating myself, and for this, don't get fucking carried away, you woman. Seemingly forgetting that they are allies, Regulus swings up his arm with his target being Pandora.
Up launches the spray of dirt, cutting straight through and decimating the trees in its path to strike her. It hits, her body exploding into a splatter of blood and gore. Fortuna, no way. Fortuna mutters in astonishment as she witnesses Pandora's evisceration. Someone she had loathed, now killed ruthlessly due to a breakup of internal relations.
Fortuna had utterly believed that Pandora would have some ace to disregard even Regulus's attacks, but here she is, strewn in scarlet chunks across the ground, fertilizer for the ruined earth.
Regulus, this is what happens when you prattle bullshit at me. How come nobody can practice any basic goddamn form of consideration? Don't get in my way.
Don't obstruct my path. Don't interfere with my actions.
Don't rebel against what I do.
Am I really asking for anything so difficult? Say, what are your thoughts on this?
Regulus turns to Juice and Fortuna, a shadowy gleam in his eye. This was not the time to celebrate about a drop in enemies.
If the enemy remaining after a drop in enemies is a person of absolute strength, then the situation hasn't changed at all.
Fortuna had used the greatest power in her disposal to hit Regulus with that surprise attack. And even after being hit with it, Regulus's body suffers no wounds and his clothes don't even suffer a wrinkle. It's frustrating to admit, but Fortuna cannot defeat Regulus.
Zeus has also been so cornered that his body has broken down. Even if Fortuna asks him to do the impossible and fight on his deathbed, the combat is going to be one-sided. All Fortuna can do is have them lure Regulus's fury, and buy time for her daughter to run. Zeus, let me deal with this.
Fortuna Summer. Fortuna, but Zeus, you.
Zeus, no matter how much blood I shed, until all of my bodies are deceased, I can. KKEEPP, going. I shall amass time for you.
2. Flee. Fortuna, don't say these ridiculous things.
Fortuna's cheeks relax as Zeus attempts to upright himself in her arms.
It mystifies her that she can craft a smile at a time like this. She'd rather like to brag. Fortuna, you're telling me to leave you here and run? If I was going to do that, I wouldn't have come back here.
I parted with Emilia to come back here. Telling me to leave now is impossible. Zeus, HOW, ever.
Then, if so, why?
Have you returned? Aye.
Fortuna, to keep you from dying. And if you do die, for me to be at your side.
With Fortuna's amethyst eyes gazing on, Zeus's bloody eyes wrench open. Considerably lighter now that he has lost his arms, Fortuna draws Zeus's body closer, to tell him from within breathing range.
Fortuna, in a world without you, in a forest you no longer visit, what is there for me? I'm weak, I can't survive a long period of time without you there.
Zeus, you are not weak in there.
Fortuna, I'm weak.
I act strong when I'm around you and Emilia, that's all.
With that, Fortuna helps Zeus up. Fortuna props the trembling Zeus up so that he stands, her body close against his as she supports him.
Seeing the couple standing in what could almost be an embrace, Regulus's face turns abjectly disgusted. Regulus, look at how fired up you are after such a protracted period of ignoring my question.
What on earth could be going on? What on earth could this be?
After I showed you how incredible the power gap between us is, after I taught you in such succinct and plain terms, how can you possibly figure that you can do anything?
What on earth are you people thinking? Fortuna, windbag of a man.
After how our attitudes have demonstrated it, surely you can tell?
Thanks for all the lectures, but we've got only one response.
Zeus, INN, deed.
Fortuna and Zeus share a glance, and speaking together. Both, like we care, idiot.
Their voices overlap, with Fortuna flipping Regulus the bird as a bonus.
With that, Fortuna and Zeus scramble up whatever power they have available. Regulus's face flashes crimson in fury. Regulus. Very well.
I'll take the two of you, butcher you into indistinguishable chunks, hurl you into the black snake's dingy maw. ? What I told you was to wait, Cardinal Regulus.
For the third time, an interruption to Regulus's plans.
Pandora's arm descends from above to press Regulus's head down, his body proceeding to sink into the earth without any resistance. Buried chin deep into the earth under a second, Regulus glares up at Pandora as she lands beside him.
Regulus, just incessantly.
Pandora, should it be necessary that I stymie your will, I shall. As of now, my goals in having brought you here have been by and large accomplished.
You have done far enough and I would appreciate you go home.
Regulus, you drag someone along, but the second you're satisfied you demand they leave?
Do you think anybody could agree with these ideas of yours?
Until I've settled this irritation of mine and returned to being my usual self, I will assuredly never. Pandora, I see.
Then I will do it. Cardinal Regulus could not possibly be here.
He is in his mansion, spending his time with his wives.
Regulus, wah.
The next instant, just as Regulus goes to shout something, he snaps out of view.
It isn't that he's sunken entirely into the dirt. He has truly blinked, vanished out of this scene. In the spot where he once was, the hole from him being plunged into the dirt is gone. All as if affirming Pandora's statement, that he could not possibly be here.
Pandora, being that the racket has left the scene, we can now discuss at a more leisurely pace.
Fortuna, can I ask you something first? How come you're here? I just saw you die a minute ago.
Pandora stands there as if this is entirely normal. This girl, calm smile on her face, is supposed to be a scattering of gore.
Fortuna glances over to where her remains were strewn and gulps. Not a trace of the gory mess remains in the slightest.
Just like how Regulus has disappeared, her corpse is vanished.
Fortuna is utterly lost for words. Pandora tilts her head.
Pandora, could your eyes have deceived you? 3 Fortuna, dash. 3 The trick behind Pandora's powers and how they work has yet to be explained. This is how the line clicked in my head, but it's questionable whether my phrasing gives any legitimate suggestion as to what her power is doing.
Fortuna shudders. This should not be possible.
But the world has reformed itself into a shape that supports Pandora's words.
Invalidating what Fortuna had supposedly seen, and overwriting it all with something strange and unknown. The corpse is gone, Pandora is resurrected. Regulus is gone, the aftermath of his deeds are gone.
Immediately after realizing this, Fortuna looks aside and nearly screams at the shocking thing that has happened. As he stands beside her, Jue's arms, Juice's severed arms, are back to normal. Pandora, since Cardinal Regulus is not here, the consequences of his actions have disappeared.
It is all very simple.
Although, the mending of Cardinal Betelgeuse's arms is a result of my beneficence. Juice rotates his recovered arms in confirmation.
Fortuna's eyes waver as she watches on.
Fortuna, Juice, your arms. Juice, they feel to move witthooutt issue. My body, also. The insides accepted, without issue. Pandora, I have not rewritten so far as to change your ingestion of the factor.
I would like to commend this action of yours, and the actions of she who has returned for you. Please consider this an illustration of my sincerity. Pandora is an emblem of hatred for Fortuna.
That hasn't changed, and the moment she laid eyes on her, she assuredly could not hold back her rage. But Fortuna had not imagined that Pandora would be such a mysterious, unfathomable opponent.
She cannot come up with any clues as to what happened. She cannot comprehend what is going on. Everything that happened today in this forest transcended Fortuna's imaginings.
The one thing she does understand is that, thanks to all of these incomprehensible happenings, everything is on the verge of ending.
Juice, Fortuna Summer, compose yourself.
A roar cuts into Fortuna's stunned mind just as it begins to stall. The pain of her slapped cheeks leads her to blink, and find Juice right there, looking at her.
He grasps her shoulders.
Juice, I am sure that you have queries, and am sure that you are confused. However, you must leave that aside for the PPRESSENNTT moment. What is crucial is to safeguard this forest, safeguard a summer. And
the defeat of that woman shall AACCHIEAFV such. Fortuna, Juice.
Strength returns to Fortuna's eyes.
She glares at Pandora.
Yes.
He's right.
She might be strange and unknown, and the inability to anticipate what will happen.
Next is terrifying.
But even so, Pandora had eliminated powerful Regulus from this scene, and returned Juice's missing arms. She has foolishly weakened own combat forces and rejuvenated the enemy.
She might not even have realized that she has cornered herself. Fortuna, you're exactly right, Juice. Wondering about what's happening can happen later. Now is when.
Juice, we combine our strength, and Dida Faea at her. Should we repel her, the remaining cultists in the forest also WELLLL withdraw. We can SSAAV Emilia Summer.
The image of her daughter passes through Fortuna's mind. She had been prepared for their previous goodbye to perhaps be their last.
And she had indeed been acting until now with that exact resolve.
But now, she sees a new hope. Emilia will be saved. By none other than Fortuna and Juice's power. Fortuna, frigid white, captor of time, magic palm of sheer ice.
The magic which had stricken Regulus even now churns within Fortuna, seeking a place where it may detonate. Her canto presents that power with form, with a target, as mana interacts with the world. Out sounds a crack as the sharp-tipped icicle forms, the thing large enough for multiple giants to heft in concert, a spear of ice.
Its point aims at Pandora.
Should it launch and strike her, she will be mutilated, her remains scattering everywhere and freezing beyond any hope of repair. Beside Fortuna, Juice hugs his shoulders as pressure surges from him as well. The power runs frenzied beneath his tattered vestments, the wounds except those on his restored arms reopening.
Even in this grievous state, he will expend the whole of his soul for the sake of those he believes in. Faced with the manifestation of their powers, Pandora does not even take fighting stance, as she smiles.
Pandora, now, please do come.
Allow me to savor your resolve to its very limit.
The couple's power quakes the world, all in an effort to rip apart Pandora's smile. And Emilia wakes up in the basin and shakes her head, managing to recall her location as she glances around the area. Emilia, right. Herself, covered in mud and unfamiliar scenery.
Scraped knees, legs pained from excessive running.
All of it weighs down on Emilia as she regains consciousness, with the panic constricting her chest and her rejuvenated memories informing her that this is neither a lie nor a dream. Emilia, Mother, Juice, Arch.
Precious people, who had all staked their own lives, so that she could escape.
As she recalls their faces in sequence, Emilia remembers that she must do something.
Everyone who had tried to protect her told her to run. That they want her to run dead ahead, and escape the forest.
But, Emilia also thought this, there has to be something she can do for everybody. Emilia, that's right.
The seal, the seal. Seal. The word lingers in her memories from before losing consciousness.
The discussion a stern-faced Fortuna had had with Arch.
About how the scary people had come here searching for the seal in the forest.
The forest's seal lies deep in the deepest depths of the forest where Emilia lives, a mysterious door. Leading to nowhere, just a metallic-looking door standing there in the middle of the woods.
The adults called the place the seal.
Emilia knew its location. Emilia, have to go there.
Going there would not present Emilia with anything she could do. She didn't know how to open the door, and she didn't even know what the word seal exactly meant.
But she knew something extremely important was there, and knew its location, which was more than enough for Emilia. Considerations about what she might be able to do are not what spur her into action. It is the hope that going there will make things change, that pushes her forward. Emilia, the seal should be.
But, which way was it?
Having tearfully parted with Juice, tearfully parted with Fortuna, and ran around the forest in Archer's arms, Emilia runs directly for an unknown place, alone. This may be the forest where Emilia lives, but it is no longer the forest that Emilia knows. The region that Emilia frolicked in was limited only to the village's surroundings.
Forget about the seal's location, she could not even put her finger on where her mother or Juice would be.
Emilia, or, ha. Emilia wails at her own powerlessness.
She knew what she needed to do, but lacked the strength to achieve it. She has no mother to cling to when troubled, here. She has to be the one to act and save her mother.
Emilia, whom? Emilia's earnest feelings spur those watching over her into motion. Emilia wipes away her tears, when dim lights pass by her face and lead her to blink. She looks up, to find several glowing lights cutting into her vision. Emilia, the fairies? Emilia calls them fairies.
Fortuna and Juice call these supernatural entities spirits.
Supposedly lacking any language or will, the lesser spirits answer to the young girl's frantic plea. The lesser spirits dance in circles before the paralyzed Emilia. They all move in one direction then back again, there then back again, over and over, demonstrating the course. Emilia's voice trembles as she realizes what the spirits are trying to say. Emilia, you're telling me where to go?
They don't reply. But they do bob up and down, as if in affirmation.
Emilia, if I go that way, I'll find the seal? I'll be able to save Mother and everybody?
The spirits strobe brightly.
Emilia wipes away her tears as she shakes her head.
This isn't the time to be bawling here forever. Her mother and Juice and so many people had helped her, and when she started crying, even the fairies came to cheer her up.
After all of this, she cannot pardon herself to cower here endlessly. Emilia,
The
spirits bob about, as if confirming whether Emilia is well. She nods in reply, and with her small frame swaying, breaks into a run. She follows the spirit's guide, dashing desperately over the rugged earth. She passes over hollows, scales steep inclines, passes through the gaps between trees. At many points along the path are areas that the spirits can travel through, but Emilia cannot. She stumbles, branches scraping at her cheeks, tumbling mouth first to the ground, which she spits out before standing back up. Her breathing labors, tears of fear and pain welling up again. She sniffs her snot back up, wipes her tears with her muddy sleeves, gives her grazed knees a slap and runs. She withstands the pain and the hurt, running with all her might as the memories pass through her mind. Memories of her time spent living in this forest, ever since she first gained cognizance.
Fortuna was a stern mother, and never spoiled Emilia in the least.
She wasn't Emilia's real mother. Emilia had proper, real parents, like normal. Such had been a common thing to hear from Fortuna, repeated over and over, which Emilia both believed and did not believe.
She had real parents. That made her happy. But Fortuna was also her real mother.
And as far as Emilia cared, that was unquestionable truth.
It was because of today's happenings that she truly understood that. She remembers being scolded.
She remembers nights where she would hold a crying, apologetic Emilia, and sleep together with her. She knew that she would always stroke her head when she woke up until got out of bed, so that Emilia would not be lonely. Emilia knew better than anyone that her mother loved her.
Everybody in the village had been kind to her.
There had always been a kind of alienation, where it felt like they were keeping their distance, and weren't sure how to interact with her. But even so, they never said anything that would hurt her, and always treated Fortuna well. She knew that even with the princess room, everybody had done their best to make sure it would be a nice place for Emilia to spend her time.
They prepared toys so that she wouldn't feel alone while inside, and made lots of hand-stitched dolls for her.
The count of dolls multiplied by the day, and Emilia had long ago ran out of enough fingers and toes to even hope to play with them all. All of those dolls, every single stitch of thread, was proof of their care toward Emilia. Emilia had hated Juice at first. Because everybody's distancing of her and locking her in the princess room always happened when Juice's group was visiting.
The adults were hiding things from her so that they could do something fun.
When she first escaped the princess room and witnessed Juice and Fortuna talking, and saw Fortuna smiling at him, Emilia was jealous of Juice.
She thought she would never forgive him. But he had broken into tears upon meeting her.
Cried and cried, spilling tears of happiness, and Emilia forgave him. After all, those were tears of warmth. She thought back on how peaceful she felt whenever Fortuna hugged her, and patted Juice's head. She kept by his side as he cried so that he wouldn't feel alone when the tears stopped.
He's hopeless, she thought.
Just hopeless,
she thought.
Emilia, with everybody, again.
She wanted to sleep with Fortuna again. She wanted to invite everybody to the princess room.
She wanted to take that cheeky Juice, who was trying to protect Emilia, and definitely stomp on his foot.
She wanted to see everybody again.
Emilia, because I'm a good girl. The tears blur her vision as she runs, and after passing by a handful more trees, Emilia discovers the seal she has been seeking, and
welcome.
A girl with platinum hair stands before the door, her arms spread to greet Emilia. Girl, thank goodness.
You were the first to arrive.
I was glad to have finally found the seal, but I could not locate the essential key.
I am truly relieved to have found you safely.
Emilia, why are you here? The girl, Pandora, addresses Emilia with familiar tone and strange pressure. Emilia's throat trembles as she asks her question, and Pandora gives a small clap of her hands. Pandora, how, you must be surprised.
It is all very simple. This seal is very important to me. And so I have always been searching for it. It is one of the reasons that I have come to the forest today. Which means that I need to be here.
Pandora's response isn't what Emilia is looking for. Emilia was trying to ask about Pandora's reason for being here, in this spot. When Emilia had last seen her, Juice had been blocking her and Regulus's path. If she's here, then that means Juice. Emilia, why are you here? Perhaps having noticed how close Emilia's heart is to shattering, Pandora's eyes widen.
She puts her hand to her chest as she seems to reflect on what she just said.
Pandora, I apologize.
The reply that I gave you was strange. I am not the one you are asking about, you are asking about Cardinal Betelgeuse and your mother.
Pandora is late to understand it, but she does wind up reaching the correct answer. If Pandora had continued being mistaken, Emilia could have ended all this without her question being answered.
Even though she herself did not know what she was seeking, with all of this. Pandora smiles tenderly.
It carries no malice or maliciousness, abounding in kindness, appearing an honest attempt to dispel Emilia's anxiety. Pandora, please do not be worried.
You are concerned about Cardinal Betelgeuse and your mother, both of whom are safe.
Emilia, huh? Pandora, there is no need to be so anxious, though it would have been best should you have asked so originally.
Neither I nor the members of the cult have come here to harm anybody in the forest. It is as I have stated, I have visited, as I have business with this seal. So being, I am not so foolish as to create any unnecessary sacrifices.
Pandora's words are kind, and thunk one after another into Emilia's overburdened heart. If Emilia is going to trust what she's saying, then Fortuna and Juice are safe.
Perhaps whatever's happening to everyone in the forest is nothing as bad as she figured.
In fact, this girl had just said that she had business with the seal.
Meaning, once she's done with that business.
Emilia, when you're done with the seal, will you please go home?
Pandora says nothing.
Emilia, when you're done with the seal, will you please leave the forest and go home? Go home without doing anything bad to everybody?
Pandora, why, of course.
I have no desire for unnecessary sacrifices either. Pandora gives a deep nod, as if she's making a promise. She then points at the seal, and tilts her head at the teary Emilia. Pandora, which means that I would like for you to please give me the key. Provided that we may open this door, we shall withdraw from the forest immediately. Emilia, key. Pandora, yes.
A key.
Considering the form of a door which this seal has taken, a key is necessary to open it.
You would be in possession of that key.
Emilia, I don't know anything about that. Emilia shakes her head. She truly has no idea what Pandora's alluding to. She doesn't remember anyone giving her anything like a key, and the seal had been kept secret from Emilia in the first place.
There is no possible way that Emilia could own a key for a seal which she had been kept in the dark about.
It doesn't even bear thinking, with how natural this conclusion is. Emilia shakes her head. Pandora also shakes her head. Pandora, there is no need for secrecy. Emilia, I'm not keeping secrets.
I really don't know. I don't have any key. I haven't been given a key. I can't open the seal.
Pandora, I see.
Then, I will have to dig through the forests that I may find the key. Pandora's expression looks incredibly pained. She lowers her gaze.
While her actions and tone are sympathetic toward Emilia, her ironclad mentality means that she will most likely do exactly the thing she is saying that she will.
Emilia trembles.
If she cannot open the seal right here and right now, this girl will dig through the forest. Dig through is simple, vain decoration for it. Pandora is going to dig through the forest, the people living in it, Fortuna and villagers, and Juice's group to get this thing.
This is an abnormal entity.
So abnormal, That Emilia is convinced that not even Fortuna would be a match for them.
51.
Emilia, I'll open it.
I will open it.
And so, Emilia calls out before Pandora can start acting.
Pandora's face brightens.
Pandora, you truly will?
Thank goodness. So the key was in your possession after all. I had thought it would be.
After all, you cannot deny that you are the witch child. Emilia, witches? Pandora, indeed, yes.
Now, if you would like to see to the seal?
Provided that I may investigate what is inside this door, we will stand down immediately. Handing the scene over to Emilia, Pandora waits elatedly for her to act. While the term she mentioned does claw at her chest, Emilia cannot retreat and so steps forward. Little Emilia can look up, and look up even further, but still not sight the top of the door. It's like a giant door that a giant made so that a more giant could pass through. The idea that tiny Emilia has to open this thing is some kind of empty, hollow fantasy. She stands before the door. Standing is all well and good, but Emilia has no idea how to open it. Back when she located the seal, Emilia went through all her usual ideas for how to approach the thing.
She has already tried pushing it, pulling it, climbing it, far and long ago.
Emilia's tiny form had not made this ancient door move an inch, and she could not even get the thing to creak, much less open.
Today will be the same case. She can reach out and touch it, but it gives not the slightest indication of moving.
Emilia, ha.
How, ha. Ah.
Her pulse races abnormally fast, her blood churning sluggishly through her head.
Her chest flashes hot, and her thrashing heart could leap out of her mouth at any instant. But her limbs are dead cold, heavy, as if stuffed with lead. She has to move it but cannot. If she does not open this thing, something terrible will happen to everybody. And she knows this, but can't do anything.
Terror and despair bleach her thoughts stark white, crushing Emilia whole. Pandora, please consider thinking, I am a key. The voice is horrifically smooth as it slips into desperate Emilia's ear.
I am a key.
As ordered, Emilia focuses on only that image. Instantly, Emilia feels a weight in her hands. She looks at them. To find that she is grasping a large, ancient, silver key. Emilia, a key. Pandora, it is visible to you now? If so, then you indeed are the key,
says Pandora happily. But there is something unnatural about her statement.
It almost seems like Pandora cannot see the key in Emilia's hands. Emilia, you
can't see it?
Pandora,
No, I cannot. That key will only be given to the hands of the qualified.
I am certain that in this world, there are only two people capable of opening that lock. Pandora seems to find that position enviable. And indeed, her gaze is not fixed on the key in Emilia's hand. Although unsure what it means that she cannot see a key which is so perceptible that it has weight, Emilia turns back to the door. A sudden key, but Emilia can't find anything that looks like a keyhole.
This door does not even have a doorknob.
And although the key is big, it pales in comparison to this door. Can this grungy old key really open it?
Emilia,
When Emilia instinctively figures out how to use the key.
Searching for a keyhole is unnecessary. The door itself is like a keyhole. This door is not running the seal, it is merely acting as a cap for the seal. The door is not sealing anything.
The seal is something more insubstantial, operating inside of this door. Pandora, now, please open it. Accepting Pandora's demand, Emilia takes a step forward. Simply pressing the key against the door, and willing for the door to open, will be enough to open it. By that alone, this door will be freed from its long post. If she opens this door, everybody will be saved. Pandora, is there something wrong?
But the moment before she moves to press the key to the door, Emilia's outstretched arms halt.
Noticing how Emilia's fingers have stopped shaking, Pandora furrows her brows slightly. Emilia goes without replying, instead staring at the key in her hands. If she proceeds to press the key to the door, the seal will open.
But.
Emilia. Promise. Emilia hears in her mind the whispered words from her mother's goodbye.
Their conversation back then had not been about the seal. But Emilia remembers that she promised her mom that she would keep her promises. She does not know about this seal. She mustn't know about this seal.
Emilia doesn't know about this place, and isn't meant to interfere with it.
She promised Fortuna. Her keeping her promise must get higher priority than anything else. She is betraying her trust, and mustn't do it.
Nobody will forgive Emilia if she is a bad girl.
Nobody be able to forgive her.
And so, she must not open this seal. Emilia, I can't open it. Pandora, why is that?
Emilia, the promise. Because, I promised. I don't have anything to do with the seal. I'm not allowed to open it.
Pandora, I see.
Promises are truly important things. I think it is very splendid and great that you would like to keep your promise. However, they are also things which are dependent upon timing.
Pandora matches her gaze to Emilia's, who shakes her head. She strokes Emilia's silver hair. Pandora, I suspect that this promise is one between yourself and your mother.
Your mother is a very wonderful person. She has taught you something venerable and correct. Your will is precious and deserves to be upheld.
Emilia, and so. Pandora, but it sometimes happens that there come times where you must make a decision which will run contrary to a promise.
Perhaps it is cruel that I am seeking a decision from you when you are still young.
However, fate and its looming decisions will not take into consideration the circumstances of those it trifles. Fate loves those who resist and turn to its waves, and inspires hope in the outcome of the decision.
Which is the hope that you seek?
Emilia, which hope? Pandora nods, smiling maternally. Pandora, yes.
She presents her hands to Emilia.
Pandora, first is the hope that you will keep your promise with your mother, proceed without opening the seal, confront my party, and overcome this tribulation. Pandora raises her right hand, as if holding this invisible thing called hope. Pandora, and second is that hope that you defy the promise with your mother, open the seal, grant the wishes of my party, and the situation will settle down with no further injuries. Pandora raises her left hand, again showing Emilia this invisible hope. Faced with these two hands, Emilia goes rigid. She cannot even recognize her breathing, with how her lungs feel to have frozen. Should she say anything careless, Pandora may instantly withdraw both of her hands. Unable to touch either of the hopes presented to her, perhaps it will end with them being taken away from right under Emilia's nose. The terror grasps the young girl's heart firm, not letting go in the least. Pandora, which hope shall you choose?
I leave the decision to you. The right hope. The left hope. The hope resultant from breaking the promise. The hope resultant from keeping the promise.
Pandora's sweet and alluring voice.
Fortuna's kind and chiding call of her name.
She cannot even hear her heartbeat under all this noise. Sound disappears from the world, leaving Emilia behind in a land without color.
She's thinking. Deliberating. Her thoughts are blazing, her brain could boil any moment.
She focuses every bodily function she has into thinking, giving the impression that everything from her neck down has died. She cannot hear her pulse, her limbs utterly motionless and alienated from her will. She can't choose, 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 she can't choose. Which choice will save everybody? What should she do that will help everybody?
What can she do that will make her everybody's strength? What should she do? Somebody, tell her. Emilia,
Pandora, I see.
So that is your decision.
Her thoughts solder, her vision clouds, when Emilia slips a small sound. Seeing her decision, Pandora's long-lashed eyes lower their gaze. Emilia's fingers are touching Pandora's right hand. The path to not break the promise, not open the seal, and hope for everyone's rescue. Emilia, I promised my
mother I'd keep
my promises, so, mother. Pandora, until the very end, you trust in your mother's words, your compass,
The answer you have reached following your indecision, and the result that your life has divined, shall I respect.
Pandora nods in agreement as Emilia's eyes overflow with tears.
She releases her hand from Emilia's grasp.
Emilia falls to her knees as Pandora looks on, gaze merciful. If Pandora wanted, she could have just pushed Emilia's hands to the door while she held key. While that has nothing to do with whether or not Emilia would will for the door to open, being that she had been seeking some kind of support, it may have been enough to send her over the edge.
Pandora knew that, but didn't do it.
That alone was something trustworthy about this utterly bizarre girl.
Pandora, and so?
Emilia, huh? Pandora, please respect my decision as I consider methods to open the seal. Emilia raises her head, stunned. Pandora is not looking at Emilia.
Her gaze is directed somewhere behind her.
Emilia follows her line of sight, to find a silhouette pushing away the shrub as it soars onto the scene.
With her short silver hair.
Woman, Pandora.
And covered in blood, it is Fortuna.
Compared to when Emilia last saw her, she is drowning in injuries. But even so, having been convinced that they might never meet again, just knowing that she's alive is a relief for Emilia's heart.
Fortuna, take this.
Apparently having not noticed Emilia's presence, Fortuna fires off 6 icicles, striking Pandora without the least of mercy. Emilia's body stiffens at the danger, when Pandora glides into position, Emilia behind her, protecting her. Pandora, beginning your offensive without first observing the area is very dangerous.
With that, an icicle spears Pandora through the chest.
Her thin waist, her right arm, her right leg all proceed to be impaled with icicles, with one last strike blowing off her platinum head. Emilia shrieks as she witnesses Pandora's small frame be skewered with ice. Pandora's body staggers, slumping back to land on Emilia. Emilia catches the decapitated body as it gushes with blood.
She screams. It's all too unreal.
Fortuna, Emilia?
Hearing the scream, Fortuna whispers in dumb shock as she seems to come back to her senses.
Rather than accomplishment in having bested a detested foe, Fortuna's eyes waver in discord as she registers that her daughter is present at this scene.
Fortuna, why is Emilia? She was meant to have escaped the...
Pandora, to question why is a rather terrible thing. Your daughter was worried about you, wholeheartedly hoping to help you as she ran to this site.
How is it that you, her mother, can proceed without praising her intrinsic purity?
Fortuna, dash. Pandora's voice calls out from directly aside Fortuna. Fortuna's amethyst eyes shoot open from both the unexpectedness of it, and at the fact that Pandora's corpse has vanished from Emilia's arms. Pandora, when you look as surprised as you do, you truly do resemble each other.
Parent and child indeed.
Fortuna, dash. Emilia and I aren't blood relatives.
Her adorable face is from my sister-in-law.
Pandora, I give my apologies for that.
Fortuna's mouth twists in rage as a sword of ice forms in her raised hand.
Her sweeping slash slices diagonally through Pandora's torso, spraying blood everywhere. Pandora collapses back first and limp to the ground. Pandora, which means that her foster parent is her mother.
That being, you have not erred in your methods of raising her.
Your daughter has grown to be a very honest, good girl. Her true parents, your sister and brother, would surely be overjoyed. Fortuna, don't you dare talk about my brother and sister-in-law. The fallen corpse disappears as Pandora goes over, as if this is normal, to Fortuna.
Fortuna swings down her sword to bisect her, and slices off her head with the backswing.
She immediately glances behind her to kill the revived Pandora with a stab. She shoves her backwards, where she slams into a tree trunk, pinned.
Fortuna, El Huma.
A blanket of frigid mist shrouds the pinned Pandora, transforming her into an ice sculpture.
A humanoid sculpture is born, sealing Pandora, already beautiful enough to be a masterwork of the gods, eternally in the forest as a belonging of nature.
Pandora, this indiscriminate use of magic is only going to exhaust you.
Would you like to take a moment to calm down, and for us to reattempt by waiting for an opportunity to talk?
Fortuna, dash.
Tedious talk.
The ice sculpture remains, with only Pandora inside having escaped and starting walking around. Fortuna spins around to find Pandora standing there, and sloppily swings her fist to hit her.
It isn't even a magical attack. Just a punch resultant from vain struggle.
It strikes Pandora in the face as if drawn straight to it.
Emilia, R. Fortuna, E. Emilia?
Blown away by her mother's punch, Emilia fails to catch herself and goes tumbling across the ground. Having unintentionally beaten her daughter, Fortuna's face pales as she frantically rushes over to the fallen girl's side. Fortuna, no. Emilia, I'm so sorry.
I didn't mean to.
That wasn't what I. Pandora, this is the pain that you feel when hit.
A pain equivalent to being hit has surely just run through your heart.
Are you beginning to understand how heartless your actions are? Her hands holding an uprighted Pandora, Fortuna's throat jars as she shoves the girl away. She stands up and looks around to find Emilia standing beside the seal as ever.
No traces of being hit remain upon her white cheek. Fortuna, you've been saying so much nonsensical junk, over and over.
Pandora, but this time it was different, and soothed you. Are you unable to devote some fraction of that emotion towards someone who you believe you hate?
I am not telling for you to love everyone out there in the same way that you love your daughter.
But, there are some who change after receiving only the slightest of care.
If I could be part of that count, then I would like to proceed without repeatedly presenting you any tragedies. Fortuna, who the hell do you think you are to demand kindness from me?
Emilia's parents. Noticing Emilia's gaze on her, Fortuna quickly shuts her mouth. Emilia stares fixedly at her mother's tense face.
When in presence of her daughter, no matter how detested the enemy is, there are some things which should not be spoken.
Pandora, then here is what we shall do. Would you like to try being the one to persuade your daughter? I have confirmed that she possesses the key, but it appears that she will not open the door.
Because she is keeping her promise with you. Fortuna says nothing.
Pandora, if you rescind your promise, no chains will bind her stubborn heart. I promise that, provided that I may undo the seal, we will leave this forest without doing anything further.
Indeed, I promise. I will keep my promise. Very nice words. Spoken with no hint of jest, and most likely her sincere thoughts.
But there do exist statements and actions which become overwhelmingly sardonic because of their lack of ill will.
Fortuna has seen more than enough to judge Pandora's statements as so. Fortuna looks at Emilia.
Emilia simply clasps her hands and waits for her mother to speak. Her hands look to be gripping something, which is likely because she's holding the door's key. Emilia has wound up recognizing the key. And if Fortuna utters a single word to render the promise ineffective, she will likely open the door.
Believing that doing so will save the forest. Fortuna, don't be stupid.
Pandora, stupid, you say?
Fortuna, you'll stand down?
You won't do anything more? How will you doing that benefit us? With everything you've destroyed, everything you've ruined, all the things we had to protect that you crushed underfoot, with even our pride broken and distorted.
What's left for us?
Pandora, things may be born from places which are barren.
Do you not consider that the magnificence of life? Fortuna, when it's the pillagers saying it, the words are empty and superficial. Fortuna roars, jabbing her finger out at Pandora. Pandora tilts her head, not seeming to understand what Fortuna is saying. Fortuna, the struggle is beautiful. There's nothing more respectable than a will to live. Stop it with this facile talk.
After robbing of us the peace we staked our lives to create, stop your condescending speech.
We had comfort and happiness and everything here. You're the ones who ruined it.
Pandora, our opinions appear to differ.
Fortuna, when your positions aren't the same, the sights you see aren't the same either.
With how you're always looking down at us from on high, I'm sure you see the sky as being a different height from us.
Spits Fortuna.
Pandora looks horrifically sad, but Fortune isn't going to respond to that. She instead keeps up her caution toward Pandora as she dashes over to Emilia, who stands beside the seal. After confirming that this is definitely her daughter, Fortuna falls to her knees and hugs the small girl.
Fortuna, oh, Emilia.
Emilia, I'm sorry.
Why are you?
Where's Arch? Emilia, Arch
told me to run to the white flowers. So, I ran.
Hearing this, Fortuna supposes the young elf's demise.
She hugs Emilia to her chest, keeping her from seeing her tears.
Just how many had perished in this forest due to the sinister cult's violence? Indeed, this forest will never return to being what it was before. Fortuna, Emilia.
You did so well to keep your promise. You're amazing. You're amazing.
Emilia, Mother. I.
Fortuna, Emilia. You're my pride.
My treasure.
A clinging daughter, her mother hugging her.
Pandora watches on with her expression intoxicated. Her face almost looks like she is monopolizing the most beautiful sight in the world, all for herself. Pandora, I have enjoyed seeing this beautiful familial love. Mutual affection truly is magnificent.
Fortuna, that's disgusting to hear when you're saying it. The seal's staying put. I'm not handing her over to you. Get to being an icicle, and wither here.
Pandora, from your phrasing, would this not usually be when you advise that the other party leave? Fortuna, all I want right now is to dump the shards of your frozen corpse off the cascades. Voicing curses that Emilia has never heard before, Fortuna once again begins honing her magic. Pandora purses her lips, seeming pained.
And then?
I have finally, CCAAU up.
His voice sounding somewhat crazed, a man soars over the trees to arrive at this spot.
He leaps over the tall arbors, his momentum that of having been thrown, arriving on the scene with his holy vestments slathered in blood.
It's Juice. Fortuna, Juice.
Juice, Fortuna Summer.
With just one call of the other's name, the two coordinate perfectly.
They stand positioned on either side of Pandora as she occupies the center of the clearing, the two of them commencing with their assault from both ends.
Fortuna's left hand grips Emilia's wavering right hand firm.
Emilia looks up at her mother's face.
Her expression as her gaze pierces through enemy is so beautiful she could shiver. Fortuna, Alhuma.
Juice, Unseen Hand.
Fortuna casts magic of the most powerful degree, while Juice calls upon all of the Witch Factor's power at this final moment to utilize this occult ability.
The overwhelming powers surge forth, and Emilia, Mother? With Unseen Hand piercing her chest through, Fortuna's blood rains upon Emilia. Strength drains from the hand clutching Emilia's as she witnesses Fortuna's body fall limp. Juice, no hours, TTHEEENNDD. Juice makes violent touchdown as he shouts, sweeping his battered arms hard to the side. As if pulled along by that gesture, Fortuna's body dances through space along the exact same trajectory.
Her limbs go limp like a doll's, and her body tumbles across the ground as if discarded.
Blood shoots out from her convulsing form like a geyser, painting the grassland red in an instant. Juice, that did, PPRO of the effective, after all of this, assuredly. With a ragged sigh, Juice falls to his knees. Emilia does not see how Juice yet gazes at the fallen Fortuna with caution. She merely draws closer, gait tottering, to Fortuna as she sleeps prone. A hole gapes open through Fortuna's back and breast, the damage so great that the innards of her ruined body are visible. The force of the bleeding dampens, leaving Emilia sitting in a puddle of blood. She hugs her mother's pale head, somehow managing to set it on her lap. Red spots sully Fortuna's pretty silver hair, and Emilia frantically attempts to clean her by wiping the grime away with her fingers. But Emilia's fingers are already dirty with blood, and the more she touches, the bloodier Fortuna's hair gets. Juice, Fortuna Summer.
Do not loosen your guard, I ask that you remain vigilant. Once I verify.
Emilia, Juice. Juice.
With a sharp breath, Juice heaves himself up with his palm faced towards Fortuna. Hearing him, Emilia calls his name.
After a moment of looking distantly at nothing, he blinks. Juice, Emilia Summer? He looks to have only now noticed the girl sitting in the pool of blood. His gaze lowers down, to where Emilia's lap hosts the woman's head, her limp body lying there uselessly. His eyes shoot open. Juice, impossible.
His expression one of disbelief, Juice shakes his head. Between his own plodding self and the fallen Fortuna, there stands a platinum girl.
Pandora smiles at Juice as he looks on.
61.
Pandora, I am afraid that there is nothing to be done.
Your eyes have merely deceived you.
Juice, ah.
Ah? Putting his hands to his face, Juice ruthlessly drives his nails into his skin, carving out crimson gashes.
The force is enough that his fingernails pare off, the bright blood from his gouged cheeks painting his face scarlet. Juice, impossible, 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 impossible.
What am I do oi in ung.
What have I do on ni? Why we? Then for what purpose have I?
What?
Ah. Triple AR. Juice had taken a witch factor into his body, and kept the thing's discordant power restrained by force of will.
The most important support for that resilient will snaps away, every single thing inside Juice crumbles away.
Because the powers he had gained by risking his life had destroyed the one he had risked his life to protect. Juice suffers mental damage beyond any possible repair, screaming as he loses his sanity. Juice, for what purpose did I do anything? Pandora, everything, for love. Juice's eyes peel wide, froth spilling from his lips as he gazes at the sky.
Pandora's quiet voice answers the screams of his soul.
Pandora, you have sacrificed your soul to save the person you love.
This is not anything ordinary.
All of your long time spent supporting the witch cult was also for the sake of that love. All of your deeds are the outcome of love.
A most excellent pathway of love.
Juice, love.
Love. Love. Love. Love. Love.
Pandora, exactly.
There is no need to fear or regret anything. Everything was inevitable. It was all according to the path of fate. The road had continued its course to lead to this point. Everything for love.
Juice, for love. As he deliriously mutters the words back, Juice's mind shatters to pieces. Juice's eyes lose their color.
He is trance-like, motionless. He mutters inaudible whisperings, endlessly, a living cadaver.
Seeing Juice's mind so utterly broken, Pandora gives a satisfied sigh. Emmy, Leah.
Just as Juice's being shatters into tiny pieces, the flame of yet another life begins to dim.
Emilia, mother. Called by a voice so frail it could disappear, Emilia calls back in astonishment. Her trembling arms reach out to draw her mother closer, to find that she had grown depressingly light.
At some point, the flood of blood has stopped its flow.
Which means that her mother is okay now, right? Emilia is not immature enough that she can think this and protect her mind.
Fortuna, too weak to even move, plainly wears the face of a dead man. Fortuna, I'm sorry, brother.
Emilia, mother.
Fortuna, I didn't
stay by a single thing you
told me. Spoken like a child giving an apology, as Fortuna voices her regrets.
Blood no longer streams from her body, though tears pour from her eyes. Emilia feels the hot teardrops land on her fingers, and scrambles to gather them up. Because Emilia inevitably feels that these compose the entirety of her mother's current strength to live.
Fortuna, I know, you'll be angry, sister.
I know you won't forgive me. As she listens to Fortuna mutter incoherently, Emilia finally realizes.
Fortuna's amethyst eyes have not been reflecting any light for a long time.
She has long lost her sight, and they have degraded solely into organs for shedding tears. She is not even looking at Emilia's face. She has not even noticed that Emilia is right beside her. Emilia can touch her, can hug her, but won't reach her. Faced with Fortuna as she sobs like a child and seeks forgiveness, Emilia. Emilia, I forgive you, mother.
Fortuna says nothing.
Emilia, you're my.
You were so good to me, and not even father, or mother, could beat you with how you like me so much. Fortuna says nothing.
Emilia, so you don't have to apologize.
You do not have to.
Emilia will always, always love you, Mother Fortuna.
Love you. Love you, love you. Love you.
The dam bursts. Her voice loses its usual tone, as the overflowing tears drip one by one onto Fortuna's face. Should teardrops compose the strength to live, then the final miracle here was the strength conferred by Emilia's tears. Emilia, Mother?
Fortuna, Leah.
Her hand slowly reaches out, to touch Emilia's cheek. A hand which should not be moving strokes Emilia's cheeks, her ears, tickles her hair. As if touching something beloved, so as not to break it, lovingly.
Fortuna, you big crybaby.
Emilia says nothing.
Fortuna, I love you so much. The strength drains from her. Her arm thuds to the ground.
Emilia senses that Fortuna's body has grown lighter. Her body has lost its strength, and this should be compounding the weight on Emilia's lap, but Fortuna as she lays in Emilia's arms has definitely grown lighter.
The most important part of her mother, which must not be shed, has been shed. Even Emilia can understand that. She has lost Fortuna, her mother.
Juice, Betelgeuse Romane Conti, has lost his mind.
And Emilia.
Pandora, now, have you prepared yourself to choose the hope which follows the opening of the seal? Asked Pandora after walking over to Emilia, who holds Fortuna's corpse close. She watches Emilia sit, all while wearing that calm expression and waiting silently for her reply. Finally, Emilia understands. Emilia, open the seal? Pandora, yes. Although highly unfortunate, your mother, who you shared your promise with, has passed away.
There is no need for promises to bind you as fetters for any longer. What do you think?
Listening to Pandora, she speaks insane logic, as if it's normal. Emilia comprehends.
She knows what this demon, wearing human shape, was thinking in pulling this stunt.
This demon did what she did so that Emilia would break her promise.
Entirely for the sake of making Emilia lose sight of a promise's significance, Pandora had caused Fortuna's death, tormented Juice's mind, and annihilated the forest.
Pandora, right, I forgot. Emilia says nothing. Pandora, I doubt that they will be necessary for you anymore. Pandora reaches her hand out toward unresponsive Emilia's face. For dim lights to begin glowing, encircling Emilia, before selecting Pandora's arm as their home and perch.
The minor spirits.
The fairies who had guided Emilia to the seal, and shown her the path. And, why were they going to Pandora? Pandora, seeing as I doubted that you would come here on your own, I have enlisted their help.
They do not communicate with words, but they have been very reliable.
Pandora smiles as she thanks the spirits, and with that, they dance through the air. Since when had this started? Emilia cannot even tell.
Emilia's head wavers as she looks up at the seal's door. It feels like the door is looming, pining to someday be opened, and watching Emilia. She feels the weight of the key in her hands.
She had thought that she had dropped it somewhere, but now it is again in her grasp. Pandora, you do have the key.
Then, you know what to do.
Pandora gives a nod. Emilia slowly stands up.
She lowers her mother's head from her lap and silently sets it atop the grass. She twines her finger through her bangs, arranging her prided mother's beautiful face nicely.
And Emilia, just die. A blade of frigid wind whistles through the air, slicing Pandora's body to pieces.
Her spouting blood freezes in an instant. Flowers of frozen crimson bloom furiously.
With a single icicle standing central in their midst, out scatter the sanguine-flecked petals, a masterpiece of ice and death.
Pandora, that was rather dangerous. Where on earth is this all coming?
Emilia, just die. Rods of ice spear down to impale Pandora's limbs. A spear of ice shoots up from the ground to pierce Pandora from groin to crown, her frozen body screeching as it shatters into pieces. Pandora, please calm down.
I am sure that discussion will lead us to an understanding.
Emilia, just die. Balls of ice close in from both sides, crushing Pandora between them and transforming her into a splatter of blood.
Pandora, we should stop. You are kind by nature, and not a girl capable of harming others. Has your mother never told you so?
Emilia, just die. A spinning blade of ice slices through Pandora from the feet up, casting up a spray of red sherbet. Pandora, it would sadden your mother to see you like this. Neither your legitimate mother and father, nor Cardinal Betelgeuse, would desire this. Emilia, just die. White mist cloaks Pandora's body, transforming her into a sculpture of ice. The giant icy sword which slams into her the moment after smashes rather than slices her with its force, beating the Pandora sculpture to the earth. But despite this storm of destruction and bloodlust, Pandora, this is something of a predicament.
It appears that the effects were the opposite of what I had intended.
Emilia, just die, just die, just die, just die. Bawling, swinging her arms, Emilia rains icy destruction upon Pandora, but even as they all strike her, and she dies gruesome death, she continuously comes back fully restored after only the space of a blink. Emilia, ha!
Ha! How?
Emilia is approaching her limit for using this excess of magic. With her repeated casts of magic unfitting to her, red-faced Emilia's lower body begins to freeze. The vast mana swallowed inside her young body is running rampant, and failing to escape outside in time. Pandora, the manifestation of power surpassing your capacities, such that you cannot even avoid damages to your own body, would be because of your bloodline.
The blood of a witch cannot escape that karma. Perhaps this forest had been necessary so that you would not awaken to this power.
Emilia shakes her head in refutation of the noise.
Her right leg is entirely frozen, and it's questionable whether she can even stand.
She falls to her knees, her eyes brimming with bloodlust as she glares at Pandora. Seeing that pointed, ominous gleam, Pandora shakes her head. Pandora, this is unfortunate when I am standing before my dearest goal, but I believe that I will
withdraw for the day. It does not seem that you will be willing to listen to anything more about kindly opening the door.
Emilia, just die, just die, just die, just die, just die. Pandora, I will regard this day as well enough finished with only the presence of your lineage, and the creation of a new cardinal of sin.
I will achieve my goal at another time.
Egocentric logic, disregarding of other and entirely self-centered. Pandora appears to have washed her hands of the situation, when white flakes flit through her vision. Snow. Emilia's outrageous magical powers are running amok, warping weather to the extremes and making it snow. At first it merely sprinkles down, but the snow progressively builds in force and strength, soon coming cloaked with wind ferocious enough to call the whole thing a blizzard. Pandora, it appears that, whenever we next speak, I will have to begin by having you expel everything before we may even face each other. Pandora looks down from the sky as she walks over toward Emilia, who breathes white puffs. Although she witnesses a hated enemy approaching, Emilia cannot move. Her body has already frozen up to her waist, and she cannot even raise her arms anymore. Pandora, you have caused this frenzy of power, and will proceed to fall into a long slumber. Will the mana of this glaciated forest be fully exhausted, or will an entity possessing power comparable to your own counteract it? Whichever it may be, I suspect that you will spend more than a short period beneath the ice. Emilia, just die, just die. Pandora, I regret to tell you that I will not die. I suspect that both you and I will still remain healthy by the time that the ice melts and we again meet. And certainly, once that time comes, we cannot have things proceed in the vein that they currently are.
And so?
Pandora's white finger touches cold against Emilia's forehead. Emilia's amethyst eyes seethe with loathing.
Pandora smiles without any malice.
Pandora, all of your memories leading to this day are consummated without my presence in them.
Emilia, ah.
Pandora, feel free to supplement them however you wish.
Indeed. You did your very best to keep your promise.
It would make me glad if that fact could be engraved in your heart, and you could proceed to be as you presently are. With her body frozen up to her breastbone, Emilia's face recoils, her gaze unfocused and puttering. Her eyes spin and drool trails from her mouth as Emilia's mind is ransacked.
It crumbles.
Indiscriminately and unfeelingly, the wallpaper of her memories is replaced.
The conversations she had fade into the distance, while insults she surely did not receive assault her. Important, unfading, a promise. She kept her promise, and that alone was something that she would never forget. And she would never forget to keep her promises, either. She kept her promise. The promise was kept. Nobody had any reason to invalidate her for keeping her promise.
Pandora, what conclusions shall your heart reach, and what smile will you give me when next we meet? I will be eagerly awaiting our wonderful reunion.
The blizzard rages through the forest.
Pandora holds her long, disheveled hair down as she starts walking. Having remained on his knees in a stupor, Juice is halfway buried in the snow.
Pandora whispers something to him. He stands up, expression powerless.
The two of them, Pandora and Juice, walk side by side as they leave the snowy forest. Emilia can only watch them go. The freeze has already reached her face, and her awareness remains only in her eyes. Emilia lowers her gaze, and notices it. On the ground before her, there is an unnatural lumping of snow. As if, in the middle of this white snowscape, somebody is hugging her. Emilia.
Her mouth doesn't move.
She cannot even close her eyes anymore.
Her body is frozen, and her heart is freezing.
Emilia's consciousness. Emilia,
Then came to spend a century encased in the unmelting ice, until a spirit found her, a spirit who was searching for her, a spirit given life in this world entirely for the sake of her.
Until that time, Emilia remained frozen in the ice. Having witnessed it all, and faced with the sight of her own frozen self, Emilia stands stock still.
She remembers everything that happened.
These scenes of the past, slowly unfolding ever since she had woken up. All of them have been peeled of their superficial, false skin, and come flowing out. Young Emilia had seen everything that day. She saw how Fortuna died in her arms, how Juice's mind broke and went insane, and witnessed the perpetrator of all this evil. And she forgot them, because of her own weakness and desire to forget them.
Echidna, it would be a mistake to fault yourself for the falsification of your memories.
The girl standing beside Emilia, Echidna, addresses her. Just as Emilia had experienced her memories vicariously, Echidna had witnessed everything that happened from start to finish. She glances at Emilia, who gazes at the snow. Echidna, that thing you confronted was the witch of vainglory Pandora. She brandishes superficial and self-serving logic, rewriting events however her whims and pleasures dictate. The dampening of her influence would be a result of time's passage, and your very own strength. Emilia, my strength. Echidna, as you can see, your strength is so immense that you can't fully control it. If we are speaking entirely in terms of combat, you surpassed Pandora even here, when you were young. But battles aren't so shallow that you can prevail on strength alone. And especially not when Pandora is a witch with a penchant for surviving. It isn't clear how far her knowledge spans, but it appears that Echidna knows about Pandora. Although, her expression as she speaks with Emilia is as bitter as ever, and she doubts that she will get an honest answer if she asks her any questions. Emilia, you're not insulting me like you were before?
Echidna, that's the kind of thing about you that I hate. Of course I'm thoughtful enough to be considerate towards someone who just remembered the death of their mother. Even if that someone is a filthy licentious whore.
Emilia, thank you.
Echidna gives a sigh, speaking no further comforts.
Noticing that she's coming close to smiling at Echidna's attitude, Emilia realizes that she has been attempting to divert her attention from the grisly memory before her in a show of weakness. These resurrected memories are utterly things which shake Emilia's perspective of the world. Things which overturn Emilia's life from its very outset. After all, Emilia was going to save everyone in the forest, and so was her reasoning for devoting herself to the royal selection, but... Emilia, I wonder if anyone's still alive.
In this frozen forest.
Emilia had witnessed both Fortuna and Archer's deaths. The Black Snake's attack was information which had been absent in Emilia's memory.
She knew the beast's might, and the wicked characteristic it possessed.
The witch beast of blight, the black snake, infects living creates with 100 diseases just by contact alone. And it places curses on the land it travels, transforming the region into a locality of death where only witch beasts can live. How many people had survived before the village was buried in snow? And were those who survived and now encased in ice uninfected by the snake's pestilence?
This was equivalent to Emilia losing her very reason to fight. Indeed, she can agree with these memories being sealed. Even had Pandora not interfered, perhaps Emilia would have wanted to forget about these events.
That is how utterly hopeless these memories are.
Echidna, standing here indefinitely won't end trial. Echidna gazes at the silent world of snow.
Echidna, the past went along without any issues.
Challenger of the trial as you are, you must have recognized your greatest regret. Now you need to present an answer.
Emilia, present an answer for the trial?
Echidna, the first trial is beaten by demarcating an end to the symbol of your regret.
Do you affirm the actions of your past self, or reject them? If you are unable to fully accept this and reject the question, this will all end without the trial being accomplished. Emilia gives a deep sigh. She has thought over and over about what she needs to overcome the trial. When faced with counterfeit memories, she had questioned herself as to why she was unable to overcome them. Losing Puck, and having to take over the parts of herself that she had entrusted to him, was what first let the cap on Emilia's memories come loose. Now, Emilia finally stands at the starting point for the trial. But even though her legs have reached the starting line, she has lost sight of the starting line in her own heart.
She left the forest because she wanted to save everybody, save her mother.
It's turned out that those ideas weren't even idealistic ones, they were straight-out fantasies.
Her mother is dead, and she doesn't know if the villagers are safe.
If she loses the reason that she set out on this path, what remains for Emilia? Emilia, that's already been taught to me. Just when it seems that her heart is beginning to waver, a hand reaches out from the light and stops her. A powerful arm, to pull Emilia forward when she is lost as to her destination. Don't give up.
Look forward, raise your head, watch me.
Over and over, again and again, he had said that to her. He knew that Emilia was weak, but roared at her not to stay weak. When Emilia shook her head and insisted everything was over, he said that nothing was damn over and pulled her back up. When Emilia wanted to give up, thinking that she was useless, he had baselessly asserted that she was the best. The pain from their teeth striking each other, and the warmth of their overlaid lips, lights a flame in Emilia's heart. Emilia, Mother loved me. Echidna. Emilia, I wanted to help Mother Fortuna.
I wanted her to hug me again as we slept in the same bed. I wanted to tell her, countless times, that I love her. Echidna, then do you regret it?
Echidna is asking about the moment of Emilia's decision, with the two hopes. Back then, if Emilia had taken Pandora's hand and broken the promise, perhaps Pandora's group would have withdrawn from the forest, and Fortuna and Juice would not have been stolen. If, had I, supposing.
Using those words to look back on the past, perhaps this would indeed be the case.
Emilia, I don't regret anything.
Echidna says nothing.
Emilia, I don't regret that I kept my promise, and stayed my ground back then. If there's anything I regret, it's that I wasn't strong enough, and couldn't consider things more wisely. I'll never regret that I stayed true to my mother's teachings and didn't listen to Pandora, ever. After all, hadn't Fortuna told her?
That she was proud of Emilia, who had determined to keep her promise, and that she was her treasure? Those very words were a treasure, to remain inside Emilia forever.
Echidna, your fight hasn't lost its meaning. Emilia, nope. I
couldn't save Mother. But I still don't know about everybody in the village.
Everybody might be waiting there, waiting for rescue under the snow.
I'm the only one who can save them.
Echidna, that land's been polluted by the black snake.
Even assuming that there are villagers alive under the frost, I doubt that they will survive long while harboring infection.
Emilia, that's just how you're imagining it'll go.
A nasty kind of speculation. Everybody's waiting for rescue under the snow.
I'm gonna get them out of there quickly, and they'll all tell me off.
And then laugh, glad to be alive. Echidna, imbecilic delusion.
Emilia, no, it's a forecast for a happy future. Emilia steps forward. She faces Echidna and she gestures to the snowscape. Emilia, I won't let you invalidate something that no one's even seen yet.
I'm not going to accept that the things my mother left for me ended so sadly. I'm going to realize my mother's ideals.
Echidna, ideals?
Your mother was searching for something?
Emilia, she said so. That one day everyone would leave the forest, and be able to live like normal. Just like how Juice's group and all the villagers could get along, and how Subaru told me he likes me, one day that world will arrive which my mother and Juice were supposed to walk together.
Echidna, and the frozen villagers will be included in that world?
After you trap them in the ice? Emilia, I feel so sorry about that. I'll apologize over and over, and over and over until they forgive me.
And once they forgive me, I'll show them the world. Tell them that they don't have to live in secret anymore. That this is the world that Mother Fortuna was talking about.
Echidna.
Taking a deep breath, Emilia shouts. They are no longer in the snow, but a world of white light.
Heedless to the absence of the prickling chill, and to the departure of the scene composed of her regrets, Emilia raises her voice. Emilia, I'll shout myself hoarse as I holler my dreams, so that my mother in the sky can hear it. Echidna. Emilia, I am happy in the world that my mother loved.
The world fractures.
Seeing the fissures run through the white space, Emilia finally notices the change in setting. Her eyes widen in surprise, and Echidna strikes her hands.
Together, in applause.
Echidna, I see, understood. I didn't expect that I'd know what would happen, but this exceeds anything I imagined.
This pushy, complacent, hubristic, egotistic, hypocritical and forced purchase.
Emilia, exactly.
Anything wrong with it?
Echidna, no, I don't really care.
But this is one of those points where you're exactly like your mother. Echidna scrunches her pretty brows when Emilia asks her question. Because it sounds like Emilia, my mother.
You don't mean Mother Fortuna, you know about my other mother?
Echidna, I know her.
She's part of why I get so emotional when dealing with you.
Though there is still some kind of irrational resentment to it, as I lament, why does it always only happen with you? Echidna gives a shrug, her form beginning to fade.
Emilia feels a vague kind of weight pressed down on her consciousness, a floating feeling like waking up from a dream circling around her. Echidna, here's the end.
No matter how complacent the logic is, a settlement with your past is a settlement with your past.
All you have to do is dance clumsily around as you take your mother's resolve to sacrifice herself and use it as your rationalization. Emilia, you can say anything you want. Me, I've gotten used to your insults. Hand to her hip, Emilia shows off her composure to Echidna, who doesn't forget to give one last jab.
Echidna averts her gaze.
Echidna, there's still 2 trials left, but
frustratingly, I doubt they'll prove much of an obstacle.
Emilia, they won't? Echidna, constant rationalizations are the nemesis of self-inquisition.
These trials, which intrude on your interior, have terrible comparability with the present you. You could call it a boon resulting from your utter neglect to think.
Emilia, when you talk in a way that sounds like I'm not thinking, it actually strings so much. Emilia bears her displeasure. That said, their conversation here is close to meeting its end. Echidna is practically gone from view, and Emilia's head is beginning to fog.
She cannot keep herself conscious any longer. Echidna, I hate you.
Emilia, but I don't really hate you. What expression did Echidna make in this moment? Even though Emilia doesn't see it, she gets the sense that she knows.
Her consciousness ascends.
Emilia regains her conscious and groans, a hardness at her back.
Behind her is a wall. It seems that she has collapsed against it, and fallen unconscious with the thing still supporting her.
She reaches out to touch the wall and checks the writing rudely engraved there. She runs straight into an I love you, and winds up smiling at the perfect timing. Right now, Emilia wanted his words more than anyone else's to be the ones validating her. "Emilia, I'm sorry, Mother." Her smile twists, as her voice slips, choked, out of her mouth. Her apology echoes through the dark room, as does the noise of her sniffling.
Teardrops stream one after another, unstoppable. Unendurable.
She had chosen to act strong, to be stubborn, and not let the witch see her cry. Inside this tomb, where there are no worries of any onlookers, Emilia presses her face against the wall and cries magnificently. "Emilia, Mother. Mother."
The tears overflow. They're truly from forever ago. Tears that she needed to cry 100 years ago. She had forgotten about it, and so had never been able to mourn her mother's death.
In this small chamber where no one will know about, Emilia proceeds to mourn exactly that. So that once she exits, no one will know what her face looks like in tears. So that she could end this, without the boy who told her weak self that he loved her, seeing her being weak.
She cries, and cries, and cries, and cries.
All while mourning the memories of her mother's affection, and everything she had given her. Emilia remains exactly like this, proceeding to cry with her face pressed to love.